Are we live? Oh, I forgot my glasses. I can't see without my glasses. How you doing, folks? Welcome in, everybody. It's very nice to see you. Thank you, Leanne Lund, for joining the Twiz level, which is the only level now. The memberships are at a value May price in support of my trip to Idaho. Hey, Jenn, what's up? I sent all the links in the email. Let me turn myself so you can actually hear me. All right, there we go. That's better. Oh, that's too loud. I got the AC on, so it's hard to tell. Official, Yvonne Sky Blue, the Wild Sky Blue. We have a place called Clear Skies. I would call it Clear Blue Skies. I don't know why, but anyway, I have a confession. I'm not going to start with a confession today. That's how it's going. Let's just shut up, Kane. All right, I'm getting right into it. Well, you know what? Rowie, what's up? I'll let everybody kind of gather in here for a second. Let them see I'm live, and we'll get started here. Tony's here. I still have not. I did a sweep. Portugal in the house. What's up, Joey? How much longer are you in Portugal for? Of the couch. And I did not recover the hat, but I did. If you remember. Still here. Is it backwards? Am I backwards? I'm backwards, dude. I'm backwards myself. Why'd be backwards? We have. I meant to put it in the title that Echoes of Clarity is going to join us today. I was getting all my drinks. I got a Prime, and I'm going to open it. It's the powder kind. It's much more convenient. And there it is. And then I have my coffee. Joey, I know you're going to ask about my coffee. Here it is. There's Trish. Hi, Trish. Yeah, it's pretty. I don't know. It tastes funny, though. I'm spoiled ever since I made that Nespresso error. If you guys, I put the Nespresso thing, thinking, oh, I can pull it off in the Keurig, and I almost. It's not broken. I brought it back to life somehow. What else is going on? The Twiz is watching. And I have a pretty good reel for you. It's a little bit longer than it was only a day away, Jen. Tomorrow's just a day away. Let's get some harp going here. What's up? How you doing? Nice to see you. We're gonna look at some documents today. Of course, you know I'm not gonna read them. Why would I do that? Miss Potts did that for me. And you know, where is Miss Potts? Is she late again? Is she lurking? Miss Potts. She's been working hard with the computer. This one sounds better. This is more bluesy. That's too much coffee. 8:20. All right. Well, we started just in time for Portugal and England. I want to see some England in here. Represent England. And let's see. I have this. It's the flashy thing. You're gonna forget everything I just told you now. Did it work? Okay. So yeah, I've ended the MK Ultra backward name project. It's done. It's run its course, of course. And Donna Salamanda to see you. Hello, Donna Salamanda. Very good to see you. Where else do you get your own inflection and accent on your name other than here? Somebody go pull Miss Potts out of the pits. I want her here. We're We're going to let her do the reading anyway. There's no new documents, really. There's just interpretations of documents. You like my shirt? It's not pink. It's salmon. I'm sure Rockford's upset. He only wears black. So he always asks me if I'm not wearing. Yeah, it's going to be about 15 minutes of fun here on the reel. So I won't make you wait any longer. I know you're here to JJ. Nah, nah, nah. Here we go. Okay. So I don't know if you noticed lately, I can do this. I don't know when the last time you were here. You do the hokey pokey and you spin Kane around. That's what it's all about. It's midday and we're purging. We're doing midday purges now in the hopes of keeping all of you sane. That stay with me have been with me for so long. You noticed, hey, what's up? I can't even talk. I'm gonna let JJ do all the talking today. I sent you an email, JJ. So here we go, about 15 minutes in, and we will get right to it. I got 2-3 great guest hosts with me today, as usual, and let's play the video, Kane.
You know, honey, it's a really nice.
Okay, yeah, I know that I was muted. I know, Ro. Ro's always the first to tell everybody. Thank you, Roey. I appreciate it. Where is Miss Potts? Annie! Get in here. She likes to make an entrance now. She's like Heather. Alright, okay, official. Official, if you notice official's name, it's got CIA right in it. This guy ain't trying to hide nothing. He's a Fed. You snooze, you lose. I want to see more of the Hollywood sign. What it's like at 3 o'clock, or I guess you're at straight up noon 15. I got nothing. I haven't had any coffee. I just woke up from a nap and I'm a little grumpy. I'm gonna play the thing. I swear. I won't be muted.
It's really nice coming home to a slender wife again.
Thank you, weight loss clinic.
I'll raise some eyebrows.
911, what's your emergency? Yeah, my wife got attacked by a warthog real bad, and I need someone to come up with an ambulance and pick her up. Okay, sir, can you give me your address? Yeah, we're at 1825 Eucalyptus Drive. Okay, could you spell that for me, sir? I'm going to drag her on over to Oak Street, and you can pick her up there.
He can't...
Please! Baby! Please, I will suck your dick! Please, just let me out! Please! Babe, I will suck your dick! Like, leave me alone! Let me go!
All start.
Even louder!
And then you're gonna shush me, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna shush you, yeah.
And count. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
So that's it! Shh! The grump needs... Shit. Sorry. Instead of bad word, $5! $5!
You're gonna be a rich muppet at the end of this day.
Thanks for stopping all for those people. You know I'm recording.
My thrift gone!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Get it out, brother. Man, don't want my fucking green card on my arm when I put it in that shit. That motherfucker was fucking speeding. Why you cannot drive fast, man? Why?
Oh, come on, don't stop. You can see me through the mirror?
Yes, bro.
How the fuck can you see me? No, for real. Come on, answer the questions.
I can see you.
How the fuck can you see? No, can you see my face?
No, not in the mirror, no.
You can't see me.
This shit, I seen this shit. I seen this shit.
Move over. Look on the mirror. No, with the camera.
I can see you.
You can see my face? You can see my face? How the fuck can you see my face, Cam?
Because it's pink, bro.
Fuck out of here. This towel is covering the fucking mirror, dummy. How the fuck can you see my face, bro? Hello? Yo. How the fuck can you see me, bro?
Hi, Tamara.
I'm not trying to hear that.
Do not touch it again. Okay.
Right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Okay. We're just riding our bike. We just wanted to tell you something. Yeah. We want somebody to play with us. Do you have any girls? Or like 5 years old? Or like a big kid like me? I'm 5 years old. And me too. And here's Ashley over here with me, and I'm Zoe. And Arya's at home. Yeah, Arya's at home watching TV. She's not doing something. Why? She's not looking. Because she doesn't want to. She's sick.
This footage shows my client Brian being arrested at a West Virginia traffic stop for not rolling down his window the entire way.
Hello, go ahead and roll your window down for me.
It's all right.
Go ahead and roll your window down for me.
What do you need it down for?
Because I said roll the window down and you go to jail.
Why are you being like that?
Roll the window down now. Sorry, man. I was arresting my guy for being a goddamn sucker.
After I posted this footage to YouTube almost 2 years ago, the criminal charges were dropped, the officer was fired, and a federal civil rights lawsuit was filed.
Say. Not my wallet.
I don't know why, and I don't know where she is right now, but this video for some reason reminded me of Meg P in the morning. Oh, poor Meg P. Okay, I'm just teasing you, Meg P. But, you know, while we're in the middle of my reel, Meg P actually sent me a really good documentary, and I'll post the link to it maybe later. It's on Tubi. So if you have the computer or you have the if you have the Tubi on the Roku, you can watch it. And it's about, man, this is a trip, dude. I have a couple things, and that's why I had to bring Trish up here today. Not because I need a reason, but love her to death. But what do you call it? What was I talking about? Oh, The Machine. And we did watch, if you remember, what was her name? Oh gosh, I can't believe I'm pulling up a blank. Man, this is a nice chat. This is good. I love this chat right now. If it was just the 5 of us, 10 of us, I'd be tickled pink. Hi, Leslie and Billy. Very nice to see you. Hi, good to have you. Anyway, it's about the fraternity, but it's not a fraternity at the University of Alabama. Now, some of you... Hi, Snell Ray from New Zealand, my favorite Kiwi is here. And Tonka's here, cool. And hi, Meg P. I'll replay the clip that reminded me of you. Actually, I could start the whole thing over. I will play that last clip with the 2 little girls. That one is my... I played it... I had Trish play it on her show yesterday. And Anyway, so yeah, my sister went to the University of Alabama in Birmingham, and she was there when Bear Bryant was the coach. So it was a legendary time, and they had she was in, I'm not sure if she was in Chi Omega there. I don't know. She was in a sorority. And they would go to the homecoming and wear the fancy gowns and the whole... But she left there early. And so, I don't know. She'll never talk about it. Something happened. And the Machine is a politically driven frat that is known for cover-ups. And anyway, I'll post the link later. You can check it out. But then, she went to Chi Omega the year after Bundy at Florida State University, which was, I don't know if she knew that going, but I think it was just easier with that because she was already a sister at University of Alabama, and then she just went to Florida State and finished out her degree. She's always been successful, still my sister. Yeah, I finally watched it today, Megs, and I gave you credit for sending it. So I'm not gonna whip it out, Donna. I know no matter how many ones I get in the chat, I'm not. That wouldn't be good. That's what brought JLR down. That's why his channel's gone now. I was eating a Cliff Bar. It's called the Z Bar. If you ever go to the Z Bar, it's a little healthier snack than the peanut butter. I can't do type 2 diabetes every day, okay? If anybody knows where Miss Potts is, I was really hoping she would see that kid clip. But if she doesn't love me anymore, that's fine, Willie. And she's got to work, so I need a computer. Anyway, so you notice in this, I'll play it again, the lawyer guy, the West Virginia cop, he calls in, he's like, yeah, I busted somebody for being a jackass. And the guy on the other end of the radio is like, yeah, love it. I'm like, man, there is a lawsuit right there, and it looks like they never even found any. What's up, Jeff H? Bar. Yeah, it's a Z bar. At least somebody got it. Y'all break y'all for peace. Maybe we'll relive the excitement of Dago's show with Willie versus Jeff H. Jeff H, you were very you almost lost it at one point, but you were very gentlemanly. You're still as stubborn as a rock, and you don't make no sense. But I don't know. It was fun yesterday. If you guys saw it, I got on there, and it is what it is. But we all make our own way. All right, so let's rewind that one for. Where's the one with Meg? Meg, before you got here, I was saying the reason I put this clip in was, well, I'm just gonna play it from here because this one is too funny. I don't want you to miss it, so I'll just start it over since everybody's here now. Yeah, you guys are great together though, Jeff. That was fun. All right, so I was like, I'm not even getting up there because this is just too entertaining. So I'll play this, and then you'll see the clip, Megs, that is the family trying to get in the van that I said reminded me of what possibly was like when your kids were younger at your house.
Honey, it's really nice coming home to a slender wife again.
Thank you, Weight Loss Clinic.
I'll raise some eyebrows.
911, what's your emergency? Yeah, my wife got attacked by a warthog real bad, and I need someone to come up with an ambulance and pick her up. Okay, sir. Can you give me your address? Yeah, we're at 1825 Eucalyptus Drive. Okay, could you spell that for me, sir? I'm going to drag her on over to Oak Street, and you can pick her up there.
Mommy Ball, hello, welcome in.
Please! Baby! Please, I will suck your dick! Please, just let me out! Please! Babe, I will suck your dick! Like, leave me alone! Let me go!
False start.
Even louder.
And then you're gonna shush me, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna shush you, yeah.
And count. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
So that's it! Shh! The grump needs... Shit. Sorry. Instead of bad boy, $5. $5.
You're gonna be a rich muppet at the end of this day.
Thanks for stopping all for those people. You know I'm recording.
Look, my drift gone! Fuck! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! Get alive, brother. Man, don't want my fucking drift gone! All my all money I put it in that shit! That motherfucker was fucking speeding! Why you cannot drive safe, man? Why?
Poor guy.
Come on, don't stop. You can see me through the mirror?
Yes, bro.
How the fuck can you see me? No, for real. Come on, answer the questions.
I can see you.
How the fuck can you see? No, can you see my face?
I want to no, not in the mirror, no.
You can't see me.
This man, I seen this shit. I seen this shit.
Move over. Look on the mirror. No, with the camera.
Yeah, I can see you.
You can see my face? You can see my face? How the fuck can you see my face, Kev? Fuck out of here. This towel is covering the fucking mirror, dummy. How the fuck can you see my face, bro? Hello? Yo. How the fuck can you see me, bro?
It's just the angle.
I'm not trying to hear that.
Do not touch it again. Okay.
Right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Okay. We're just riding our bike. We just wanted to tell you something. Yeah. We want somebody to play with us. Do you have any girls? Or like 5 years old? Or like a big kid like me? I'm 5 years old. And me too. And here's Ashley over here with me, and I'm Zoe. And Arya's at home. Yeah, Arya's at home watching TV. She's not doing something. Why? She's not looking. Because she doesn't want to. She's sick.
This footage shows my client Brian being arrested at a West Virginia traffic stop for not rolling down his window the entire way.
Hello, go ahead and roll your window down for me.
It's all right.
Go ahead and roll your window down for me.
What do you need it down for?
Because I said roll the window down or you go to jail.
Why are you being like that?
Roll the window down now. Sorry, man. I was arresting a guy for being a goddamn sucker.
After I posted this footage to YouTube almost 2 years ago, the criminal charges were dropped, the officer was fired, and a federal civil rights lawsuit was filed.
Hey! Not my wallet. Christ. What just happened?
Irving is trending. All he did was repost an Alex Jones video on his Instagram story. This is the video he shared. You have to watch it.
The facts and common sense are in. Yes, there have been corrupt empires. Yes, they manipulate. Yes, there are secret societies. Yes, there have been oligarchies throughout history. And yes, today in 2002, there is a tyrannical organization calling itself the New World Order, pushing for worldwide government.
What is incorrect? in that video. That was in 2002. The caption on this is, Alex Jones tried to warn us. Yes, he did. We might not call this the New World Order anymore, but you really have to have your head in the sand if you have not educated yourself about the World Economic Forum, about the Great Reset. This is not a conspiracy theory.
Did a husband cross the line when he left his wife at the airport? The husband explained they had about 15 minutes until boarding started, and his wife insisted on going to Starbucks, which was on a different terminal. He told her she didn't have time, but she didn't listen. He waited as long as possible, but when the gate agent was about to close the door, he decided to get on the plane, and the wife did not make the connection.
Your girlfriend is just like every other bitch.
And how are you so different?
I play video games, dumbass.
On today's episode of Brutally Honest, we meet Emily, a self-proclaimed gamer girl.
Yeah, I play a lot of video games, but I don't make it my whole personality. Stop her, Brian!
No.
Don't you want a girl you can play Overwatch with?
No.
Emily thinks this type of behavior is attractive. It's not.
Guys understand that too much video game talk will scare the hoes away. But what Emily doesn't understand is it'll also scare the bros away.
As a last-ditch effort to help her, Emily's family sent her to controversial therapist Dr. Victor Blaine.
I'm not like other girls, Dr. Blaine. I play video games. That's not common.
And what are some of these uncommon games you play?
How about Fortnite? Ever heard of it?
Fortnite? That's like the most popular game ever.
Yeah, but I bet everyone in the audience can tell who on this stage knows more about Fortnite.
You know what? You are so right. Hey, guys.
Katie, I got you. I got you. I'm coming. Oh my God. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. I'm okay. Get it up. I'm trying, Katie. You don't have a tugger. It's hard. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm messing up your race. It's okay, Katie. It's okay, Katie. Can you move? Oh, can you move, Katie? You're okay. You're okay. Okay, get your bike, Katie. Just hold your bike for a sec. Okay. You're okay. You're okay. Thank you. No worries.
Never in my wildest dreams.
Sky Blue writes, will you be looking into the Idaho 4 case? Yes. I know this is off topic, but I can't believe what I'm seeing. Your perspective would be valuable. Yep, I have done probably thus far 6 hours of research. It is very scary. Potential military operation, I don't know. I know that I have never believed the official story that was given to us. None of it made any sense. And I am wondering if more people were involved. I didn't immediately go deep down the rabbit hole of that story, despite expressing my views publicly that I thought something was very wrong and something was very sinister, because there were students involved, and I just felt like it was more appropriate to allow those families to mourn. But now that some time has passed, and of course still understanding that you are still going to be in mourning over that, we do need to get to the truth of that, because it happened on a college campus and the media was not honest about other elements of this case. And I think that I think there's something very dark happened there, and that the government is trying to cover a lot of it up, which is evident by how much they're locking down in the court cases alone.
Oh, guys. Hey. I'm not fucking. I'm not fucking. Are they okay? several years ago.
I'm already giving you some. A lot, all day. That's all you've been doing is begging for treats. Because they're in there. Someone left the cupboard open. You can see them all. What?
I have no idea what this thing is. I just wanted to put it in here because it looked cool. I guess he said this guy was in a Hellcat was following him.
Casual, Thursday morning armed robbery, something that happens lots of times in Chicago. Like, this is so smooth. We go into the car while people are sitting in it. Very fast, literally 40 seconds, and they're out. Like, it's so casual. Now they're just getting back in their car and driving away. Because it's Chicago. And then for something that's a tad more exciting. This poor man. Oh my god, she's in the front seat.
It's a naked crackhead in the car.
That is a naked crackhead rolling around the street and then climbing the river. Oh my god! I didn't even see that part. Holy crap!
The Purge taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up.
When a man attending a wedding in Kenya decided to hitch a ride on a departing helicopter, video posted to social media shows the thrill-seeking father of two begging to be let on board the chopper, being ushered away by a security guard, only to return and grab hold as it took off. Now, remarkably, he survived, the pilot noticing just in time and landing safely in a nearby field.
That guy must have dropped like 50 feet. He was messed up so bad. They just sold 1 million of these. It's just a regular prop plane.
R&B vibes on deck.
Oh man, it's so cool.
But don't forget, I'm bringing humor. I'm bringing the sound. This case got us all spinning round. Can't be with the truth. It's hard to ignore. Like waiting for the next chapter. Oh shit. It's hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
You know, honey, it's really nice coming home to a slender wife again.
Thank you, weight loss clinic.
There is just absolutely no way that lady was thinking anything but this mother. It's so nice coming home to a slender wife again. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? If you just joined us, I'm Kane B. I'll be your host, and everybody in the chat has been a fan for a month or more. I appreciate you. And Tamara made a very nice contribution. Thank you so much to the road to Idaho. And so here we go. And yeah, if you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe and do all that stuff. All right, so let's get right into some of the news real quick. I have a story before we get over to my favorite man JJ over there, and Echo's going to be with us, and also Jenn. Let me close this out. That's almost as good as that HR video over there at Outcast.
You know, honey, it's really nice coming home to a slender wife again.
Look at her face.
Thank you, Weight Loss Clinic.
She just pauses like, thank you, Weight Loss Clinic. Now, the weight loss clinic, they're famous for medically induced weight loss. Alright, so here is that. Let's see now. I don't see anybody back there yet. But the links have been given. And here we are. We all know what you look like. Alright, so let's see here. My favorite newsy thing. So this is a story that Mommy Ball brought up a few days back. And today's news. And it's going to be an ongoing thing for sure. Alright, so let me switch over. Window here. Window there. I see a Mr. JJ on the screen.
Is this the Purge? Are we purging?
I'm not Persian. Like a rug, you mean?
Purging?
I could be. How cool is OBS now?
I like it. I like it, friend. How you doing today, sir? Kane, greetings.
Doing well, thank you. Yeah, nice to have you here.
This edition of the Purge is brought to you by more chocolate paydays and some more delicious.
I went healthy and I bought a K-bar.
And well, I'm bringing in the type 2 diabetes element to the show then.
All right, I do have a Joey. I have a Prime, which is probably going to give me a heart attack, and then I have some Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Now it doesn't have that Nespresso flavor. When I tried to force the Nespresso into my Keurig and almost broke it, just enough got into the system that it put that flavor in there, and it was yeah, in there.
You have some unconventional tactics there, Kane, but I like your style. I do. Unfortunately, I just wanted to pop in to make sure I said hello and to all the Purgers as well. I have to unfortunately depart here for about an hour. I shall return.
Okay, that sounds. Hey, while you're here, real quick, let me find out if I can get rid of you.
Let's try that. Many have tried. Almost all have failed.
Let's see here. Hold on. I think I can do it. Browser. It should say Muse. Let me try a new window. Hold on one second, please. I just wanted to see if we can hear you. We can still hear you now. And
can you hear me now?
Do this. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah, I don't know if any of you saw my my community post where I had the Japanese girls singing that song, and I told you that you can mute your way through anything. Look at that. We have... Okay, so... Can we still hear you, JJ?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
That's wild. Look at that. So I can present now. I can do the Muse with you here live if you wanted to. But you guys obviously have an obligation. That's fine. We'll still be going an hour. I'm going to go until about 6 o'clock. We got a Miss Potts show. We're going to enjoy it. I think she's at work, unfortunately. She hasn't joined us.
Oh, you're in at 6. Okay, well, I'll definitely be back, but yeah, I'll probably won't be till about 5 o'clock.
6. I say 6. It could go 6:30. Thank you, Heather. My producer says I have to let you go. But as soon as Jenn and Echoes get here, I brought in Echoes as a cushion guest, just in case you were obligated on something. And you have a show tonight? No, you don't. Are you doing Operation or Occult Rejects tonight now?
Yeah, there's an Occult Reject show. It's kind of an unorthodox time because we're doing an interview with Dr. Greg Little. He's the Mound Doctor. He's written a number of books on mounds.
What about the Almond Joy? Is that the sequel?
I'm actually not a fan of coconuts or almonds, so I'm going to go with down on both those. Again, brought to you today here at the Purge by Chocolate Payday, not Mounds nor Almond Joys.
The Payday has way more nuts than Snickers. I'll tell you that.
Snickers can't fuck around with some Chocolate Paydays. That's all I'm saying. I used to be a big Snickers fan, and then I switched to the Chocolate Payday. Never looked back.
I'll tell you what, but you might want to bring you back to the Snickers camp. They have a Snickers frozen ice cream bar that is out of this world. And I don't usually like that crappy good humor ice cream level stuff. But this one, when you're working and you have to grab one out of the freezer every day, they are invaluable. So,
well, now you're talking my language, friend. That's a whole different environment than the actual regular Snickers. Snickers ice cream bars, it's not even comparable.
Yeah. I think Mars, what was the first, Milky Way was the first candy bar. And so all Snickers really
Twix.
did.
I like the Twix.
Well, it's the only candy with the. Oh, now you're talking my language. We're gonna have to get together and do a.
You got ice cream, you got cookie, you got chocolate. Dude, what else are you looking for in it these days?
All I can think of is Costanza whenever I'm eating that damn Twix bar. It's the only candy with the cookie crunch.
I love that episode, the cookie bar lineup.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones is the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. When the PE coach retires and he's sitting on the steps, can't stand ya, can't stand ya.
Right. As an old bum.
Yeah. Hello, Tarok.
All right, sir, well, I got to pop smoke here, go the way of Houdini and Vanus, but I will definitely return. And looking forward to the Purge with the rest of the Purgers here. And Kane, I appreciate the invite as always, sir, and I'll definitely join you here in a bit.
Sounds good. I'll have to send Jen her third link now today. Jen, the email didn't go away.
Yeah, I say Jen's always got some good nuggets of information. We've been back and forth on a couple topics as of late. So
good. Oh, good. Well, then I'll actually look forward to it this time. Then we'll see you in just a little bit, my friend. Have a good afternoon. We'll see you in a bit.
Enjoy the Purge.
Thank you, sir. JJ Vance, everyone. And so we're going modern. We've gotten a little more technical. All my little upgrades have paid off here. And this is, let me get on the Muse. And onto the Muse. Beep, 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 beep. The first thing I want to say, and hold on, let me hide this so Trish doesn't have a heart attack. Here, hold on. Now, the first thing I have to do when I get technical is hide it. But here, let me send this to Jen so she can join us. And let's see what I got. Emails. I'm reading my emails right now. Emails. That would be a good, like, Jay Leno type of segment. Emails. No? Am I the only one that hears that? Okay, and you're really... Okay. Let me see. Jen, and link. Okay. I'm sending it separate so it'll be its own little... What'd you get, a like flurry of emails or something? You couldn't find it? Okay, I'm just picking it. Jeff H. wanted to debate you today. And, okay. So she's done all the necessary things, I imagine. I haven't seen Trish. I saw Trish earlier. Does anybody remember? Sky Blue, don't judge me. Don't. The first thing I wanted to talk about is let's remember to go over to Rumble and sign up for that, please. Yeah, the white chocolate is not actually chocolate. It's like the fat that's left over from chocolate, like me. And, all right, so anyway, here we have Rumble. Please find Kane Bees the Purge and Operation GCD podcast. Okay, click on in whenever you want. We can present the news together. That's why I always have to put the news off till later. When I had JJ on, but now I figured out how to do it. Well, I told him he's a hard-headed son of a bitch, and he's getting paid by Paramount or somebody to go. Who else would tolerate so many different abuses that he puts up with to have these ridiculous theories? They're ridiculous. I don't know too many people in here in YouTube's that like the let me put the window. That would work. Okay. The police in Moscow, anyway, that are in this community. Guilter or not, I don't know. I guess there's some guilters. Okay, so please join the Rumble. We're up to 16, so thank you if you've already joined. I appreciate it. And I'm gonna have to move back. Sorry. Okay, so today in Muse, beep 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 beep. beep. I want to have a. I should have had something. This is the first one. Like I said, Mommy Ball was talking about this last week, and it has some Kane B's The Purge connection, just like that murder over there on Flushing Avenue in Clearwater. And I'll tell you what that is in just a second here. I'm not going to play the videos. These videos, it's all good. So I will show you what this bottle looks like. I want this bottle. But anyway, so this is the bridge, and I just drove. If you see that bridge, can you see my finger? Do you see this bridge back here? That's the Sand Key Bridge. And hi there, Colder Coverage here, Idaho's. Nice to see you. This is the Sand Key Bridge. This general area where I'm not pointing at this bridge, I'm pointing at the city part behind it, is where I was when I did my little pop-up live driving. And this is the bridge that I drove over behind it. Now this bridge is Clearwater Beach Bridge. Okay, and it used to be one of those drawbridge where if you had the fancy sailboat, but obviously that got to be so much. So they built this Memorial Causeway, and it's very nice. And on this side is the Scientologist here, and on this side is the beach, which is not owned by Scientology. The beach has more or less, for the most part, stayed Scientology free for some reason. Some of the smaller hotels, I think, might have gotten bought up, and they just sit empty. They just sit empty. It's weird. So I'm going on a tangent. Anyway, so that was the bridge I did the pop-up live. Hulk Hogan's house is like over here, I was saying, and all that. And then they go to Bel Air. So this little pass right here, at dusk, I guess, okay, over here there's like a little concert venue. It's called The Sound, which is the stupidest name. And who puts an outdoor concert venue in the middle of Clearwater, Florida? Who's going to go? Anyway, so the ferry, they call it a ferry, and I was telling Trish, I'm like, no, it was a pontoon boat, and it was to ferry you, I guess, from Clearwater to Clearwater Beach, which it's a 3-minute bridge. I don't know why they need a ferry, but it's a freaking pontoon boat. A ferry carries cars. It's big, double-decker. You guys have seen the movies. Anyway, so the ferry had all these people on it, and they were running with no lights, allegedly. Now, of course, you're going to have 3 stories to any side. And you have boater Ryan Smith, also known as Tug, said he has 2 boats and fishes 4 to 5 days a week. In the sworn statement stated that 10 days earlier on a Thursday, Friday, he had finished fishing by Clearwater Marine Hospital. Smith said in the statement shortly after dark, he approached the ferry, but he thought the ferry was building in the distance because there were no stern lights. Damn, someone is going to run up the ass end of this boat and get killed. That's his quote. I love it. Smith slowed down and passed the ferry on the port side, and he continued to the Seminole boat ramp. The statement said until this incident, he had never heard of Jeff Knight. Thank you for joining. You know, that is one thing I want to address. I have a lot of more than 3-month, 4-month members, and I only have the icons. So I'm going to make you a special icon, Leslie and Billy, for the 4-month and the 5 months and all that. Jeff Knight. Remember that name. Okay, so passengers on board the boat that struck the Clearwater Ferry also wrote sworn letters detailing their experience that night. No charges have been filed in connection to the ferry crash. Jeff Knight, the owner of Janus Landing, stepped down from the management team. From the sworn witness statements already in our possession, as well as the video evidence, there is consistent... Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate it. I'm going to finish that song. I love the beginning. I'm glad you finally heard the beginning. I don't know, Jen. I don't know. From the sworn witness statements already in your possession, as well as the video evidence, there is a consistent and credible evidence that no stern light was visible at the time of the incident. Now, what happened was he had one of these big fancy speedboats. Hi, Trish. Let me turn your thing off. Hold on. Can you hear me, Trish? Do you have headphones on? You have to listen through the place you came in on. You have to mute YouTube, hon. So thank you. There's a little delay there, of course. And thank you, Leslie and Bill. You are always a pleasure to have here. I appreciate you being here.
Hang on, somebody's at my door. 1 second. Of course.
Well, we can hear her.
Hang on, somebody's at my door. Hang on 1 second.
Take your time. I'm reading the news. It's no big deal. Alright, let's see now. Okay, I guess the browser... Where'd the window go? Oh, I don't have it up. Dirt. Okay. So there we go. Okay, and anyway, there's one picture I do want you to see here coming up in a second. So what happened was the ferry, we got to hear this, right? She's got a lot going on today.
Whoa. Okay. Sorry.
Hey, Woman Power
101.
101.
Nobody comes up except when I'm doing something.
We're very all on the edge of our seat. Have you heard anything about the hearing today, Trish? You have to use headphones, hon.
I'm back.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I just wasn't.
All right. You can hear me okay? Without the delay? Thank you,
No.
Molly Ball.
I figured it was about, well, I actually thought it was about the alternate suspect thing, but it may be about the jury stuff. Yeah, I'm good. Why is this lagging?
Because you need to mute YouTube and listen to it through the portal you came in on. With headphones.
Can I hear you through this? Yeah.
Yeah, you should hear me. We actually worked this out ahead of time, guys.
Okay, yeah. I had the wrong thing up. Sorry. Hang
That's
on.
okay.
I'm an idiot.
Heather would say that I'm an idiot, I'm sure. If Jeff H wants to get up and argue about it. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm good now. I just had the wrong thing. I was looking at YouTube instead of this thing. I'm an idiot.
Do you have headphones or no?
No, I don't have headphones. I don't need no damn headphones. I can hear.
Fair enough. All right.
Who is texting me?
That's not me. Okay, so I was talking about the Clearwater Ferry accident, and I was showing the bridge where it happened, and they have the video doesn't even show the ferry, but yeah, there's an echo. Is why I'm asking if you have headphones though.
I don't hear an echo. And my YouTube's off.
I know Anyway, okay, you don't have headphones though.
Hang on, no, but I have my speaker. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Hold what you got.
I always am. All right. So anyway, yeah. No, that's what you don't have headphones.
What is that thing doing? Going dead? Probably. Okay. Now we're good. Now I can hear you good.
Okay.
I just had to fix my speakerphone thing. I thought it was already on speakerphone. The stupid thing.
What is that noise? What is that noise? Hold on. Yeah, no, that you can't turn that off. What is going on? She's in the celestial twilight right now. Whatever that is, Trish, you got to turn it off. It's feeding back. It's feeding back through your microphone. You have to use headphones, huh? Can you guys hear that? We're waiting for some kind of documents to drop. We're gonna read some documents from Miss Pot's gonna read. Oh my gosh, it's literally like chaos is happening, Trish. Oh my God, you're killing me, girl. You got to turn that off. You need. Do you? No. There. That's you. Yeah, but we still hear echo. Every time I talk, I hear myself. Hold on. You need headphones.
You need headphones.
I thought you had headphones.
I thought you had headphones.
No, I don't have fucking headphones. What do I need?
How do you not have headphones?
How do you not have headphones?
Because I don't use headphones.
You must have a pair
I'm
somewhere.
on my
You must have a pair somewhere.
I'm on my phone.
Okay, well.
Okay, well.
Let me.
Wait a damn minute.
Let me.
That sounds
Jesus
better.
Christ.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? You hear me now? Okay. Let's talk, Trish. Let's talk before I finish let me finish the fairy thing. So this is let's notice two things about this article. Seminole boater shares
Is it still doing that?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Maybe you could find some headphones. There's okay. Anyway, I'll go to the next article. Thanks for being here, Trish. I'm sorry. So this is the boat. This is the ferry. And you can clearly see it's a pontoon boat. It does have lights on the boat itself. It looks to me like it doesn't have maybe navigation lights. So I don't know how they're operating a boat like this as a business. It reminds me of the submarine that went down to the Titanic, right? It's that level of stupid. So the backstory, Jeff Knight was the operator of the recreational boat that crashed into Clarida Ferry near the Memorial Causeway on April 27th. Unfortunately, Palm Harbor father of two, Jose Castro, passed, and 10 people were really seriously injured. Because this boat, they're flying. I mean, there's no beacon markers or anything like that. You know that it's the pass. You can open it up. So if you can imagine one of these big boats just roll and crush you. And he, like I said, he was there for a minute, and then he took off, and he went 3 miles away. And so this is where the controversy is coming from. And so Jeff Knight was the guy driving the speedboat over the ferry, right? And so he goes, and he I guess he didn't even make a mayday call for his boat. He didn't make a mayday call. The only mayday call that there was recorded is for this boat right here. Okay, and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission said more than 40 people were on board the Clearwater Ferry at the time of the crash, and 6 people were on board the 37-foot recreational boat. Now, this is where it gets down to it. You can see this guy, I mean, he went over the roof. Thankfully, I don't know how it transpired. There's a little video of it, and it's like tiny. You can't. It just looks like 2 boats in the night, you know. And anyway, so here's the people on the boat are saying that he was drunk and it was his fault. The people on the ferry, you know, and then the people on the boat wrote letters in support of him. But anyway, the connection is Jeff Knight is this millionaire guy that lives here in Clearwater or whatever. And I used to work for him. He has this thing called Knight Cable, which before it was Spectrum, it was Bright House, and they were like a contractor. I guess, and the office I worked at closed. No fault of my own, I swear. And they offered me a job to move to Orlando because they still were doing. I don't know if they're still doing Orlando, but that's the Kane B. Anyway, all right, there it is. Good. So this happened. Clearwater man arrested after high-speed crash in Largo. And he wrecked his Audi, this 55-year-old guy, Austin. A Clearwater man was arrested following a crash that occurred at approximately 8:30 on Friday when I was driving on West Bay Drive at 11th Street Southwest. Guess where that is? Remember the camera thing where I pulled over and the guy was talking smack to me and the lights and all? This was the crash. I was 1 block over from this crash. Remember how they blocked? If you watched my pop-up live, this is the crash. And he was going at a high rate of speed. And there he is. That's the guy. He wrecked his Audi, you know, and I tell you, these people, they drive nuts. And this guy, he had an alcohol level of 0.319. It's 4 times the limit. Alright. Yeah, we were pretty close to that one, you guys. Okay, so I just had a time jump again. That was wild. Did anybody else see that? The other day, I was talking before I was talking. I heard it myself back before I said, okay. Florida police officer explains. It was because Trish was coming back. Okay, hi Trish. She's not acknowledging me. Trish! Hello? Can you hear me?
Is it echoing still?
Yes. You need headphones, darling.
Oh.
Unless you want to put the speaker...
Is it echoing?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Look, Heather loves it when the show falls apart. It's her most entertaining moment of the day.
It's your shit. It's not mine.
It is, yeah. It's my fault. I'll take full credit for it. Anyway, is she really gonna put the speaker ramp to her ear? Nope. In the tradition of Trish, she hung up on me. Okay, so I was talking to my old employee friend the other day. I might go end up back working with her, but I was like, "What are these stupid ducks on the dashboards of every Jeep?" And she paused for a minute. I'm like, I'm not going to Google this. You know, what's up, podcast? I was like, you know, just felt like asking the question because I see them on every Jeep. And So she paused and she says, "It's a Jeep thing." And I would never hit a woman. Okay, so Florida police officer explains why Jeep Wrangler ducks lead to tickets. Every Jeep Wrangler owner wants to get ducked. However, too many rubber ducks on your dashboard might be a problem. Having a duck on your dashboard isn't illegal. However, having too many rubber ducks can lead to problems and you know where this is going. If they obstruct your view, they can be but it sounds ridiculous. But these people, hey, what's up, Kim? They have these giant ducks, and they're all the way across the dashboard on these Jeeps. Thanks for being here, Trish. So this is another one, and of course it's News Channel 8, so I'm not going to play it, but this is one of those, and I've been meaning to bring it up with JJ, as far as these general blanket laws, and this one's called Stand Your Ground. If you've never heard of it here in Florida, if someone is attacking you, it gives you the right, anyway, to use a firearm. And so this guy is a former prosecuting attorney here in Pinellas County, and he got in before they opened up the new Howard Franklin. I'm going to drive over the Howard Franklin and the Gandy one of these days on a pop-up. You'll see. Anyway, so he stabbed somebody. And so they're now invoking the Stand Your Ground law, which is one of these dumb laws. It's like, yeah, okay, you can use a gun, and now it makes it so that anybody, and there's all kinds of videos of people just pulling a gun out and shooting people, and they try to use Stand Your Ground. So anyway, that was interesting. Hey. Oh, Trish, hi.
Is this better?
They don't call you Echoes of Clarity for nothing.
It better not be if it's fucking echoing. It is not my stuff because I'm on my computer, damn it.
Sweetheart, you need headphones because the speaker sound goes to the microphone. Do you understand?
Why does the speaker go to the microphone?
Because the sound is in the air and the microphone picks up
well, I can turn that down. Is that better?
Yeah, but you won't be able to hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I didn't have headphones last time, damn it.
You're not angry or anything, are you, Trish?
I mean, this is fucking stupid.
Oh, anyway, all right, I finished that article. We just wanted Trish to get. I was looking at this RV. You see this RV on the screen there, Trish?
I bet you I'm not echoing now because my speaker's all the way down. So whatever the fuck you're saying, I can't hear you.
That's the show, everybody. Thanks for coming. It's not just YouTube. She needs anyway. All right. You don't have any earbuds or anything like that, Trish? We're gonna have to send you out.
No, I don't wear fucking earbuds.
Okay, they sell them at the Dollar Tree. You can get them little ear.
I'm gonna knock this fucker out today.
Not me. Don't do it. Oh my god. Alright.
I've got headphones some fucking where. Just hang on.
Alright. Click out and come back in, okay? Thank you. Alright. And so look at this RV. I was trying to figure out if this second story is just a pop-up, because look at, they have it all furnished and decorated and shit. I was like, I can understand. This is probably the air conditioning unit I don't know. It looks like that would be probable. But look at, you could not drive through Burger King in this damn RV. There is just no way. Alright. It sure looks nice, though. Look at the front of it. It's got these kind of convex windows and stuff. I don't know. And then you got your potty back here, I guess. You got a 2-story potty. Why you have a door on the second floor? That's what I can't figure out. So how... you can't even go through most freeways, I think, in the United States with that. Alright.
So what is this car?
It is a private vehicle.
Okay, why does it look like a patrol car?
Because it used to be one.
Okay.
That's not a crime.
I understand it's not a crime, but it is a crime to have a light bar with certain colors. That's why I had to turn your overhead on.
Yeah, there's no red and blues.
So
they were pulled out of the push bar too.
I'm sorry, what?
They were pulled out of the push bar too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so who did you buy the car from? Why does it still have like a cage and everything in the back?
Because I do security and I've got a dog.
Okay. And so what's your purpose of having a light bar on the top?
I do security as well. I'm waiting on amber lights.
So whoever you bought the car for left everything in there, or did you equip this car with it all?
No, it came like that from Oberlin Police.
From where?
Oberlin Police in Ohio. They even left some crayons in here. You want some crayons?
I'm sorry?
They left some crayons. You want some crayons?
There's no reason for you to be a smartass with me, sir.
I've been trying to get rid of them. I'm serious. You want some crayons? You got kids?
So what if...
Just when you thought that clip was going nowhere, right? That was for Heather Fitzgerald. Okay, let's see here. She's made a point of telling me that she's not my girlfriend. I don't know why. I didn't ask her out. I just said I wanted to discuss. Okay, so anyway, this one is another psycho cop, right? Here we go.
Blue! Wake up, man.
Body cam footage you are about to see has never been seen publicly and caused the feds to indict a West Virginia police officer. When that went to a criminal trial, the jury who saw it found the officer not guilty.
Sheriff's Department, man, wake up. Don't be swinging or I'm gonna put you in handcuffs.
This incident occurred in Monongalia County, West Virginia. Deputy Lance Carezza and 6 other police officers responded to a disturbance at the Residence Inn Hotel on January 20th, 2018. An investigation at the scene determined none of the suspects broke laws or would be arrested, but hotel management asked that they be escorted from the property.
But if we don't have any probable cause for an arrest, you guys be packing your stuff. We'll be waiting for you. And you're going to be escorting off the property.
As the group exited the floor, Carezza ordered one of the guests to open the door to a nearby room where he found the man sleeping. Carezza then allegedly began to shake the man and hit his feet to wake him up. When the guest explained he was sleeping, Carezza threw him off the bed and beat him. As the contact escalated, Carezza restrained the guest as the 6 other officers were in the room. Carezza battered and used pepper spray on the victim while the victim was handcuffed.
You want the solution? Give me the solution. There's the solution. Do you like that solution? I got that problem solver, man. I got that problem solver, huh? It's caliente, man. I didn't know anybody wanted. Mucho caliente. Now, could you calm down so I can fix my tie, sir? I look a mess. I'm all disheveled. Stop, boy! Stop! Boy! We do this all night, man. Do this all night long. Stop stepping on me!
This guy appears to be a complete psychopath.
You awake? Rise and shine. Sit. Yes, sir. Believe it or not, this has been me calm, man. Yes, sir. Even when I was hitting you and shit, that was me calm. I will absolutely annihilate you, Winston. Yes, sir. There's not gonna be anything left, man. Like, I will lose my shit in here. Sorry, sir. Yeah, man, you need to watch it, Winston. You need to watch it, because you've been real shitty with me. If you step at me like that again, I'm gonna you up, Winston. You understand me? Yes, sir. I'll never do it again, sir. Push your sleeves up.
Do you know what happened with the criminal charges afterwards? The prosecutor's office, on their own, unsolicited, boom, dismissed all the charges. There also was a civil lawsuit, and it settled for like $175,000. Yet he is still working as a police officer.
Yeah, yeah, so that poor guy was a part of a group, I guess. I don't know. It sounds like the group was supposedly getting kicked out of the hotel, and that guy was sleeping through it. And then, anyway, so that's not a hell of a way to wake up. Anyway, he's sleeping, and then he pepper sprays him. The guy's like, what's going on, you know? All right, so Outcast, how you doing? Welcome in, man. You know, I did leave a message in your chat, and from what I understand, there was some words exchanged. If we could just squash this whole thing right now, and Jen feels like there's an apology owed. So if you want to do that, man, I appreciate it. Let's just ride things out, and everything will be cool. All right. So Jen, is the Lincoln working for you yet? Can we get her up here? Somebody's going to work out today. I know it. It's going to happen. All right. So anyway, hopefully it's not my email. Okay. This was the Phoenix Energy thing that I was talking about with JJ. And so I wonder, you know, they use these symbols over and over and over. You even saw Jack Black was wearing a Phoenix t-shirt. This is how they find each other, right? And so I don't know if this could possibly be related with the Phoenix University or not. This is a major ad campaign. It keeps popping up in my feed here, and I don't know if it's related to the Hadron Collider thing, you know, and maybe that is the reason for access, or trying to access to own the school and all the nefarious stuff there. So I want to bring it up again. This is great. This is right here in Tampa Bay, and this is another one of those channels they don't want you to watch their content. What's up, Willie? How you doing? If you want to come up, let me know. Jeff H is here to argue with you. So in St. Pete Beach, Florida, a Kentucky man who won a $167 million prize earlier this week has been arrested after he allegedly kicked a deputy in the face that was trying to break up a fight. You're gonna win $167 million, and then you kick a deputy in the face. It's only in Pinellas County in Ohio, folks, and Moscow. According to arrest affidavit, Farthing had gotten into an argument with a man at the resort before striking him in the face with a closed fist. Court documents said a deputy tried to break up the fight, but Farthing kicked the officer in the face. The deputy then told Farthing to put his hands behind his back, which Farthing refused and did to do, and tried to run out of the hotel. Where was he going? There's only one way on and one way off to Clear Beach, really. Well, two. And it's like 15-mile-an-hour traffic in most spots. Oh, man. Farthing and his mother spoke to news outlets when they won the jackpot earlier this week. I've caused a lot of stress on her, you know. I've made some bad decisions in life. And, you know, God's been good since I've kept my faith and done right, he told reporters. Farthing's girlfriend, Jacqueline Fightmaster. You can't write it, dude. Fightmaster was also arrested after she was trying to fight the other patrons at the bar, according to an arrest report. She appeared very drunk and was yelling, screaming, and making incoherent statements. Deputies also said the hotel staff wants to press charges. Fightmaster is now facing a disorderly intoxication charge. Farthing is now facing battery on a law enforcement officer. So that's a hell of a way to start your Powerball win right there, right? So this is Heather, I think. DA gives 11 high schoolers involved in extreme hazing of lacrosse players 48 hours to surrender or face kidnapping charges. At least 11 high school students in Syracuse, New York, have 48 hours to turn themselves in or face felony charges of kidnapping for their alleged involvement in victimizing. Let me see if Willie answered. Gravedigger Willie. Yeah, let me know if you want to come up. The incident took place last Thursday evening when a group of West Hill High School students, who are not being named due to their age, decided they were going to haze or play some kind of prank on younger members of the school's lacrosse team. Onondaga County District Attorney William Fitzpatrick said on a Tuesday news conference, the remainder of the varsity boys lacrosse season has been canceled. West Hill Central High School District Superintendent, while the majority of the team was not involved in the incident. So, among the victims identified, one student was taken to a remote area in the county where people appeared from the woods. Now, isn't this terrifying? Dressed in black and armed with what appeared to be at least one handgun and at least one knife. This is a prank. I think Steve G was behind this one. That group put a pillowcase over the student's head, then tied him up, threw him in a trunk of a car before he was left in a wooded area in the southern part of the county. He was eventually returned home. There was a period of time when he thought he was going to be abandoned in the middle of nowhere, Fitzpatrick said. You can hear that some of the individuals found it amusing, referencing a videotape. I've seen the videotape of what happened to this young man. It is not a rite of passage. It is not a trivial matter. I don't know how long this young man will be affected by what happened to him. The driver of the vehicle, which purported to be lost in a remote part of the county before accomplices jumped out of the woods pretending to be kidnappers, he said. The decision on whether to press charges has been removed from the young people victimized in the case and their parents. Oh, so they're not going to press charges. Who are they connected? And you know, it's athletics. It's athletics or fraternities, right? They don't have bail. No names released. And now it's dipped into the high school. Dead air. Dead air. Here, this is the one. The time needed to conduct a thorough and accurate investigation in an effort to get things right hopefully doesn't get misconstrued as the district doing nothing. Oh. All on videotape. This is kind of cool. What's that? Oh, there's Cincinnati for you. Cincinnati police fatally shot an armed 18-year-old the next day. His father killed a sheriff's deputy. Keeping it in the family. Let's see. All right, let's get to the next one. I just, you know, it's so Timmy Reed right there. All right, we're gonna get to that one here. Let me move that over. We'll do that in a minute. And let's see here. So I checked to the old faithful there to see, and last I checked, there was no new documents, no information yet. We're waiting to see. As far as that goes, and we'll play Jenn.
Procrastination was ruining my life. No matter how hard I tried.
You know, I had paused 3 times. Rumble, you only have to hit it once. So let me refresh the page. And we'll take a look and see. And Miss Potts has only gotten up to where she left off. But her show yesterday is very interesting, so this is nothing. You should see what it takes for me to do those reels that I do. This is a drop in the bucket. All right, so there's more stories. Hang on. Muse. Oh, interesting. Okay. This one is Fox News, and there is, if you're not familiar with the Real ID system, Jen, the link is in your email. It's the same thing. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Mommy. This is a comedy of errors today. I just have to laugh. If you're not familiar with the Real ID, you have to have a Starr on your license. So if you haven't renewed your license in a while, I hit pause twice on this. You won't be able to travel within the United States without it. Just another heads up on that one. I'm going to close this because it's driving me nuts. Okay. This one was better than the Clearwater Ferry one. Not better, but it's... I don't know if this picture that I want you to feel sorry for these people about to go down with the yacht. But 32 people were rescued after a yacht party ended in disaster, with the $4.5 million vessel sinking off the coast of Miami Beach. Pictures had showed that the Lamborghini boat, Sundeck, filled with a group of influencers during the Formula One weekend in the city. But on Saturday afternoon, the 63-foot vessel started taking on water near Monument Island, a popular island in Biscayne Bay. Footage from the yacht showed female passengers. Yeah, they have insurance on a Lamborghini, you better. I don't know. I think owning that boat would be either your best day as a boat owner. You know, they say the day you buy it and the day you sell it are the best days. You had that boat, as long as you can afford to keep it up. The stranded passengers were taken. So you had a bunch of influencers on a yacht sinking. You know, how many people were going live right there, right? Footage of the yacht showed female passengers being passed orange life vests before the rescue teams arrived. Everyone went to the top of the boat, and then we realized half the boat was in the water. Officials have not yet confirmed what caused the boat to start sinking. You can only imagine. That is a really, really... And I think I played a video of the Lamborghini boats the other day. What's Jen? You have to click on the word link. Oh my gosh. There's 2 emails here. There it is. Okay. Alright. Oh, maybe I did. You're right, Jen. I'm an idiot. Okay. Let me hide this really quick. So Trish doesn't have another heart attack. That's the show. Thank you. Tony's here. Okay, let's see here. Where are we going with all this? I was calling her out on it. And then I didn't smoke anything. Stop it. This is all conjecture. Oh man, this is not happening. Alright, she's gonna get up here and rip me a new one. I'm sure of that. Okay, well, let's get back to the Muse. Let me get off the thing. And ironically, I was going to play a video by her. Hold on, let's see why I can't window capture. Here we go. Okay, so there's the yacht. Okay. I don't mind the echo. Okay, we'll get to that one. So, alright, somebody posted a link I know Heather posted one. Oops. All right, I know Heather posted one. Let me see if I can get back to what those links were. That was Mommy Ball with Rumble. Thank you very much, Mommy Ball. What is this, Jen? Heather, Jen. Hold on. Let me vet it first. You never trust your own producer, right? Let's see here. Oop. Where'd it go? It jumped. It jumped away. It jumped. I didn't do it. Let me see. Oh, this. I saw this post. I didn't have a chance to read it yet. Let me see if I can blow it up for us to be able to see this here.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good now.
Let me turn your echo off. Hold on. 1 second. Sec. There you go. Okay. Thanks for coming. Oh, no camera today, huh? Okay. You didn't do your hair? I didn't do mine either today.
I didn't do my bushy eyebrows.
Is it a unibrow?
Only on the weekends.
You don't have headphones either, do you? Oh, no, it's gone. Okay, it worked for you. Yay.
It was on your side.
No, not with her. It was her side, but with you, it's gone.
Yeah,
I took care of it. Don't be stroking my eyebrows. Yeah, it's a setting there. That's the only. That's why I was hoping that people. But then again, never mind. Yeah, you don't want to stay with the link because then I could spy on you, changing your bra and panties. Okay, so welcome in, Jen. How are you today? I was gonna play your video there.
Okay.
But now that I have you to myself, let's read this thing from Heather Fitzgerald, and I'm going to zoom it up. Did you have a chance to look at this?
No.
Okay. So it's...
Alright, so I'm going to mute you so I can unmute YouTube.
If you have to.
Otherwise there's going to be an echo.
Alright. And so the Data Analytical Services Program, formerly known as the Hemisphere Project, is the largest telephone record collection program reported to date. DES has largely funded through the White House. And so this says, and 100% has Brian Koberger's time in advance records. At the end of the day, 2025 will be the year of Cyre. Okay, so no judicial oversight through DAS. Law enforcement agencies request vast amounts of phone records merely with administrative or grand jury subpoenas, neither of which require a judge to view before whatever's. Beep, beep, beep. And can get the time in advance. She's an officer of the court. Her signature on such a subpoena is all that is needed. Lewiston. So there it is. Okay, great job, Heather. Thank you very much for that. Really cool. That will be... So I guess in the hearing today, we're talking about the ASD, or what are the seal... Somebody told me. I forgot. I'm waiting for Willie to pop up because I know he's going to be like, okay, you've been driving. What's this one, Jen? Okay. Let's see what we got here. We'll go through the art. We'll finish up the muse today. Is she tricking me? Are you cloning me, Jen? What is this? What do we got here? What am I playing, Jen?
It was just a little segment from Banfield about the Vallow case, how the LDS Church was basically like banning members from like cooperating, basically. So considering it's the same county, right? The two cases are in the same county. I just thought it was interesting.
Okay, let's check it out.
It kind of tells you what the jury pool is going to be like, you know?
Interesting. All right, I'm very interested to see this now.
Neighbor showed me the app. It helped me save on my kids' allergy pills.
Good or X? As Lori Vallow's got a jury, 12 of them, 6 alternates, and the openings begin on Monday. And the story they are going to be told is, you can't write it for Hollywood. Let's put it that way. It's zombies and possessed and kids being killed because of it, and husbands, and I would need 5 hours. I don't have that. What I do have is one big issue, and that is that jury going to be comprised of a lot of Mormons? FLDS members, LDS members, I don't know. Because East Idaho has a lot of them. In fact, Idaho, well, a quarter of the population is Latter-day Saints, Mormons. And we don't know, because every time they were asked about the religion, the judge shut off the microphone. So the reporters have no idea who's religious on that panel, who isn't. And the only reason I'm so frustrated about it is because it matters, because the church sent everybody a letter saying that they weren't allowed to help in the investigation. Prosecutors, the state, anybody, police. Let me read it for you. This one is a real humdinger, let me tell you. Back in 2020, this came out from the church leaders injecting themselves into this, saying, we remind leaders and members of a long-standing policy that church leaders should not involve themselves in civil or criminal cases regarding members in their units, quorums, or organizations without first consulting with church legal counsel. However well-intentioned, church leaders sharing information in legal proceedings can sometimes be misinterpreted and even damaging. Following the church's policy also keeps the church from being inappropriately implicated in legal matters. Are you kidding me? You got to call your church before you can answer the police and their questions? Well, understandably, like Lori Vallow's lawyer was really mad. This is what they called it a code of silence. This was the response that Lori's defense attorney gave. The LDS Church has told approximately 26% of the residents of the state of Idaho to contact church legal counsel to enter into a code of silence and to only discuss their potential knowledge of this case and any other civil or criminal case after filtering said knowledge through the lens that is the LDS Church. These LDS residents make up possibly jury pool members, witnesses, judges, prosecutors, police officers, detectives, deputies, police chiefs, captains, and other elected and non-elected officials throughout the state of Idaho. Holy Dinah, what a mess. And we weren't allowed to hear what they were asking during jury selection because the mic was turned off. Not good. Secret justice. Give me a break. Thank you for watching. Go.
Jen? You still with us? Where you at? Hello. Hello, Jen. Are you in there? Welcome in, Clifton, man. How you doing? Nice to see you today.
I'm sorry. I had to mute and unmute and go to a different window. So, I just thought that was really interesting. What do you think?
I can't wait for JJ to get a hold of it.
Yeah, I sent it to him already on Twitter. I don't know if he watched it or not. But think about it. If there is, let's just say, a prosecutor or whatever, and a judge that are in the same church, would they, how would that affect any kind of sanctions or orders? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, it shows you the power the church has in Idaho.
Right.
And they're not the only ones doing it. It's a frat thing also, a sorority thing also, and
what if you have both of those? Now, what if you have your sorority sister or fraternity brother who's also part of your church? You're definitely going to keep your mouth shut.
That is
the power.
Yeah, because with the frats. Now, here the thing that's really got my goat on this. It's really grinding my gears. Is that let me put you up more here. Hold on. Is that it's a religious organization, a Christian church allegedly, or LDS, that is instructing its members not to help the police. And obviously there's an LDS church member allegedly tied to this case, but we've discussed in length all of the stuff that the power that the LDS church has. They even said themselves they can touch anybody anywhere at any time, and they have members in the alphabet organizations, all kinds of legislators. We know that for a fact. Yeah, so I don't know all the details, Clifton. Thank you for sharing that. So the 911 wasn't even called there either. This is a good one, Jen. Really well done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
For that. Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm doing
Go to
good.
newsnationnow.com
I want to point
to
out
find-
also, the Mortensen family is like one of the original pioneers, Mormon families in Idaho, according to JJ, if I remember correctly. So, I mean, the chances of this being a factor, I say, is pretty strong. There's so many weird players or potential players in this case that I feel like religion is the only thing that could kind of tie them all together. You get what I'm saying? Because there's people that you don't even think would cooperate with each other maybe, or have any connection, but the only connection they could have is a church, and church has all kinds of people. The zombie thing also, it stuck out to me because remember Joe V? He did those TikTok videos and he was calling the girls zombies because they were drunk. I was like, oh.
Mortensen seems like it could be a Mormon name. Did we find any religious background with the Mortensens?
I'm pretty sure JJ said that their the Mortensen name is a Mormon name. There's pioneers in the state, if I remember correctly.
Well, I mean, I also dated a girl, another ex-girlfriend story, that was a Mormon, and she was Sorensen, and then we had another.
Ooh.
What?
It's Sorensen, Lucifer Morningstar. That was his original
Right.
name. And also, you have Sorensen Forensics, which was where that guy, I forget his name, something with a G or something, in the transcript that was released, the unredacted one, or the redacted one. One of the experts, his last name was, I think, Witty or something with a G. I could be wrong. But he worked for Sorensen Forensics in Utah or Colorado, one of the two. I forgot.
Right. I thought that JJ investigated and found that he wasn't Mormon, but I don't know. It is I think a popular Mormon name.
Yeah,
that's a
name.
That's a good take. But I think you have the same situation with the frats and with the athletes and with the university. But yeah, what is the one really tie that binds? I wonder. Because they all intermingle. So that could go either way. Here's your video right here. Have I watched? I don't know that I've watched this yet. Let me see here.
You just couldn't change. Deadlines missed.
Yeah, okay. I did watch this, and I wanted to play it again. I don't know how many. I'm sure most of the people in the chat have already seen it. But what do you call it? This is. I don't remember seeing this in the beginning, Jen.
Which video? Not the 911 call video, right? The other
The
one?
Uncovering the Truth Part 1, which I think even Dago played it, and a bunch of people played it.
No, I think Dago played the 911 call one. But, this was an old interview from the interview room. I think it was in 2024.
From McDonough.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I saw it then. I don't remember. But, okay, so there's...
It came on again last night. I watched it. It was really boring, to be honest.
Oh, really?
There was a couple things that were said that I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, so the Dylan Mortensen's family are big time Mormon. Did I send you the word link, JJ? Or you can pop up anytime you're ready here.
JJ, he was yelling at me, telling me I was doing something wrong. Meanwhile, all he did was send the word link.
And then I pasted it in the chat, and it just said link.
He always blames me.
It's always Heather's fault. It's her dog's fault.
Where did Trisha go? She gave up?
She
rage quit?
Yeah. How did you know? This is the best show, I think, so far that we've ever done. As far as comedy goes. Yes. Alright, Heather, I will. So let me play this here, and I hope he's kicking you in the head right now. So anyway, Jen, the takeaways that I had from listening to this is the first call that they got was that, or the first report they got, Jen, are you there? Is that,
I'm letting you talk.
Is that Kaylee was shot. And then they specifically say that there was a FET overdose, right? And that's what they were told. And then no, it was a homicide, right? So
right.
We don't. Is there anything else that you took away from this? I mean, we don't need to necessarily watch the whole thing. So, I mean, it's a great video.
Not that long, is it? It just really blows my mind that you would get multiple phone calls saying something happened to your daughter, and you wouldn't go to the house. It's okay. We've already said that. But what I caught is Christy says she turned on the TV. Right? They got the phone call from the niece. Turned on the TV, and she saw the King Road house and saw Kaylee and Maddie's cars, and it said unconscious person. First of all,
right.
No news is going to report on an unconscious person. Like, that's not newsworthy. Nobody cares. Now, a homicide, and especially a quad homicide, that's newsworthy. So there's no way in hell. First of all, there's no way that early there was any news. I think the first was maybe around 3, maybe a little bit before. So, but either way, there's no way that she turned on the TV and saw King Road, the house, taped off, and it only said unconscious person. There's no way. Just a bunch of little lies.
So that's where she got the report, allegedly, and then they were told to do nothing.
Right.
So all right, well let me play it, and we'll do the takeaways after that.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you so I can unmute.
Okay.
Started out as a very odd Sunday in the first place, because he was sick, and he's never ever sick. Never been to the hospital my entire life, and it wound up being Ramsey Hunt, so he had this crazy rash on his face that started in his ear all the way down the nerve.
So I wanted to talk about this part, Jen, real quick. As far as Ramsey Hunt, and if I remember correctly, Ramsey Hunt is a result of Lyme disease.
No, it's like the chickenpox virus. It's like shingles, chickenpox. You get fluid-filled blisters.
Here's the interesting thing about it, is you have it from ear to mouth. What a unique location to have that. I'm just saying, I'm pointing out the facts here of this. And with any hospital visit, which is, a great thing, you have HIPAA, which protects your private visit to the hospital or doctor from being reviewed by anybody in the public, right, Jen?
Yes, I think so. I don't know.
And so we can't really know what he was treated for. There's no way of knowing. They're telling us. I just thought it was wild that it's from ear to mouth, like it was like what you would get with a knife injury. my wild tinfoil hat opinion that happened to happen the morning after the crime.
And he's never been to the hospital his whole life, you know, and just happened that day. But what's also funny is that narrative was not what they said originally. They never mentioned the hospital visit in the beginning. I think this is the only time that they ever did, as far as I know.
Okay, because I've heard a lot of people talk about it before, but I'd never seen the actual video of them saying it.
Yeah, he might have said it in a different interview. I haven't seen it. I've only seen this one, but I could be wrong. He's done so many interviews, you know.
Yeah, I just think the location. Of course, chickenpox you get it mostly on your face, but to have a line, I don't know. It's wild. What is the difference between Ramsay Hunt? Because I heard somebody said they got it from complications of Lyme being bit by a tick or something like this.
No, it's the herpes. It's like a version of herpes, basically.
It's shingles, like shingles or something.
Shingles, chickenpox. Bottom line is, I don't know exactly the date of his first interview, but I want to say it was within like the first 7 days or so. There's no way that a fluid-filled blisters on your face would be completely healed within, I would say, I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I would say it would take probably 2 weeks at least to be completely gone. Like no marks left.
Well, I will say that there's no scarring. There's nothing. Yeah. So what was he in that hospital for? I don't know. Chickenpox, if you pop them, they leave a scar, but if you don't, then they're fine.
We didn't see any marks on his face, so I just think that story's bullshit, personally. We would have seen like some kind of like remnant of that rash.
Here's an interesting perspective on this. Somebody in the chat, I think it was Mommy Ball, said that it hangs around for months. But somebody said more importantly is that it's stress induced, like a heavy amount of stress could trigger it.
Yeah, because it remains dormant, I think, in your body.
So here's my question, Jen. What was the stress that possibly caused it? Possibly, you know. We'll see, Heather. I told Heather that she's defenseless against my humor. She says she's not going to be my ex-girlfriend.
I mean, if you Google that rash, it's gross. I mean, it's pretty bad.
Is it really that bad? Now you know bad. I have
There's no way it would have been completely gone from his face by the time he did his first interviews. There's no way.
You know I can't not do it.
Yeah, I know you're going to do it. It's pretty gross.
Let's see here. I think this is another Jen video here. Okay. What? Oh, this is another Heather thing. Okay, that was the one. Okay. Roz Knight squeeze the quo. Thank you for that article. Okay. So, what is it called? Ramsay Hunt, huh? Interesting. Is this something that's going to get me kicked off of YouTube, probably? It looks like it's a swelling.
Yeah, it's swelling. It can cause paralysis and it's pretty serious.
Is that? Oh, that's what Justin Bieber had, right?
Oh, I don't know.
It looks like Bell's palsy. You ever heard of it?
Yeah, it looks like it does, but not with the blisters. I don't think Bell's palsy has the blisters. Meg says it's different than shingles. Yeah, I know it's different, but isn't it like kind of the same virus as chickenpox?
Shingles? Well, shingles is more like a scab, where I guess you're saying this is like a pimple kind of thing.
It's the same category of virus, is my point. It's a version of herpes, whatever the hell.
Okay, here's a good example, I guess, right here. That does not.
Meg is a nurse, so.
Right. Yeah, but this doesn't look like it would heal up rather quickly to be able to do interviews.
Right.
With it.
So why would they lie?
Mengenyal Apa Itu Ramsay Hunt syndrome. I spelled it wrong. Let me see if I spell it right if we get grosser stuff. Let's go all the way gross, guys. No, okay, so yeah, okay, that's pretty wild. Okay. Alright. Let's refresh this page. Let's see if has anybody heard Anything about the hearing today? I don't know. Was it today? It was today, right? And what was it about again, Jen? Nobody's answered me. I asked the question.
I don't even know. I didn't even
I
realize
forgot.
that it was,
Heather will tell us in a minute. Okay, so hi Rochelle. Thank you for coming in. You missed the fun reel this morning or earlier. What are we at now? We're already at 5 o'clock. Wow, we got 45 minutes. Where's JJ? I thought JJ was coming up. Maybe he's finishing up what he has to do.
He ghosted you.
Did he? That's okay. I will cut off his hula burger supply. And all right, let's watch the rest of this, okay, Jen?
Okay.
Here we go.
That morning, woke up with his face all swelled up and was like, "There's something wrong. I think I actually need to go to urgent care." And I was like, "That's crazy. If you're saying that, this is serious." So that's how the morning started out. So came home. They diagnosed him with Ramsay Hunt, and he was in a lot of pain. But our son came over and they were watching.
So I'm not going to traumatize you guys and show you what a Ramsay Hunt rash looks like. If you really want to see, Google will tell you. But it's pretty gross and it's pretty bad. And I just don't see how that rash would have been totally healed from Steve's face by the time he did that first interview. I don't know exactly when, but I know it was within like the first 7 days or so, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no way there would not have been some remnant of that rash. There's no way.
I put the Skull Shaver, the Remington, and the Freebird in the head-to-head challenge to see which one was the best head shaver.
The football game, and me and his mom and my mom started getting out Christmas decorations because I was like, let's decorate. Let's start decorating for Christmas. My niece called, and she was very frantic. And she was asking me if I had talked to Kaylee. And I was like, yeah, I had just talked to Kaylee the night before. I mean, this is around 1:30-ish. I felt like I had just talked to Kaylee, last night. And she's like, no, like recently, Aunt Christy, like really recent. And I was like, no, why? And she said, Aunt Christy, something bad happened to Kaylee. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, I don't know the details, but I heard that there was a party last night and that Kaylee got shot at this party. That was the initial. And I was just like, what? I threw my phone across the room. I started yelling to Steve and my husband and my son and my mother-in-law and start calling everybody. So I immediately start calling Kaylee. Kaylee's phone goes directly to voicemail.
If Kaylee's phone was going straight to voicemail, that means it was off. So I wonder if it was also off when Dylan and Bethany were trying to call her.
Maddie, he's calling the hospital. My son is calling the police department. I'm calling Olivia, telling Olivia to start calling people. And Maddie's phone, nobody's answering. It's ringing. I'm calling Jack. It's ringing. I get Olivia on the phone, our oldest daughter, and she's like, Mom, like, you got to calm down. Like, if Kaylee was shot at a party last night, Maddie or Jack would have called you. Like, something's just not right. And I'm like, Sabrina is not going to call me and tell me this. Like, something's wrong. So we turn on the TV. Well, we turn the channel and we see live news coverage at Kaylee's house, 1122 King Road. Kaylee's car in the driveway, Maddie's car in the driveway. It's sectioned off and it says unconscious person. And we were just like, okay, what does this mean? Can you get that off? And the police department was telling Steve, we don't have any information. That name isn't familiar. The hospitals are telling our son, we don't have anybody by that name. Well, within the next couple hours, our daughter started getting phone calls and people started texting them saying, oh my God, I'm so sorry, but that, your sister was killed. Just from random, people, my name is such and such, I'm a neighbor. We were just like, what in the world is going on? And, no answers. And about 5:30 that evening, the sheriff.
We had a call before. We had a neighbor call us and tell us that it was true.
About 10 minutes before the sheriff came, one of the neighbors down there of the girls called one of our daughters. I don't know if it was Autumn or Aubrey, and said, I want to tell you I'm a neighbor and Kaylee and Maddie are both dead. And it was Aubrey, and Aubrey was like, I was just told, and we're like, who told you? And she said she's the neighbor, and she said that Kaylee and Maddie are both dead. And then about 10 minutes later, the sheriff came. And
so how many hours was that approximately to when I know you were getting intermittent, messaging in between, and there's kind of almost, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's almost like this, well, no, not yet. No. And then all of a sudden it
was about 4 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
Was that your local sheriff, or was that Latah County sheriff? It was your local sheriff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Karen and Scotty, Maddie's mom and dad, they're all the way down there. So we were talking with them, and are you guys there yet? And they were like, no. Have you guys heard anything?
Karen was she had just seen that there was an unconscious person on the news and at the kids' house. And so she was like, I'm going down to get the girls. And they're not answering their phones. She just figured they were caught up in whatever was going on. That's why they weren't answering. So they just headed down. And when I talked to her, she was 25 minutes out from Moscow. She's like, I'm getting ready to pick up the girls. And I did not have the heart to say,
do not take apple cider vinegar before watching this. Vinegar works to help you.
Why would any news station report on an unconscious person? Like, that's not newsworthy. No one would care enough to watch. There's no news segment that I can find where they only talk about an unconscious person. They do reference the 911 call and why the initial call was for an unconscious person, but there's no news broadcast that I can find that only says unconscious person and shows the King Road house. Chrissy says it was like roped off. So why would they have crime scene tape for an unconscious person? That doesn't even make sense. This is another lie that the G's are telling us. But why?
Well, I was telling her, we've been told that it's Kaylee and that was shot, and she's just like, I'm going, Chrissy, I'll be there soon. And we were just kind of frozen. We didn't really know what to do. And then the sheriff came and he said, that it was a quadruple homicide. And
we brought up the shooting. We'd heard somebody said fentanyl and stuff. So
somebody said that they had OD'd.
And thank God he did that. I'm so glad that I guess so many people who just won't be honest with us, but he was like, no, Mr. Gonzalez, that's not true. This was a homicide. Somebody killed. So we knew right off the bat. So then we could stop the rumors right then and there, try to do the right.
My point is that it could have been a scratch. And they're using this I want to say Clifton Mayo, Ramsey Hunt to, I'm just saying allegedly in my opinion here.
Thing. But yeah, my son had already heard that it was a fentanyl OD, and he's still going to college down there.
We were like, that's insane. Like, there's no way, And then we had heard they were shot, and then we heard that it was an OD. We were just like, no. He said, no, it was a homicide. And I said, a homicide? I said, they were murdered? And he said, yes. And then we asked, was one of them Maddie? And he said, yes. And it was, he left, he gave us a card and said, here's the investigator, call him tomorrow. And we were like, tomorrow? And we were like, what do we do? Like, do we go down there? And he's like, no, there's no reason to go down there. We were just like.
So we went into action. Wow. All my girls had already talked to people.
Olivia headed up, she left.
Hi, Amethyst. How are you today? I wanted to stop right there because that's a good point that Amethyst made, is that I have a question. Wasn't there a talks screen released on all the victims? I could swear I remember this whole report and us going over it, and that one of the victims was clean, which led to rumors that one of them was pregnant. And I don't think we ever got a name that lined up with the talk screen. but I don't know, what can we believe coming out of Idaho anyway? But if you guys can answer that, I appreciate it. I've heard conflicting. Jen?
I don't recall seeing an official document.
Yeah, we talked about it in Thought Riot, and I would go back and look to see if
I never saw it.
If there is an episode, but you can't go past like January of 2025. So I don't know if they ever talked about it, but they had one where there was a talk screen that was released. Am I wrong? Does anybody remember seeing that?
I don't remember seeing that.
Oh, that's right. Showing that was an annual. It was an annual release of all the. I don't know. I thought that they did the floor.
You could be right. I don't remember.
Heather's timed herself out, so we may never know. What do you think? JJ really ghosted? What happened to JJ? You out there, JJ? JJ. Anyway, all right. I'll play the rest of this video and we'll get back to it. Okay, Jen?
Okay.
Bye.
She's down in LA. She immediately when as soon as the sheriff came, I called her and I said, Kaylee's gone. And I said, and Maddie's gone. And she's like, we're in the car. We're heading up. They drove all through the night. And Olivia just went into like straight detective mode. She got that food truck video. She talked to the driver.
She got everything. Yeah.
She talked to the driver that drove the girls home that night. She talked to, she talked to some people that they were with at the corner bar. She talked to the girl across the street on that night. She talked to, she talked to some people that they were with at the corner bar. She talked to the girl across the street.
So we started watching the footage. We started making timelines, coming together, trying to figure out as much as we possibly could. And, you just got to get active. And
none of it led to Brian Koberger. But for some reason, he is in there. All right, Jen. Let's get to whatever here. Let me see if I can close this.
I don't know.
Are you there? Hello.
I'm here.
Is this thing on? Okay. So what else is going on? What's happening?
Oh, not much.
You're getting a lot of attention with this video. It's a great video. I love the thing, the little case you have over it or whatever, the enclosing thing. You did a good job. Are you doing this on your phone now?
On my phone, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely riddled with it, Angel Great Britain. Over there. There's a lot of reasons that we can list why they would want to change the narrative, right? But
I don't know. It's just too many. It's too many lies, and they're lies at this point. They're not just like, okay, they're grieving, they misspoke. They're lies. So it's just. Did you watch the interview they did on the interview room yesterday?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
I feel like it was kind of in a response to some of the stuff we've been saying, I swear. There wasn't really much in there that was really interesting. It was mostly just them, crying about people being mean to them. And my response is, if you don't want the scrutiny, then stop doing interviews. At this point, there's an arrest already. The case isn't going to go cold. That's not a concern now. Just sit back and let things happen, Do
you have a link to that interview? Because I wouldn't mind playing it.
Yeah, it's pretty boring for the most part, but yeah. Hold on, I'll find it. Or can someone else do it? Hold on, I'll do it. Give me 1 second. Let me mute you.
Fine. She's muting me. I got a mutiny going on here. I'm getting muted. I'm getting ghosted. And I'm sure JJ will turn up here. He's got other... What do we got? 6:30. Miss Potts said 7 o'clock, so we can at least go till 7 o'clock, and maybe she'll pop in the chat and say hi. Who knows? So, all right, I'll play the rest of this while Jen's looking for that.
Maybe you get lucky and the guy's caught red-handed. For us, we never seem to have that kind of luck, and so I felt like we were going to be in for it, and
Okay, here it is. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. Let's take a look at this.
You're not going to finish mine? How rude.
I dropped from 198 to 100.
You want to talk about copyright stuff at the end of it that you snuck in there on me?
Cheese and rice.
Yeah. I don't know how you get away with it. Okay, let's see here. You don't have a... I don't want to lose my chat replay, darn it. It's got a... What is this? Get 1,000 pics. What is this? Hold on. Let me see what Mommy Ball just put up here. What is this, Mommy Ball? Go to site. Idaho murder victim Kaylee Gonzalez's parents reveal new details about her. This was the link to the interview, and this is on independent TV. Is this the one?
No. That's... I don't know what that one is.
Okay, let's listen to this. Kaylee Gonzalez, one of the 4 victims of U of I murders, was found upright, slumped against the wall. Her parents recently revealed. The 24-year-old was brutally blah blah blah. A trial date is still unknown. I thought it was in August. Steve and Christy Gonzalez's parents sat down for an interview with ABC News this week where they revealed they had received thousands of photos of the scene of the grisly crime from police. Really, thousands. Some of the images revealed the final position of Kaylee's body. The side where Kaylee was... Okay, so... If the police release these pics to them, is this under... Sounds good, JJ. Releases these pictures to them, is it under the gag order that they can't talk about it? I just wonder. The side where Kaylee...
I don't know. One minute they say that law enforcement isn't keeping them updated. The next minute they say that they already knew it already. Anytime something new comes out, it's like, oh, we've been holding on to that. Like, which one is it?
Yeah. Okay, so the side where Kaylee was up against the wall, and if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright position, up the corner slumped, I mean, she was trapped. The bed was the entire room, which is the same in Xana's room. I believe was even smaller. You could barely open up the door without swiping the foot of the bed. And it was the wall. The headboard was up against the wall. Gonzalez and Mogan's bodies were found in the bedroom. Is accused. We opened it and there was a little sleazy applesauce thing. Oh, squeezy. Yeah, we know that one. Meanwhile, waiting for a copy of Kaylee's phone. Meanwhile, the family said they are still waiting on a full digital copy of Kaylee's phone from police. The Gonzalez, who have long questioned the competency of the investigation, publicly stated last month that they were against the demolition. Oh, this is older. Okay. Thank you, Mommy Ball, for that. I appreciate that. Okay. I was wondering, yeah, that's like kind of new stuff mixed in with old. Is this old? January 27th, 2024. So they were saying then, that's wild that they got thousands of photos. I don't remember hearing that, Mommy Ball. Thank you for that. Where were we on the thing? I think this is it here.
47 in just a few weeks. And all I did was make the real pink salt recipe. I started using this 3-ingredient pink.
Hey, Red Metal, how you doing? Nice to see you.
Remember why we're doing this?
Keep them because we just fell in love with them. We had a bottle.
All right, and I'm playing this for educational purposes.
Aloha.
Hello.
Okay, so Karen, what do we've got going this evening? And we want to welcome Dr. Picotto here as well. Stephen, Christy, thank you so much for taking your time out this evening. Love the shirt. Love the puppy. And now, who is the puppy? Tell us about the puppy.
This is Baby, and he is our mama girl's little runt out of a litter, and she's trying to get in here. And we had to keep him.
They're Brussels Griffins.
We had to keep him because we just fell in love with him. We had to bottle feed him. He was not doing well. So we bottle fed him, and he just was called the baby. And so that's what he is, Baby.
And what's his breed? What breed is he?
They're Brussels Griffins, smooth coat Brussels Griffins.
Nice.
Very sweet.
Well, and then people are going to ask, how's Murphy doing?
Murphy's doing good. We've been in touch with Jack recently, and Murphy's doing really good. Unfortunately, Jack hurt himself. So he's kind of down right now. And he's probably a little mad at me because I haven't been able to take him out as much. But our daughter plays softball, and Jack was at the school the other day, and he's on a scooter because his leg is in a cast. And Murphy was running alongside of Jack in the scooter. So I'm like, he can't be too mad. He's getting exercise. So yeah, Aubrey told us that she saw Jack with Murphy running alongside. So.
Awesome. I absolutely love that opening drawing of Kaylee and the Savior. Where did you guys get that?
So that was a gift that was sent to us quite a long time ago. And, we've received many gifts, and they're all special, but that I opened it up, and ironically it was face down. And when I opened it, and I flipped it over, and I immediately just started crying. And so I took it into the family room where the rest of the family was. I was just in here, happened to open it, and took it into the family, went in there with it backwards, and said, "You guys are gonna lose it." And they said, "What? Show us." And I flipped it around, and they were like, "Oh my gosh!" We hung it on the wall that night. We're like, "Right now, where's it going?"
Yeah, it's kind of like medicine.
It is, and it's someplace that you see immediately when you walk into our home. You can't miss it, and it does. Sometimes I just look at it and think, it just feels like that's where Kaylee is. She's with our Savior, and she's okay. She's better than okay. She's perfect.
Well, Chrissy and Steve, thank you again so much for coming on the program tonight. And we always want to just extend our sincere condolences and tell you how sorry we are for the loss of your sweet and beautiful daughter, Kaylee. So it's been about a year since you guys been on our show. I can't believe it. It's gone fast. And it's been about, of course, 2.5 years since you lost her, since this all happened. We've got the trial coming up in just a couple of months. Let's just start. How is your family doing right now?
Just as always, it's a roller coaster. I think to really be able to begin healing, and for us to get to that point, we got to get through this trial. So right now I try just to make my days, our days, just as less stressful as we can, and that means sometimes just having to turn off the noise, having to just take a nap, go to bed early, just to get us through, it's a lot. I feel like we are preparing for war.
On a positive note, Aubrey got a full ride scholarship to Baylor.
Awesome.
Congratulations. Wow.
That's fun to have that. And she worked her tail off. She always wanted to beat Kaylee, and they were very competitive. So Kaylee would be saying, "Sister got me on this one."
And Aubrey is Kaylee's younger sister, right?
Yes, she's the youngest. So that's another, emotion that's kind of thrown into everything right now. She's graduating high school and going away. So that's, it's hard. Literally, she goes to college. We start the trial August 11th, and we fly her down August 20th. So we'll be taking a few days off of court. So.
Yeah, and one of the, I say this carefully, but one of the schools she applied for, I won't even say the school, there was like a shooting there. So it's just like, you send your kid away, and then you hear about.
Yeah, recently we were like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, so there's a little stress of that going on, but
I know that feeling. Our oldest is a professor at UNLV, and it was his building where that active shooter came in and actually shot his colleagues. Our Ian is the chair of the economics department at UNLV. So yeah, no, good call for you guys. And now her full ride is, what's she going to study? What does she want to do?
She wants to, what is she going to major? I forget, biology. She wants to eventually become an anesthesiologist.
Nice.
And she didn't get quite a full ride, but pretty close.
Well, even if it's a partial ride.
Awesome.
So Christy has definitely lost weight. Somebody said that she looked pale. I don't see that she has the Ozempic face. And that Ozempic stuff is terrible. It's, they tried to push it on me at the doctor's office back there a while back, and they actually gave me a shot of it, and I felt like it's actually Komodo dragon venom, poison or whatever. It's derived from that, which is pretty wild. Steve, to me, looks like he got a little sunburn. Does anybody else see that too? Anyway, you see it, Jen?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
But anyway, so did you want to say something?
No, I mean, it just bothered me, I mean, nothing against their other daughter, but it just bothered me. I feel like they mostly talked about Aubrey, and they barely talk about Kaylee anymore, to be honest. Like, I rarely hear Steve even talk about Kaylee. It's usually just about executing Brian. But I thought it was really, it bothered me that they're going to take time off of the trial to go bring Aubrey to college, which is great. They should. That's their daughter. But they didn't go to Moscow 2 hours away when they got multiple phone calls from multiple people saying Kaylee was gone. They couldn't do that. But it just, I know maybe I'm nitpicking, but it bothers me. Pisses me off, to be honest.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's look at the rest of this interview here. I'm excited to get JJ Vance up here and talk about it some more. All right, here we go.
Oh yeah, we got to play the Mormon, the Banfield video again for JJ.
Okay, we can do that.
Oh, one little Instagram anomaly. You know how I'm always looking at who Kaylee followed and who she doesn't follow. Not only does she not follow Jack D or Olivia, but she also doesn't follow Aubrey or her brother. She only follows Autumn, which I thought was, to that age group, it's a big deal. It might not be a big deal to us.
Who is Autumn one of the siblings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That is interesting. Another caveat to that. All right, let's get back to it here.
This interview pretty much is boring.
So this is Shannon Gray, their lawyer here on the right. I was trying to figure out. Yeah, he does. He's pretty casual for an attorney anyway, right there. And here's another instance where you see the attire. Steve is in his in between stage here. A t-shirt, no hat. Whenever he's by himself, he has the hat. I guess I'm not sure what it is exactly, but okay, I'm gonna play it now. Right?
Yeah,
Right.
Taylor's very expensive. She did very good. I mean, extremely good. But yeah.
Well, the world's proud of her. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, so tell us more about Kaylee and her sister Aubrey and what their relationship.
It's not Shannon Gray. Okay. I don't know. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm sorry. Who is that? It says TR. Yeah, no, I remember what Shannon Gray looks like now. Somebody said Shannon Gray, that's why I thought that. Thought Riot? Is it Thought? Did he steal? Maybe he bought the Thought Riot brand. From Thought Riot, that's where they went. Does anyone know Dr. Brocado? Okay, thank you, Meg P. Okay.
I just want to say something. Angel and Red Metal bring up a good point. Why would they publicly say where their other daughter is going to college after what happened to their one daughter?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I mean, they said that Aubrey wanted to go somewhere out of state where she wasn't just, obviously everyone's looking at her like they're sorry for her and, oh, your sister was killed. I get that because my sister was murdered. I get that. It becomes like all you are known for is, oh, that's the girl whose sister was killed. I get that. But stop telling people where she's going then. Do you get what I'm saying? They should have just kept it to themselves. Like,
right.
It defeats the purpose.
Yeah, I would think that would be something you'd want to keep private at this point.
Right. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. I don't know if we passed that part yet, but...
Are we purging?
Hey, JJ.
Howdy. How you doing, Jen?
Kane, I don't think you're going to want to play this whole interview because it's really honestly boring. There was a couple little tidbits. One of them was that Jack D injured his leg and he's like driving a little like scooter or whatever. And they ran into him at Aubrey's softball game, which I thought was weird. Why is he at their teenage daughter's softball game? It's not like he went with them. They saw him there. Is that weird or is it just me?
Well, maybe one of his siblings plays on the team.
No, as far as I tell, his siblings are older. They're out of high school.
I don't know. Could be something with family. How are you, JJ? What's up? Welcome in, man.
Is this the purge? We purging?
Yeah, did you get your hula burger? I had to give you gift certificates.
Brought to you by Chocolate Payday and Monster Killer Brew.
Are you still working on that damn payday? That's a damn big paycheck you got this week.
I haven't cracked it open yet. What's the good word tonight? I just got done talking some Mound stuff over on Occult Rejects, so I apologize. We ran a long time.
We got a Mormon video for you.
Oh, I popped over here at one point because we were doing a recorded show, it wasn't live, but I popped over here at one point and saw some Mormon talk, so I had to chime in.
Yeah. Yeah.
My Mormon alert system was set off.
Your radar.
I knew you all were talking about Mormon stuff over here.
Your Mordor.
Yeah, the mothership beamed in some messages directly in my brain hole.
Yeah, basically, I sent you, or never mind, you already saw it. I sent it to you. The Ashley Banfield's video about the jury members in the Vallow case, how they were sent a letter from the church saying basically, don't talk to police.
That's
don't
right.
Do anything.
You did send that to me. I'm glad you reminded me of that, because I keep referencing that case as being the same prosecution as this case, but it's that Ingrid Beatty lady, the prosecutor that just resigned from the Koberger case. She was the prosecutor on the Vallow case. So I do think there may be some weird stuff going on between these activities. Who knows? But that Vallow case is certainly strange.
Yeah, that guy Nick Balance is.
He worked both cases too, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so did Hurwitz. Hurwitz was again. This is the guy who's the overlord of all these activities, right, in the state.
I think so. That's a guy who worked at Sorensen Forensics. That's who I was trying to remember his name before. I thought it was
Hurwitz was the U.S. attorney.
Oh, just kidding then. Never mind.
He's now the prosecutor there on the case.
Oh, never mind then. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously some weird dynamics with all these things, but I mean, if there's any Mormon connection to this Idaho 4 situation, it can't be that far removed from the Lori Vallow case.
Yeah, I posted an article maybe last week about someone on Substack did this really good deep dive on the differences between Nick Balance's statements in the Vallow case versus the Brian Koberger case. It's like night and day.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a great comparison.
Yeah, the person, I forgot her name or his name, I forgot, but kudos to them. It was they did a lot of work on that article.
Yeah, you shared that there on your YouTube, right? On the post.
It's on my community page.
That was good stuff. So what's the topic of conversation tonight? Mormon stuff? We're doing Mormon stuff?
It's been the going topic so far.
I would like to remind everybody that Dylan Mortenson's father served a Mormon mission. His father served a Mormon mission. His father served a Mormon mission. That man's father served a Mormon mission. And that man's father was a pioneering Mormon from Denmark who also served a Mormon mission. So, and Dylan's paternal grandfather, her dad's father, was the chief legal counsel for the IRS in Salt Lake City. So he not only seems to be in the upper echelon of mothership activities in Salt Lake City, but also, federal law, legal, money matters, right?
Now,
this message is brought to you by Chocolate Paydays and Monster Killer Brews.
Remind me, you said that there was a connection.
Wait, Jen, hold on.
What?
Did you say chocolate payday?
This is brought to you by the delicious, actually it's chocolatey payday. There's a Y at the end of it, sir. So
is there a non-chocolatey payday?
There is, but it's not nearly as delicious. I'm not going to lie to you, Jen. This is a payday covered in peanut caramel bar, chocolatey styles, and it's the king size. There you go.
That's what she said.
That must have set you back a good $6 to get the
about
king size.
$3.09, I believe it was. Yes, sir.
Oh,
the going rate for a chocolatey payday.
That's a good value for a king size these days.
Well, it's a good value to keep my dog happy. I'll tell you that much. He's contractually obligated for 50% of that payday, so he's going to eat all that. He's going to be a happy pup. So
what kind of dog do you have?
He's hearing me say the word payday right now, and he's currently getting beefy with me about it. So I got to take it down a notch on the the P and the D there.
What kind of dog is he, if you don't mind me asking?
He's a dog that is a mutt. He's a mutt. They told me he was a coonhound black lab, but he's got some pit in him and maybe even some boxer.
And some payday, apparently, also.
Well, he's damn near every day with this guy's demands. He's always eating some paydays.
He's more expensive than keeping you in my basement.
You ain't kidding, dude. This guy would eat all of the hula burgers that you even had available, dude. There wouldn't be hula burgers left.
I wish I had more. I'm sorry I had to give you the gift cards for the hula burgers this time, but we'll keep you fed one way or the other. No, we were along the lines of whether or not that it's possible that there is more of a church connection here. As
Christ Church or Mormon Church?
Well, Christ Church is holier than thou, according to Heather Fitzgerald.
You better believe it, sir. Don't feed the feds. That's what Doug Wilson says.
I mean, think about it.
I'm listening, but just give me 1 second. I just got to step away for a second.
Yep.
What better way to pull like a power move in town than to damage the enrollment or whatever of the university? If Christ Church's agenda is to take over the town, how do you get rid of a town that was basically built around the university? You know what I'm saying? Like they're both intertwined. There is no town without the university. So if that's their agenda, I mean, it could be something. It could be, if it is about the house, it could be something more into the fact that Scott Green, his family owned it. Like that could be something that should be looked into a little more. I don't know really the history of his family, but I think he's a third generation.
Sure.
Because that's a big coincidence. I mean, come on.
That is huge, and I think it's more important, though, that we determine the Mortensons are definitely Mormon. And here you not only have what I would say to a lesser degree as far as sealing or keeping information private when there's a catastrophe and alerting someone other than the police. It seems like if the church has the balls to come out and literally say, do not help the police, then it might be in their directive in general to keep their parishioners from helping the police. And so therefore I would say it would be ingrained in the Mortenson family to talk to each other first. Like, for instance, calling your dad on a Sunday morning and talking to him twice. Was it twice, I believe?
I believe so, yeah.
Instead of calling 911.
Isn't Bethany's family Mormon also?
Who?
I don't believe so. Not that I could locate. Not that I could locate.
Now, I remembered what I was going to ask JJ before you told me to stop talking. The Mortenson at the grub truck and Dylan, you said there was a connection or wasn't?
Yeah, they're both from pioneering Mormon families.
So somewhere
they're distant cousins.
Well, on paper they're not related, but I don't buy it. So,
right.
If they were related, they would be fifth cousins or six cousins. So, back in 1852, two fellows in Denmark, both named Mortenson, got on the same ship. Both got recruited by Mormon missionaries, got on the same ship, came to New York, then traveled westbound on the same pioneering wagon train, Mormon style. You know, this is documented in the Mormon records. Both went on the same ones, and they both landed in Idaho. So, the whether or not they're related, I find that really difficult to believe that they're not. But you know, they were on the same. They got recruited at the same time in Denmark, got on the same ship, the same pioneer train, and they still live in the same areas today. Their descendants do. So, I don't know. But they're it's definitely a Mormon family nonetheless. The Grub Truck Mortenson, GTM. Yeah. He's definitely an old school Mormon. Yeah, and more importantly, his father's father's sister, younger sister. So Mortenson, you know, she's married to the legal counsel for the Saudi royal family. It's weird.
Really? No. What about Stanley Mortenson, the Kootenai County prosecutor?
So he's from pioneering Mormon families, but his Mortenson converted. His great grandfather was a convert. Everyone else, every other tree he's from is all pioneering Mormon families.
Okay, so we don't know if he's connected to Dylan.
No, he's not connected. I mean, according to the church records, at least, he's not. Right. He's not from the same Mortenson family.
Okay.
Sure, you could have plenty of Smiths also in the same town, obviously.
Right.
So you know it's a common name. I wanted to welcome. We got a Starr in here, the YBE, Young Black Economist. Thank you for coming in, and we also have, I think Tom Campbell was here previously. Good to see you as always.
Tom Campbell,
thank you for joining us. Love Tina. I hope you make it back. We'll try to keep it before 7, so Miss Potts can run her show. I don't know where she is today. I wish she could have joined us. She must be working. She's been working extra hard. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
I like where y'all are going with the Christ Church and the founding of the town and the university. So, like, who is Christ Church? What is Doug Wilson? I might have flip-flopped those words around. But
I can answer that.
Wait, real quick. Real quick.
It was somewhat rhetorical. Go ahead.
Oh, it was rhetorical. I was gonna say, how do you
Yeah,
not know?
no, but go ahead. Who is he to y'all?
Stanley Mortensen is the person who he took office, I think, in October, and then you have the arrest of Maddie's stepmom and then Xana's mom, like right before everything happened. So I always thought that was kind of interesting, just that little connection with Kootenai County, you know, and Mortensen name.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, again, he is a Mormon. He's from deep Mormon families too. Just his
Really?
Mortensen is not the only one.
There's a lot of loyalty.
Every other one of his family trees across the whole board is all pioneering Mormon families.
Wow. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of the religious part of it is, you know, you're going to spend eternity with your extended family. So there's a lot of loyalty there to not, you don't want to piss anybody off.
That's true, but here's the other deal on that same concept, Jen, is you're taught that everyone's your family. So you call everyone brother and everyone sister within the church.
Now,
so, just on that regard, just Mormons are going to look out for other Mormons.
Right, of course, yeah. Shit, I forgot what I was going to say. What else was I going to say? Never mind. When I remember, I'll say it.
So as far as Christ Church goes, what were your thoughts on Christ Church, though?
Well, the Adam video, the What Did You Say to Adam video,
right,
was from the new St. Andrews building.
That's a good point, because I keep forgetting to look up that Facebook group, Peoples.
Oh yeah,
why are they there, right? Like, why did they land in Moscow?
I think there's a book or an article that I read that Doug wrote that basically strategically it's perfect because it's not too big, you know, it's more feasible to do a takeover than like New York City. Heather could probably answer it better than me. The fact that it's like a college town is a little more I don't know how to explain it, Heather.
No, you're making a good point as far as taking control of a smaller populated area for sure, but it just seems like this town has attracted cults.
Yeah.
So the university started, as you were saying, they started the town. The president of the university and the wives of, I believe, 6 of the original faculty and the president's wife, they formed something called the Pleiades Club. These 7 women did. The 7 Sisters of the Pleiades Club. This seems to be some sort of astrotheological cult that really was at the root of this town. And then on top of that, by the 1920s, you have this fellow that starts a cult there called Psychiana. It's actually a fairly prosperous cult. Mostly
I remember that.
Stuff.
Yeah.
And that thrived as a headquarters there for over 20 years.
Yeah, there's a mail order
this
cult.
is environment. Yeah, well, in large part, Christ Church is as well, right? They do I remember looking at a lot of their business model. They were doing a lot of home education, homeschooling curriculum and books and stuff.
Yeah, I forget what they
and
called it.
not just for their stuff. Like they were selling this program to other homeschooling parents, right?
Yeah, they've got a pretty good foothold. I mean, they've got other small little universities. I forget what they call it, a classical college or something, right? A classical education. Is that what they call it? Do you know?
They had some terminology. They always do, these cults.
Their ads are hilarious, honestly. Like they're on their YouTube channel. Kane, remember we played some of those? They're just so
cartoons. Yeah, JJ's seen them also. He knows exactly what they're
not cartoon. The new St. Andrews, like the promotion videos.
Oh right. Yeah. Well, more interestingly was the one with the documentary that we played, where they talk about the reach that the church has and how many different high level positions that church members hold, and the loyalty that they have.
Yeah, and you have the second anointing, which is basically a get out of jail free card. You're guaranteed salvation, no matter what you do. It's for not many Mormons even know about that ceremony. It's very like exclusive. The 2 people anointed are king and queen or something like that.
But so when I look at Doug Wilson and why they're there, and like I said, it seems like this town kind of has a cult, like a magnet for cult activity, if you will. But he's also got his father's seemingly got some Navy intelligence roots.
Ooh, interesting.
Annapolis grad.
The name of their they have like a little
talk
coffee
about
house.
high level.
The Sword and Shovel. I think it's called Sword and Shovel, or the Sword and Shovel. The logo is very similar to like a Nazi logo. I have some
Sure.
little PDF with showing all of it. So
I just get like, the more I look at stuff around this town, I'm like, why is everyone related to or descended from or used to work at or is still associated with under clearances military intelligence?
yeah. What do you think about? I don't know if I told you that someone in the DuPont family with the last name DuPont, a married couple, they owned the house prior to Perky buying it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, DuPont. Because
That's
the
interesting.
person who founded Teflon was I think a professor from UI or some connection to UI.
I didn't know that. That's interesting because the DuPonts are a Society of Cincinnati family. They're one of the founding families of the secret society that founded America.
Yeah, you have the DuPont Circle in Washington which is where the Eastern Star, like the national headquarters, is on DuPont Circle or on.
That's
DuPont
where the
Circle.
Society of Cincinnati headquarters is as well.
Yeah, well, there you go.
It's also the last known location of 3 different brunette women in the early aughts, late 90s that came out of that Starbucks there. This was
Really?
a conspiracy. Yeah, this was a conspiracy theory given to me by one of the baristas. I used to live in that neighborhood. I used to hang out there doing college work at night. This was years ago. But yeah, Chandra Levy, the U.S. congressional aide of Congressman Gary Condit from California, that was her last known location she was seen in public was that DuPont Starbucks. Consequently, 2 other brunette women would disappear within a year and a half in both directions of Chandra Levy. Last known location, that Starbucks, body found dumped in a federal park, same as Chandra Levy.
Carlos Danger.
It's interesting to do it that way too, because the U.S. Park Police then have jurisdiction, and they're not accustomed to doing homicide investigations.
Sky 1088 is talking about the weird underwear that they have to wear.
Magic underwear.
Yep.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. My understanding of when a family member dies or someone passes away in Mormon religion is I think a lot of times people look at them and say, Mormons maybe, and say, oh, they're not showing emotion or they don't really react the same as other people might think is appropriate. My understanding from what I was reading is that because you don't believe that is really the end. You get what I'm saying? Like you're more happy for that person to go to heaven or whatever they call it.
Well, I don't know if other folks are more happy for other folks to go to heaven, but I can tell you my mother recently passed, and she was pretty adamant that she was going. She was a deep believer in the Mormon system. So
yeah,
she was.
Like
She wasn't sad.
to-
She wasn't sad in her own passing. Is what.
There
I'm
you
saying.
go.
So
That's a
is
simple way of saying it that I was trying to say.
Yeah.
So that
It's
made
salvation in their eyes. For sure.
right, exactly. Like you're not really going to react the same as maybe someone else might react. So people sometimes I think
It's
look
a
at
different
that.
outlook. It's a different perspective. We're talking multiple timelines and generations. We're talking about alien stuff, the planet Kolob,
Oh
and
my God.
getting beamed up by the mothership.
That
Magical
cartoon.
underwear that'll save you from a lot of knife attacks, simple smaller caliber pistol rounds, and dynamite, occasional nuclear blast depending on the distance.
Kane, play
this
that
kind of
cartoon
thing.
again. That was great. Remember that cartoon, Kane? Is he listening? Is he muted?
I don't know what he's doing.
Did you ever see the Banned Mormon cartoon?
Oh, for sure.
I think it's great. It was great.
I think Kane stepped away from the conversation for a moment. So we put. I think I told you, Jen. I put to rest our last conversation. I put to rest some of that information of is Molly Gray connected to Shannon Gray? They're not related.
Okay, so
Shannon Gray's from Missouri. He's oddly ended himself up in Portland for some reason. He's from Missouri, undergrad, reserve police officer, Oklahoma City Law School, Portland prosecutor's office out of law school. So then he's stuck around Portland. But why he's involved in the situation still is odd. But I will say this about Samantha Nelson. We also left off on that.
Mm-hmm.
So Samantha Nelson, again, that first article and everything was written, and I think she did her TikTok's proceeding, but the first mainstream article was written the same day Brian Koberger was arrested and was published on or about the same time Brian Koberger's news was published of his arrest at 6:30 in the morning. And I don't buy this story. So looking at her age now, I still have yet to find a birth certificate. Thankfully, Heather Fitzgerald pointed me in the right direction for some of the court records because I kept looking under Steve's name and I couldn't find anything for any sort of custody or matters or whatnot. And I looked under the mother's name and I found it. So That it could be a user error, but I don't know. I looked a lot of times under Steve. I was even sending screenshots to Heather at the time when we were back and forth on DM, saying like, "This is my screenshot of what I'm looking at with Steve right now." But yeah, anyway, it's there in Idaho, so it's out of Oregon. I looked up that case. These dates don't seem to match up to me. So supposedly that's filed in 2005. So Samantha Nelson, the individual highlighted in the TikToks, the news media articles as the other daughter of Steve Gonzalez, elder sister of Kaylee, half sister. She was 29 at the time. She was born in 1991, June of 1991. So in June of 1991, that means Steve G would have impregnated her mother at the age of 16. Her mother would have been 15 years of age. And Steve G was going to high school in Vallejo, California, and her mother was going to high school in LeGrand, Oregon, a 10.5-hour trek from one another. I'm not sure how these two met. However, that same lady, Samantha Nelson's mother, she has another daughter born in 2003. She was living in Portland at the time. Steve G's parents were living in Portland at the time. I'm more willing to believe that if he, as the Idaho court record reflects, he has a daughter with that lady. I'm more willing to believe it's the daughter born in 2003 and not the daughter born in 1991.
I mean, that would make more sense as to why Christy has so much animosity towards both.
Christy was 14 when Samantha was born.
Yeah,
Christy was 14.
14.
I mean, the grandmother. There's text.
When Samantha was born. Yeah, this is before. That's what I'm saying. This is before presumably she and Steve even know each other. I'm just saying.
So why would she be so mad?
Why would she be so mad? Exactly.
She literally, the grandmother was text. There was Samantha posted text between her and Steve's mom, and the grandmother, Steve's mom, literally says that Christy hates Samantha, like to hate somebody, and it's very telling to me that, I mean, you lose one daughter, you would think that would kind of like make you realize what really is important in life, and you would want to have a relationship with your daughter that you previously did not have a relationship with, right?
Yeah, the story just doesn't make sense. I don't know how these 16-year-old and 15-year-olds met so far apart from one another, at a time, and again, doesn't speak to the animosity of his current spouse and mother of his children. So
if he cheated on Christy, that would make more sense. That would make way more sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then they had an anchor baby after that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very weird. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That makes the most amount of sense to me. Looking at the timeline of events, because, they have a child. They get married. It looks like it's either late 95, early 96. They have a child in 96, 98, 99. I got to go back and look now, but it's Olivia, Steve, Kaylee. So then he has one out of wedlock there, cheating on his wife, perhaps, and then that's the 2005 action. It makes a lot more sense because the 14-year-old filing the action in 2005 for a 14-year-old, it doesn't really comport. And again, the animosity exhibited there doesn't also.
Agreed. And I mean, listen, if Steve and Samantha were communicating unbeknownst to Christy, right? So he was hiding things. So to me, like, if you're willing to hide that, like, nothing's off the table. We already know.
That's what I'm getting at. Is he even communicating with this girl? Is that just his daughter's older sister?
He was communicating with Sam. She said she's posted emails, assuming they're legit. I mean, I think they are.
That's my point.
Yeah,
well, if she's not the daughter, why would the emails be legit? If
I don't know.
Stories are not legit. Why would the emails be legit?
I don't know. It's just like it's too much to be fake, in my opinion. So there's something that we're missing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not completely fake, but I'm saying her story's fake. So it seems by all records that, again, Steve G's daughter with her mother would be her younger sister, not her.
Right.
Again, I haven't found her birth record. I found enough records that I know that I found her birthday and everything else like that, and where she was born. How she has the name Nelson is beyond me as well, because her mother's name. Well, that's what they claim, right?
Yeah, that's her stepfather's name. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it was her stepfather's name from 2003 to 2006, 2014, 2012. Her mother was married to a fellow named Nelson. She was married to a fellow named Oliver before that, and her maiden name is something different than that, and she's married to a different dude now. So if she was born Samantha Gonzalez, how she traversed three other surnames landed on Nelson, and apparently did so without any apparent court records of this name change or legal adoption is beyond me.
Yeah, I guess because she said that, I guess Nelson's stepdad is the one that wanted to adopt her, I guess. I don't remember
Sure.
exactly what she said. But
And I'm into that because her younger half sister, who may or may not be the actual daughter of Steve G, would be a Nelson.
okay. So maybe she wanted to have the same last name as her sister. I mean, I get that, I guess.
She's got two Nelson sisters.
Her mom does not use the Nelson last name anymore.
Her mom is now a white.
Okay, got it. Okay.
That's so racist.
Third marriage. Yeah. So I question how Steve G would have met this as teenagers, this teenager that younger than him, but you're so younger that's
Ooh, wait.
10 hours away, 10 and a half hours away.
What year was she born, Samantha?
1991, June of 91.
So Kaylee's
Steve's October 73 and her mother's November of 77.
Kaylee was younger
74.
than Samantha, right?
74.
Obviously, Kaylee was younger than Samantha, obviously, right?
Oh, by nearly a decade, right?
Okay, because I'm last on that interview that they just did on the interview room. I think it was that one. Christy was saying about how they came to Idaho, how that came about, and that she had moved first, and Kaylee was like 1, and Steve still was working back in California, so he had gotten an apartment, and he didn't come to Idaho for like another year. So I was wondering if there's more to that story. You know what I'm saying? Like why they were living.
Well, I mean, it almost matches up, doesn't it, with the timelines, does it?
That's what I was wondering. That's exactly what I was thinking.
With that 2003 birth, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. This Samantha thing doesn't make sense. And again, if she claims she was 29 in 2022, that's not even correct. She was 31. She was 31. She was born in June of 91. In November 2022, December, when she was making videos, she was 31 years old. Now, I smoke a lot of pot, and I generally don't care what my age is. And most folks tell me I look younger than what I actually am. But, I still can tell you right now I'm 44 years old. I'm not going to miss it by 2 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Very true. I mean, listen, that could be what they're trying to hide.
But the question is, you've already identified, Jen. What's the purpose of hiding that? Why not just have his real daughter make these statements?
Right. And why? I mean, Samantha says that the last time that Steve and her communicated was the day that the unalivings happened, which I thought was really interesting. She called him like her best friend, quote unquote. Like apparently they would talk a lot via email because Christy didn't know about it. But
yeah, it just seems like such a great distraction tale, right? Right at the same day
exactly.
They're announcing Koberger's arrest.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't realize the dates. That's interesting.
It's literally the same time. Newsweek, from what I could find, the earliest article was Newsweek at 6:35 on December 30, 6:35 a.m. I was on that morning on Brian Ed's Twixter account. I saw an update at like around 6:50 that morning, drinking some coffee, where he first announced Brian Koberger's name.
That was the same day as the memorial that they did too, right? Or was it the day before?
I think it was the same day because that was a big thing that Steve G keeps bringing up. They didn't want him showing up at the memorial. Like we knew he wasn't going to be at the memorial.
Isn't that convenient?
It all seems very timed, right? Exactly. It's all too convenient, right?
Mm-hmm. Interesting. And also, that was the same day. The arrest was the same day as when they were going to clean out the house, right? They sent the remedial team.
Yeah, so they already had the team there when Ann Taylor's filing the paperwork at 8:30 that morning at the courthouse, saying you guys better stop.
Yeah, just like the.
So they were already working for a couple hours that morning.
Damn.
The news media had them out there about 6:45 or so. I think it was at least 6:30 maybe, and this is 8:30 or so, and maybe 9 o'clock when she's filing that paperwork.
Yeah, that's just horrible. I mean, in what planet is that okay? The White Elantra, the plea for help from the public was the same day as when they were moving belongings into that U-Haul.
I'm pretty sure they faxed that news release out as James Fry was walking out the door to get the U-Haul. Like he's just like, hit send and then went off to the house.
I don't know if I mentioned this before, but if you look back at the press releases, Payne was saying allegedly they didn't know Brian's name until the 19th of December, right? If you look at the difference in the press releases from the 19th and the 20th, the 19th is the last day. Either the 19th is the last day or maybe the 18th is the last day, one or the other. But anyway, right within 24 hours is the same. Within 24 hours of them getting his name allegedly in the 19th, there's no more mention of Dylan and Bethany being asleep on the first floor and not waking up till later in the morning.
Right. They
That's
also
not
cut off all
mentioned.
press conferences and went completely paper press until I think the 29th or 30th.
Yeah, so
I
I
think,
found that.
I think they did one the day before the 30th. It was like the teaser. James Farley was like, "Oh, you guys watch out. We got some good stuff coming."
Yes, still sending the public on a wild goose chase.
Yeah, still watch out. We don't know what's going on, but still watch out. We got some good stuff coming for y'all.
It's just ridiculous.
All of their messaging was ridiculous. Yeah, but yeah, these are good points of looking at these timely events that are occurring at this stuff right now. And again, like, I'm just the Samantha Nelson stuff. I filed it in the PSYOP category because nothing makes sense to me, you know, as far as the dates go again and everything else. What you're pointing out is that they moved apart at that around that same time. That makes the most amount of sense to me with that 2003 birth by a lady that I will admit we can confirm by court records in Idaho and Oregon has a child with Steve G. I just don't think it's Samantha Nelson. And again, Samantha Nelson can't even get her birthday right.
Yeah, the only reason I was looking into that, I was kind of curious, is because of that comment. Someone had left a comment on one of Kaylee's pictures when she had first started at UI, and said it was someone with the last name Nelson, and they said something to the effect of keeping up the family, the legacy or something, right?
Yeah, that was a creepy comment.
Yeah, and then you have that guy who said he had been to the house a few times with the last name Nelson, and this guy was posting pictures of the blood dripping and like a view through the trees on his Facebook. It was just weird. Sure. And he's a firefighter. I don't know. So that's the Nelson stuck out to me. Obviously it's a common name, but I don't know.
Well, I was interested in it because I'm interested in the media propaganda magic show that has been used to convict Koberger in the minds of America, right? And the rest of the world. There's folks in Mumbai, India saying, Brian Koberger did it, you know what I mean? Because they seen it on, Nancy Grace or News Nation or whatever else tells them they did it. But the idea that these folks now live in Portland as well. Samantha Nelson's from Portland, and again, there's more stuff going back to Portland. Like I don't know what it means. It's just very odd. There's so many Portland connections. Shannon Gray, BK Norton.
How far is it from Eugene, Oregon?
Not far. Not far at all, actually.
You know what else happened on the 29th of December is the property management company put out a statement basically giving condolences and et cetera, et cetera. But they didn't put it out.
Was that from the official pen of Lucifer Morningstar?
Huh?
Was that from the official pen of Lucifer Morningstar?
No, it's from Team Idaho Property Management. This is off the top of my head. I might be wrong about the exact date, but I'm pretty sure it was on the 29th as well on their Facebook page.
Yeah, the Prince of Darkness. So Eugene's 110 miles from Portland, it seems. So it's not, Salem's about halfway in between, the place where they claimed that other home invasion was involved, perhaps.
Gotcha.
So a lot of Oregon stuff, right? A lot of Oregon stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Outcast, you might have missed it. I was hoping to resolve whatever it is between you and Jenn here. I don't know what occurred, but she's asking for an apology, man. So if you could just honor us with that, I'd appreciate it.
There's no going between. I'm just being accused of something that I can literally prove is not true.
I don't think it, Jenn. I don't think it. I think it got overinflated. I really do. Outcast is pretty chill, and I don't imagine. I didn't hear it, though, so if that solves it, I'm happy. You're sorry. He's sorry. We're all moving on. Let's fuck it. Okay.
I'm not sorry. I didn't do anything. I'm not sorry.
Right.
I'm not sorry.
Whatever it is, the whole situation is over. Hopefully. Anyway, I'm sure you guys saw it in the chat that I know this is something else that's going to piss Willie off, is that Hippler sealed all of the information from the hearing today. And what on earth could have been discussed if they had to seal it at this point? When they're revealing the military connection, I mean,
what other case do we see this level of secrecy? And I mean, by virtue of it being a court hearing, it's supposed to be public. The idea that anything secret in a court should not ever be accepted by any American, and certainly not to this degree. I'm just saying we're as an American society, we're accepting these. We've been kind of trained to accept these secret proceedings, and by virtue of being an American court, there should never be a secret proceeding. It is a public system.
Well, at this point, it seemed like so many of the documents were coming out, so much information being released, and somebody made the point that somebody made the point that whenever there is a big document to release or anything of these sorts, hearings and this sort, the G's offer themselves as a distraction, right? And
sure,
here they are. They're on the media blitz, as you put it, and
roll out the dancing monkeys with the tambourines. You know what I mean, to distract everybody. You know, the little monkey with the
it's
tambourine.
literally like, yeah, bring on the dancing horses, and it. So, does anybody know what somebody told me earlier, and I forgot now, what the intent of the hearing itself was. Was it talk about the death penalty or ADS or ASD or whatever? It was something along something very specific.
It was previously scheduled for last month, but they had rescheduled it. It was the week following last month's hearing, but then they rescheduled it. Whatever that one was about, I forgot what it was about. I think it was about street tacos. They were talking about delicious fish tacos.
Heather wants to jam some street tacos in my vent holes. I don't know what I did. But anyway, yeah, no. The fact now, it makes you wonder, what isn't there another one on the 16th, right? That's supposed to be a public forum, and we'll settle it with Judge Wapner. Here we go. I don't want to lose this page here. Twiz got his beard stuck in a treadmill. It's funny. Twiz is watching. Okay, so this is from... Drum
roll, please.
I guess 428. Oh, this talks about what is... Order sealing state's motion for examination of defendants pursuing an extension of time to complete rebuttal penalty phase, expert disclosures and declarations. Okay, thank you, Heather. So they're talking about the experts, right? Is that right?
Is that what it was a follow-up on the experts?
And a rebuttal penalty phase, expert disclosure and declarations and exhibits in support-filled harangue are exempt from disclosure and is sealed. Let me read that again. Based upon the state's motion to seal state's motion for examination of defendant and for an extension of time to complete rebuttal penalty phase expert. Okay, so this sounds like it has to do with the state not providing any testimony or anything with the experts that they provided.
Oh, you mean they just gave them a PowerPoint? Is what you're saying?
Well, for what it sounds like, they're implying a penalty on the state. I'm sure it's the reverse, but I'm gonna hope over hope.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe. We'll wait and see.
I really
see how
do.
that penalty shakes out, right?
Here, all their names are on it, except for where's our main dude? What's the main dude's name? Hurwit.
Hurwit. Hurwit.
Yeah. Heard it. Joshua heard it.
Joshua hurt it.
He'll hurt you, all right.
We haven't really talked about Bill Nye, the prosecuting attorney guy there. His father's the federal district judge. That's a weird dynamic, right? The state AG's office, a federal district judge. What the hell's going on in Idaho?
All right. Outcast, I don't know if Outcast is trying to stir up shit. I just asked you to apologize to her. She didn't use your video. And if it did, what difference does it make? Because you literally said while you were making that video is for people to use it to help solve this case, which is all we're doing, right? And she has clearly shown she didn't use it, and that she has the same filter or some along. Actually, hers sounded better. So if we could just move on from that, I'd like to continue our friendship, whatever it may be. If that's not in the cards, so be it. I'm just leave it at that. Anyway, so I don't know what you're saying, man. I'm not gonna back and forth with you, bro. I'm really not. You still there, JJ?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How do you feel about this? No. Hello, the payday's been opened. I can hear it. You don't want to get the
thing. I got a pup staring at me, all funky. So
he's demanding his payday. Yeah, listen, he worked hard all week, pooping in the yard and doing his thing. Can we put him on camera at some point? We like dogs around here.
He's not ready for that yet. He's very timid.
He's camera shy.
Very timid boy. Yeah.
I understand. Okay.
He's a very timid boy.
The JJ's dog has been redacted. I'm gonna play some more of this. Give you a chance to snack out over there, big guy. And
oh, I'm good. I just need to feed him a bite. I was talking about it. He's been staring at me the entire time since I was talking about it before in my car ride too. Hold on.
Fair enough. Jen, you don't have to leave. I wouldn't go anywhere.
Where's Jen going?
She's upset that Outcast is being Outcast. I guess I don't know.
Where's Twiz? He ain't been on in a while.
Twiz has been silent. He just texted me that he's watching. He's always watching. Twiz is always watching. Tex Max Thunderclap. Anyway, so I'm not trying to have any drama here. I have a channel. I want to help solve this case. I don't have time to conjecture about some fucking 911 call bullshit. So anyway, yeah. So they've sealed. Man, I wish I understood this better, JJ. Based on the state's motion to seal for examination of defendants pursuant to Idaho case. Okay, so that's the ASD. And then for an extension of time to complete rebuttal penalty phase, expert disclosure and declarations and exhibits in support field Crane are exempt from disclosure. Okay, so okay, I got it. So whatever the rebuttal penalty, expert phase disclosure and declaration. So whatever they've decided on the exhibits is going to remain sealed. So I guess we won't know up until the hearing whether or not, or the trial.
Never, dude. We're never gonna know, dude. They're never gonna tell us this stuff.
Are they gonna? They're talking about. I'm assuming they're talking about the house on wheels.
I'm assuming they're full of shit. That's what I'm assuming.
Are they telling you to go fuck yourself?
They're definitely telling us all to go fuck ourselves. There's Abner boy. That's my co-pilot.
That's him, huh? Let me blow him up a little bit. I want to get a good look at him.
I'd rather you not. He's a good boy. You don't need to blow him up. So they're gonna keep hiding more and more shit here, dude. Like based upon their own actions, that's what they've exhibited, right? So like, I don't know. Like, do I expect even the roommates to even testify? No, I don't. I really don't. I don't expect the jury to hear shit. I don't expect legitimate arguments to be able to be presented. I expect Hippler to tell everyone to go fuck themselves.
Chelsea is saying it's the penalty phase of what, Chelsea? Chelsea, do you want to try to come back up? You can. You can again. I'd like to hear it straight from your. I'll play. Like I said, I'm going to give JJ a minute to eat his payday, and there's a few more minutes of this at least I want to get into as far as this interview. Is that cool with you guys?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Hit the video, please. By all means, I'll watch along.
Heather,
it was like, and what are some of your favorite memories that really kind of captured Kaylee's spirit?
So one of my favorite memories is Aubrey and Kaylee on the 4th of July. We were hanging out outside and by the pool, and they both came out wearing bikinis, and they were like completely opposite. So it was weird because Aubrey was wearing like a striped top, blue and white top with white bottoms. Kaylee was wearing white bottoms with like the red and white, the stars, and it was just like, did you guys plan this? And they didn't. So we had to do our mom had to give them like a total photo shoot because of this, but it was really fun, and they looked really cute. And so they just came out like completely opposite, like almost on purpose, and Aubrey resembles Kaylee so much, and their personalities actually are quite a bit alike.
Today, I'm going to teach you the pink salt trick, or even better, natural mound.
So, you know, they fought like sisters. And even though there was a pretty big age gap there, you know, Kaylee would call her little brat, you know, all the time. And because she was, you know, she's the baby and she's so spoiled. Mom, you guys give her everything, you know, we have to work for everything. And Aubrey just gets it. And I'm like, well, she is only 9, you know? But they had, you know, they had a bond, you know, just like sisters do. And they loved each other very much.
And they're both a little bit more outdoors. Like Brio asked to go fishing. She's like, let's go fishing. And Kaylee would go to concerts and camp overnight. So they enjoy the outdoors. And that's a little bit more something unique about them, where I don't know if Autumn would really do that.
I don't know if Autumn would go camping or fishing.
And Olivia's not big on the outdoors either. So, you know, they got their own unique, you know, styles.
So did you guys put that into them, you know, as kids? I mean, were you a big outdoor family or?
Yeah, we do a lot of camping. We've always had water sports, and yeah, sometimes we just go to islands and camp on the whole island where no one else could get to. So yeah, we did that, you know, through their years of growing up.
Islands here on the lake, Coeur d'Alene, there's, you know, a few little spots that boat access only. So, you know, we'd go and we would, you know, set up, you know, our tents and stuff and for a week, you know, and we'd kind of just go back and forth. And it was nice. I mean, you know, you worry about your stuff, but our stuff was always safe. We'd come back and we'd be like, is everything still there? And we'd be like, yeah, everything's still there, you know, and we'd go home and take showers and come back and he'd go to work. And so we'd, you know, hang out there, you know, a lot of the summer. And we did that for years. And that was, you know, the kids loved doing that. And there was a little place down south on the lake that we'd go and take the kids and their friends and, you know, camp and, you know, whoever wanted to fish would fish. And there was a little restaurant there. So they, you know, we had like a little open tab that, you know, they were allowed to get French fries. It wasn't totally open. So yeah, at the end of the trip, you know, we'd go down and cash out and we'd have like, you know, 100 orders of French fries to pay for. We'd be like, dang.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool area. Go ahead.
Yeah, Maddie was with us when we'd go down there and and float around, and there would be a log out there. The kids would get out there on the log and mess around on the log, and they had so much fun. It's a great spot.
That's a big blue dot up there. A lot of retired PD guys up there. Am I right?
Yeah, it's very peaceful and quiet, and you know,
it's grown though. It's grown a lot.
Like everything. After COVID, we really blew up where people could work a little bit more remote. So we got.
So is your family from there originally, or did you guys kind of migrate into that area with the kids?
So I was actually born and raised in the Bay Area, and then Steve was down in that area going to college, and he was in college with my cousins, and I met him through my cousins and playing football. And so we lived a couple. Kaylee, Olivia, Stephen, and Kaylee were born down in the Bay Area, and then we moved up here. He was from the Northwest, Washington, and he wanted to get back to the Northwest, but not Washington, the Northwest. And we flew up here on a whim. I was pregnant for Kaylee, super, super, super pregnant for Kaylee, and he wanted to check out North Idaho. And I was like, all right, you know, I was thinking, just suffice him. You know, there's no way I'm leaving California. I'm not moving up to North Idaho. You know, it's crazy. And we flew up here and to Spokane, and then rented a car and drove around, and we just absolutely loved it. And we went back and we told, you know, all my family was down there, my grandma, my sister, my mom and dad, they were all right there. And we were like, so we have something to tell you guys. We're moving to North Idaho. And they were like, haha, yeah, okay. Well, we put our house for sale and it sold the very first day, literally the very first day, and had a full offer. And we were like, wow, this is really happening. So we bought a house up here, and me and the kids moved up first, and Steve stayed down there working because he's like, well, I got to get a job up there, you know? So he moved into an apartment, and we did that for almost a year. And then Steve landed a job up here over in Spokane, and then he finally was able to join us. So yeah. And so Kaylee was 1 when we moved up here, 1 year old.
And she has a birthday coming up in June, right?
Yes, June 8th, Kaylee J Day. Mm-hmm.
And then Maddie has a birthday too.
Maddie's this month, May 25th, Maddie May Day. Mm-hmm. So we're entering the birth months, May, June, and Xana in July. So, you know, that was something really kind of cute about them. You know, they had, for 3 months, they had birthday celebrations. So, it's hard. Birthdays are hard.
Of course. Yeah, you mentioned Maddie, and of course, Kaylee and Maddie were the best of friends and super close. Just if you can share a favorite memory or memories of things that you just will always remember about the girls and how close they were. And it sounds like they really were like sisters.
They were, you know, inseparable. I mean, they would fight and have arguments and not talk for here and there. And, you know, me and Karen would be like, oh dear, the girls aren't talking, you know, and this and that. And, but one of my greatest memories, was Olivia's wedding. Before the wedding, the girls had a big, so Olivia got married in August, and the girls had a big falling out 4th of July over some differences in plans and whatnot. And they had a big falling out, and they were not talking. So they were all bridesmaids in the wedding. And, as we're getting closer to this wedding, usually a fight would last a week, so 2 weeks was a lot, 3 weeks was more. Now we're at like 4 weeks, and I'm like, okay, we've got a problem. Like, you guys got to get over this. And so I usually I'm just working on Kaylee, like, Kaylee got to stop this and that. And she's like, absolutely not. Nope, she's not coming to the wedding, this and that. And we're just like, Kaylee, she's, this is your sister's wedding and she's one of the bridesmaids. Well, I don't know what to say. And then so I started messaging Maddie and was like, Maddie, you guys got to figure this out. And she's just like, well, what do you want me to do? And I'm like, just come over tonight. Just come over. Just walk in and just grab her and hug her. And she said, I'm afraid she's gonna punch me in the face. And I said, I promise you, I will not let her punch you in the face. Just walk in.
Jenn, are you still there? Hello. Let me check on Jenn here. Jenn had a New York minute there with. The only reason I'm saying just both apologize and get it out, squash it, because first of all, you guys are both my friends, and I hope you come back up here, Jenn. Come on. And you did tell him to suck a bag of dicks. So the poop has flown mutual directions. I don't know what's going on here. Any thoughts, JJ? I lost JJ goes. I'll complete. I gave him a break, so I'll continue.
Just enough is enough. This is a long time that you guys have been fighting. You need to just end this. And so they did.
Hi, Kelly.
And it was literally like
a
week of time. So it was like two days before we were flying down to have this wedding for Olivia, and that wedding went off without a hitch. You wouldn't even known. They were just laughing the whole time, taking pictures the whole time, and boyfriends went. Jack and Jake went, and it was just such a good time. And all the nice pictures of them dressed up. And Olivia had a photo booth at the wedding, which was just with all these costume things and stuff that you could use and signs. And I love the picture of Kaylee sitting there sticking her tongue out, and Maddie standing there with it. And it just so happens she's got this like look on her face, and she's holding a sign that says "Just run." I love it. I'm like, this picture over this. And so I start. Usually I'm just working on Kaylee. Like, Kaylee got to stop this and that. And she's like, absolutely not. Nope, she's not coming to the wedding. This and that. And we're just like, Kaylee, she's this is your sister's wedding, and she's one of the bridesmaids. Well, I don't know what to say. And then so I started messing with some differences and plans and whatnot, and they had a big falling out. We're in.
If you've been thinking about using turmeric for liver support, give this a watch.
The turmeric is oil soluble, which means it's not going to absorb.
Entering the birth months, May, June, and Xana in July. So, that was something really kind of cute about them. They had, for 3 months, they had birthday celebrations. So, it's hard. Birthdays are hard.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned Maddie, and of course, Kaylee and Maddie were the best of friends and super close. Just if you can share a favorite memory or memories of things that you just will always remember about the girls and how close they were. And it sounds like they really were like sisters.
They were, inseparable. They would fight and have arguments and not talk for here and there. And, me and Karen would be like, oh dear, the girls aren't talking, and this and that. And, but one of my greatest memories was Olivia's wedding. Before the wedding, the girls had a big, so Olivia got married in August, and the girls had a big falling out 4th of July over some differences and plans and whatnot. And they had a big falling out, and they were not talking. So they were all bridesmaids in the wedding. And, as we're getting closer to this wedding, usually a fight would last a week, so 2 weeks was a lot, 3 weeks was more. Now we're at like 4 weeks, and I'm like, okay, we've got a problem. Like, you guys got to get over this. And so I start, usually I'm just working on Kaylee, like, Kaylee got to stop this and that. And she's like, absolutely not. Nope, she's not coming to the wedding, this and that. And we're just like, Kaylee, she's, this is your sister's wedding, and she's one of the bridesmaids. Well, I don't know what to say. And then so I started messaging Maddie and was like, Maddie, you guys got to figure this out. And she's just like, well, what do you want me to do? And I'm like, just come over tonight. Just come over. Just walk in and just grab her and hug her. And she said, I'm afraid she's going to punch me in the face. And I said, I promise you, I will.
If you've been thinking about using turmeric for liver support, give this a watch.
The turmeric is oil soluble, which means it's.
And then before long, it was every night. Kaylee was either there or Maddie was here. Every night. I would go pick up the kids from school, and Kaylee would either text me and say, I'm going home with Karen or going home with Maddie. And I'd be like, okay. And then if she didn't send me that text and we go pick them up, and Kaylee jumps in and she doesn't have Maddie because she didn't even have to ask anymore, I'd be like, well, where's Maddie? And she's just like, oh, she's just, she's going home tonight, or she broke her phone or whatever, and she has to get her phone fixed or something like that. And I'd be like, oh, okay. So, I mean, it was just a given. I mean, it wasn't even an ask anymore. It just, we pulled up, and if Maddie got in, she got in. Or if I got a text saying, I'm going home with Maddie, she's going home with Maddie. She's at Karen's. Okay. So in high school, it wound up, we moved to a different house. So we were kind of farther away, and it was so far, for the kids to, Mom, do you understand how much gas money that takes for me to like get back and forth and stuff like that? So Karen and Maddie, their family, they lived in town. So they did stay there a lot more in high school, and then come out here once in a while and stuff like that.
Nice.
So they were just inseparable. I mean, and we loved Maddie. We took her in, and, they took Kaylee in, and everything we did, she did. We took her along, and they did the same thing with Kaylee,
A lot of homework. The school they went to was a college prep, so they would sit there and like take over homework projects together, and
I don't have any cough drops for each other
for them and put it all together. So a lot of that, a lot of.
How did
send them over to Karen's? We're like, Karen,
she's artist. She's more artistic than us.
How did UI come onto the?
So this is a real good, feel-good piece. They know that they're in a safe place with McDonough. He's sold out to the mainstream media and Nancy Grace, and he's basically Nancy Grace's little do-boy. And I don't think this guy's going to get much in the word of edgewise here.
Radar for the two of them.
I know. So I think that was just.
Kaylee was taking marketing, right?
Maddie was doing marketing,
Maddie.
And Kaylee did her general studies. She during school until like almost she was done. She wanted to be a teacher, K-8, ELA teacher, English teacher is what she was hoping, like maybe junior high. And then she kind of backed out of that towards the end, and wasn't really sure what she was going to do with her degree, but then got her.
Is that a thing? Chelsea might know. General studies she was a senior. General studies is what you take in your required curriculum for your major. From what am I off? Is that misinformation, Heather?
Her job at Extreme Networks and started the IT world, and it kind of opened up everything. And so she started going down that path and was being very successful. But U of I think was just, it's close. That's where a lot of the kids go. It's a great university.
We would go down there and catch football games. We do weekends with the
Vandals.
and the girls.
The Vandals would play, and it wasn't
TV
far.
Dome's indoor, so you could snowing out here, and you could have a great game. And we like to go do stuff. We do these little mini vacations and stuff, and you always invite a friend with you. So
yeah, and it was the three of them went down. I mean, Kaylee, Jack, Maddie, they all went down together. And Jack was rushing the fraternities. They were rushing the sororities. And
Stephen was going as well.
Stephen went a year before. So our son was down there already, and he had gone a year before. So it just kind of was, that was just where they intended on going. U of I being here, North Idaho residents, it was in
It's a great school for what you get.
Not far. It's like 2 hours. So, they could come home on the weekends or something happened, we could get down there, and it was, perfect scenario.
So she was headed to Texas, hokum horns, as they say, right back in the day. The universe changed the schedule. Gary, what are your thoughts so far about the kids? Can I call them kids? Because
it's totally fine.
Always the kids too, right? It's your parents. Well, what I'm thinking about is that you can hear in so many of the things that you're saying that the girls were so socialized. They everything you talk about, fair play, having fun, going out, having people who love you, family. So, and you really start to understand that in addition to the horrible thing that happened being related to them being women and everything else, is that there's also, you can envision a kind of envy of people who are loved and belong and are socialized and understand fair play and everything. And you really start to understand that how somebody could live in a darkness of not having that and wanting to destroy it so that somebody else can't have it if I can't, that kind of thing. And as I listen to tell these stories, it just becomes clear how happy they were, and because they were loved, and okay, they had an argument. I'm sure they got over it real quick, and this is what normal people do, but it's just so heartbreaking to listen. And I keep thinking about a very famous line of poetry that I learned when I was in school that says, "Of all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are these, it might have been." And that's by Whittier. And I keep thinking to myself about all the incredible potential and all of that. And one of the things I was wondering about is, what did your daughter talk about doing in the future? What did she want to do with her life? What did she see as her purpose?
One thing Kaylee wanted to do was she wanted to be successful. She very much so wanted to be successful. she, marriage was not like, being a mom and getting married. That wasn't her first priority. I mean, she wanted that, yes, eventually, but she wanted her career. She wanted a career, and she wanted to be able to, succeed in that. And I think that company that she was with, it just happened to land her an internship, and it just fell into her lap. And that whole, change of path that she took with her career in like the last year was just a total blessing, for her. And she really ran with it. And she, got a great offer. She graduated early in December, or would have been graduating in December. I think that's what she wanted, and she was excited for that. And then she did want to be married, and she did want kids. But
they laughed at me.
I think a lot of that is hey JJ, it is a mother's kind of like conjecturing her hopes into her daughter's thing. If you're going to answer that question, you're going to use that kind of direction anyway, right? So what do you think, JJ?
Yeah, I mean, I've been listening along. It's who's this character interviewing? Who's this guy?
A doctor, somebody said.
When I used the pink salt trick, 6 pant sizes.
A lot of commercials in this.
But she was very particular.
They don't have the names of the guys. Let's see. Here. Oh, what happened? Well, that's a big description. Big empty description box. Oh, this is the chat that was going on. Let's see who was in the chat. Anybody we know? I don't see anybody. It's all the guilters. Here they are. Hold on, it's still playing. This is the description, Kane. John and Chris and Karen and Dr. Bricado. So whoever Dr. Bricado, Gary Bricado's book, The New Evil. He wrote the book, The New Evil, JJ.
Oh, okay. I'll look him up. I'm not familiar.
Yeah, we could look him up real quick here. What's his name again?
Dr. Roboto.
I think it was Dr. Bronchitis. Here.
Demo Ragazzo, Dr. Roboto.
What's my favorite line from that song? I'm trying. I like the IBM where he says my parts are IBM. What's the one line though? I am a mannequin, secret. I got a secret, sitting on the can. Secret. I got a secret. Let's see if we can't get this to actually work for us. That Kiss was what in the actual blankety blank. Doctor, did I not copy? I can just put. What was his first name? Do you remember? Is it?
I believe his first name was Doctor. Like that's his legal first name.
Are you sure it wasn't Inglourious Bastards or Schindler's List?
It might be Schindler's List. It might be.
Jen had me convinced that you ghosted me, and then she ghosted me.
Uh-oh.
She's upset
I
with
took
the
my
whole...
dog for a walk.
Jen, don't let this silliness. This is all silliness. Gregory. Now I got to go back to it.
So back to what we were saying before about Steve Gonzalez and his daughter Samantha. So, as Jen was pointing out there, Christy points out in the interview that she moved north to Idaho when Kaylee was 1. So that had been right about the same time that Samantha's mother was impregnated with Samantha's younger half sister. So that's interesting. And I think I said Steve was from Vallejo. That was Christy. Steve's from Modesto. So Steve went to high school. So that's what I'm saying. In that interview, she said Steve was from the Pacific Northwest, and I was like, not by all the records from what I've seen. Steve went to high school, looks like in Modesto. His father's from San Jose. His folks got married in Santa Clara County, which is San Jose area. That's where San Jose is. So his father was born in Monterey County, California, which is south of San Jose. So where he's from the Pacific Northwest is I don't know, because his living siblings all still live down in Modesto region.
Well, she was saying she was from the Bay Area, and
No, that's true. She went to high school in Vallejo. That's accurate. But I'm saying she said Steve's from the Pacific Northwest. He ain't from the Pacific Northwest.
no, she did make it sound like he's from there in that interview.
Yeah.
You're right. I noticed that, and
yeah, that's not at all accurate. I'm looking at his folks' marriage license, his father's birth record, his high school address in 1986 in Modesto, California.
that's wild. Okay, so Dr. Ricardo, who earned his PhD at social, is a psychologist, a clinical psychologist, researcher, and author in the areas of psychotic illnesses and violence. Ricardo has over 2 decades of clinical experience, having trained with the Creedmoor Psychiatric Center, Beth Israel, Bronx Lebanon Hospital, Long Island Jewish Zucker Hillside Hospital Center. Ricardo. So I guess we have, surprise, another Jewish doctor.
Typical. And
Yeah.
here's Steve and Christy getting married. Their announcement is on 26th December 1995 in the Ukiah, California newspaper. And Ukiah is up there on the coastline in Mendocino County. And so north of San Francisco, about 2 hours, hour and a half. So where are these ideas that he's a Pacific Northwester? He's a Californian.
Well, they have to stick with that narrative. Hi, Ms. Potts. We've been asking for you all day long. And Twiz wouldn't come into the chat. Hi, Rockshot. Without you. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome in, darling. It says, okay, so, yeah, they have to protect that narrative that they are the inner circle of Idaho, and they represent,
Right.
And they hate outsiders, and he can't, even though his wife is one, they can't be represented as that. If you've lived there for more than 5 years, that gives you 5th generational clout level, right?
It's like Texas. They all fight over whose family was there first, I guess, right?
Do they? I know that.
I've been to a lot of Texas parties and barbecues, and with folks that are, of the ilk that are like, oh, well, my family was here first, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you guys are fucking retarded.
Now you made me really hungry, bro. And damn you.
For some delicious brisket? Oh, man, I could go for some brisket right now.
My mind goes to pig. When I hear barbecue,
you get some. Yeah, you can get some.
I like
but
some
if you
good
ever had
swine.
Texas brisket, I mean, can't get much better than that.
Let's take a moment
Let's
and
take a
talk
pause and I'll
about.
get some Texas brisket. I agree. On some cornbread, maybe.
Oh man, brisket
You give me some brisket with some garlic bread on the side. I'm gonna throw that back at you.
Let me
friend.
throw
There's some cornbread
something
you
in
can
your
serve with
face, sir. And this is from the heart. I hope I don't get punched in the face here.
with garlic bread.
Let's take a moment and talk about Al's Burgers and Fries. Where is that located,
that.
JJ?
That's in South Burlington, Vermont.
South
Right by the
Burlington,
airport, not
and this
far.
is one of JJ's favorite food establishments. And if we don't
Ever.
spend at least 10 minutes on food per episode, their hours of operation are 11 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Now, I had a question. I was doing some research, and I wondered, is this where the Burlington Coat Factory is? Because I know in Maine they also have a Burlington. I would
Great
love
question.
to see.
Burlington Coat Factory is located in Burlington, North Carolina.
That was quick. Did you chat GPT that?
North Carolina was founded by Clan Vance. I'm not technically a North Carolinian, but I've spent a lot of time there.
I was only testing. I knew that answer. Let's read some of the reviews from Al's Burgers and Fries joint
Let's do
in
that.
Burlington, Vermont. Is it? I've heard Vermont's pretty
Technically
beautiful.
South Burlington. Technically it's South Burlington, but yeah, it's Burlington, Vermont.
They're located on a road. What's the road again?
Should be Route 2.
Off Route 2.
Wilson Drive. Wilson
It's
Drive,
Imperial
probably there.
Palms is their actual address.
I think you're in a different location.
Oh,
I
no,
see a
it's
California
1070 13th Street, Imperial Beach, California.
address. You're on the wrong coast. Frank.
I am
You're
on the
coast.
wrong. Yeah, nobody corrected me. I was trying to put misinformation out there, and Heather wouldn't shut me down. Imperial Beach is not a pleasant area. Imperial Beach is right on the border of San Ysidro and Tijuana. And it's the last.
Yeah, but if you're
beach.
looking for some fresh, fish tacos, just work your way up the coastline up to Ventura. Get yourself some Spencer McKenzie's.
Spencer McKenzie's,
that'll set
huh?
you straight.
Okay.
That'll set you straight.
I'm down to
you
try
ever, You ever
that.
surfed up there?
In what city?
Up by Ventura. Was that Magoo?
We tried. We went to Huntington Beach, and it was flat. And then we went to Trestles and also Malibu, and they were all flat, unfortunately. Trestles is one of the longest.
About another 40 miles up the north of Malibu.
I only went there for amusement parkness. Let's see here. I got to put Vermont. That's probably why we don't have the right one. Yeah, Imperial Beach is so nasty because it gets all the sewage runoff from Tijuana, so you can't really swim there, and because it's unregulated, I guess. We filter our sewage, I guess, and from there it's not. So that is not an area you want to be swimming in, especially after it rains. Let me see here. Al's Burger. If you don't get at least a free burger from Al's Burgers and Fries out of this.
Right? All this, all this hype about it. No, it's delicious. I love that place. I mean, again, it's like, when I go out west or something else, when I get off a plane or whatnot, or I drive into a place that has an In-N-Out Burger, I'll stop in In-N-Out Burger. But every time I go to Vermont, Al's is one of my first stops.
I gotta wonder if they heard us talking the last time, because they really vamped up their website. Look at this picture here, JJ.
There you go. They're getting fancy.
If you want to come back on camera, we only got about 20 minutes left before Miss Potts is through with all her introductions. I'm going to try to get over there, and I might have to work, if you don't mind. Should we play the Al's Burgers and Fries video? Now let's get back to the case. I'm just fucking around. Okay.
I was going to say, if we're gonna end this thing, let's. I was just smoking there. I'll put that out for you, and we'll.
Fair enough.
Close out this conversation. We'll do some more purging.
Let's purge
Al's
it up.
French fries. There you go. That's the place to be.
Thumbs up. Free shakes for any Purginian. So we talked about Bricado.
Tell him Kane sent you. Go to the counter. Tell him Kane sent you.
Watch that become a thing. That would be hilarious. Okay, so Kane sent me. Like 50 people go in there. Kane sent me free burger.
That'd be great.
The Kane hack, and they're like, "Who the fuck is this Kane guy?"
Right.
So I can only imagine that he wants to appear because he's promoting his latest book. And here's what's interesting about it. What is it called? The New Evil, Understanding the Emergence of Modern Violent Crime. And it's expanding on prior work by his co-author, Dr. Michael Stone, to present a comprehensive system of categorizing motives for a wide array of offenses, ranging from self-defense, and we were talking about the stand your ground law here, JJ, earlier, if you caught that, torture in the context of SK. They examined the contributions of aberrant personality structures. I wonder how come it doesn't work against him when he investigates personality structures in aberrant people, including narcissism. Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to do it, JJ. I need my bad.
You're good. You're good. No, it's a good point, though. I mean, it's just framing whatever they can frame, right? I mean, everyone took the same class Koberger did. Everyone did the same project, but Koberger did it.
Well, here's the thing that I was going with this. It is that here we have almost everyone involved. It's some, or very many people involved have either written books on true crime or have been involved in crafting novels. You got Blum or whatever, and this guy. Are they all conspiring to write this fucking narrative, or does the state already have that on lock?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I'm sure some of this could be independently done, but I go back to there's a PR firm orchestrating all of this nonsense. And they coordinate shit with Howard Bloom. They coordinate shit with other, other media agencies and sending out, PR messages and whatnot as far as the talking points, right? Because, for example, Ashley Banfield just the other night did a show saying that Xana Cornodal was on her TikTok at 4:13. I'm like, this bitch knows how to read. There's no way she thinks that's still an accurate statement. You know what I mean? Like, but again, these are talking points. So.
Well, yeah, they're lying points. I mean, you have. I have a list right here on this paper towel of all of the lies that they've been able to propagate and not back down on. They won't. They will never, and then they go ahead and they double down on it. They jump on the 23 surveillance. Jen had pointed out, or Heather had pointed out, that the time in advance data is readily available to the defense attorney as one of the representatives of the court without any kind of subpoena or judge's order. So don't you think the chances are probably pretty high that she has that time in advance data?
Oh, for sure.
Whereas the state would not present that to them, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of what we're seeing, right? Is they're both having these Mexican standoff here between the two sides. Is the defense is like, we need to know your experts. We're like, we need to know your fucking cases, prosecutors, and then they're back and forth on that. Because that was part of that last hearing was, they're back and forth on the not only the PowerPoints and the lack of reports substantiating these PowerPoints and how they achieve these conclusions. But these aren't, the state's playing these games as they're not even experts, right? So they're going to be having some experts testify, but other folks they're trying to say like, well, this guy's a detective, so he's not an expert, he's just stating facts. Well, go fuck yourself. That's not how these things work. So they continue to play these games. You know what I mean? So, yeah, there's a lot of that going on right now. So,
hi, Lori. Welcome
in. Back and forth.
I don't know if you caught Miss Potts live, and I meant to play it. I don't think we'll have the time now. I wanted to play a little bit of the beginning because she makes some good points. If you don't mind hanging around for that, but
sure.
She kept quoting you. Anytime Hippler said anything, she would say, "Yeah, JJ says." Go
nice.
Fuck yourself.
We'll have to watch that. I missed that.
I wasn't 100% sure that it wasn't just bouncing off the wall, or sticking to the wall and sliding down. We try here at the Purge. We try to purge it up, and if usually I get JJ to bark and clap for a couple hula burgers for you guys. Just to keep it entertaining. And let me see here. I have the Miss Potts right over. Where is she? No, I passed it, I think, right there. No, that's Jen. Where did I put that sucker? Here we go. Okay, so I got it. I think I have it right at the part I want to play. You'll find it interesting if you missed it.
Nice.
Here we go.
Yes, Audrey's link. There it is. Drop your links, friends. Well, my mods anyway. All right, let's get over here. All right, hopefully my audio holds up for us. Heather, if it gets really bad, text me. I have my phone next to me. Hi, Ami. Hello. Thank you for being here. Welcome on in. Everybody else, welcome on in. Hope you're having a great night. Happy Sunday. Let's get over here. Start going through all this. Thanks, Fitzy. Yeah, text me, darling. I got my phone next to me if my audio starts getting real bad because I can't see my chat. So, all right, here we go. Order on the defendant's motion in limine regarding make and model of the suspect vehicle. It's only 5 pages, so not too. Introduction. In the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, surveillance videos from various locations near the crime scene picked footage of what law enforcement believed to be the same vehicle as, quote, suspect vehicle 1. The white sedan that was seen arrived at and then departed, I think is what they meant to put. The white sedan that was seen arrive at and then depart. I think they meant to put the white sedan that was seen arriving at and then departing from the area of 1122 King Road at the time of the homicides. From one such video, law enforcement determined the vehicle was a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. From one such video. Interesting. Defendant seeks an order precluding the state from referring to the vehicles depicted on the various surveillance videos as the same vehicle, i.e. Suspect Vehicle 1, and from asserting that Suspect Vehicle 1 is a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. He argues that these are speculative conclusions that invade the province of the jury. The state responds that it intends to elicit expert testimony establishing the vehicles are the same, and such testimony will neither be speculative nor otherwise improper. Oral argument on the motion was held April 9, 2025, after which the court took the matter under advisement. The court finds that the state may present expert opinion that the vehicles depicted in the videos vehicle a Suspect Vehicle 1. Wow. As well as the make and model thereof. Then we have the standard for admissibility, blah, blah, blah. Facts. Following the homicides, law enforcement gathered video surveillance from various locations surrounding the crime scene, including from 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of the crime scene. That video footage showed a white sedan, Suspect Vehicle 1, enter the King Road neighborhood at 4:04 a.m., and then depart from the area at a high rate of speed at 4:20. Interesting. 4:04 a.m., huh?
Here it comes.
So if Suspect Vehicle 1 didn't even enter the King Road neighborhood until 4:04 a.m., how is Dylan hearing anything going on inside the house at 4?
So the car that they plan to use as Suspect Vehicle 1 has not even entered the neighborhood 4 minutes after the crime has started.
Right, exactly.
But they're going to run with that.
But they don't really address it either. They just gloss over it, right? It's just like we're just going to veer right past that.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to get a new technology out of the county commission and they put at the end of the minutes of the meeting. Oh yeah, we have this $1 million thing. Don't worry about it. We're just going to put that out there. Let me play a little bit more.
The question. Rayannette, how are you doing? Woman power. Well, thank you. Welcome back to you. Thank you for being here. Welcome on in, everybody. Leslie and Billy, hello. How are you? So yeah, it's very interesting, huh? I'm probably, I'm not going to get stuck on stupid for too long with this one, but it's interesting that the judge here is saying that the facts of this is that the video, right, from 1112 King Road shows a white sedan entering the King Road neighborhood at 4:04 a.m.
No, it's still here.
Okay.
Well, at 3:59, the DoorDash is being delivered. And Dylan is waking up.
This story is becoming such a clusterfuck.
Oh, right. So, what is this new? This is the thing. Not only do they not have, they've never really built in their timeline where the car parked or when they exactly entered the home, but now this whole thing where they got stuff going on and the footage they're using for the car doesn't even coincide with, like you're saying, it's happening before the car's even stopped to even make its magical floating appearance into the home.
I knew this would get you fired up. Now, let's add in the car from the gas station that's speeding away before the crime even happened. I don't know that they've entered it as evidence, but they did block off that gas station for an entire day. Hi, Dan. Welcome in. Good to see you, man. And so here, let me play a little bit more because I love throwing you hula burgers. Here.
Allegedly being awoken by all the noise and the commotion, correct? The same footage showed what law enforcement believed to be the same vehicle make 3 initial passes by the crime scene in the 30 minutes before its 4:04 a.m. entry. 3 initial. Surveillance videos from 5 other locations within 0.6 miles of the crime scene also captured what law enforcement believed to be suspect vehicle 1 in the 1 hour preceding the crime. 5 other locations. Based on the direction of travel and timestamps, investigators mapped what they believed to be suspect vehicle 1 routes of travel. One of the surveillance videos relied upon by law enforcement was from a camera located at 1125 Ridge Road. That's interesting. Didn't Hippler say that he saw no evidence that the state or law enforcement relied on videos from Ridge Road to identify the vehicle? Isn't that somewhere in one of his orders? Let me come back to chat. For fuck's sake, Fitziana. Isn't this somewhere in one of his little other orders back there for either motions in limine, or maybe it was in the motions to suppress? I think it was in the motions to suppress. Doesn't he say somewhere in there that he saw no evidence at all that the state relied on anything from Ridge Road? That's interesting, huh? Now he's saying they did. One of the surveillance videos relied upon by law enforcement was from a camera located at 1125 Ridge Road. Video footage captured at 4:01 a.m. from this camera provided a clear view of white sedan depicted therein, which law enforcement believed shared similar class characteristics to a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. While there is no continuous footage... While there is no continuous
I was laughing
footage
this
showing
whole
the
time she was
vehicle
reading this shit.
identified in the Ridge Road footage traveling to the crime scene, the Ridge Road camera was located 0.3 miles down the
This
road
is nonsense.
from
Like, she
the
can
crime
even
scene.
tell she's befuddled by what she's reading
From
at
this
times.
This is a fresh set of jokes here for us. Let me rewind that. This is epic. This is an epic read.
That's interesting, huh? Now he's saying they did. One of the surveillance videos relied upon by law enforcement was from a camera located at 1125 Ridge Road. Video footage captured at 4:01 a.m. from this camera provided a clear view of white sedan depicted therein, which law enforcement believed shared similar class characteristics to a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. While there is no continuous footage... While there is no continuous footage showing the vehicle identified in the Ridge Road footage traveling to the crime scene, the Ridge Road camera was located 0.3 miles down the road from the crime scene. From this collective evidence, investigators believe the vehicle seen on the Ridge Road footage at 4:01, the suspect vehicle 1 captured on the 1112 King Road footage at 4:04 a.m. While there is no continuous footage showing the vehicle identified in the Ridge Road footage traveling to the crime scene, no continuous footage of the vehicle from Ridge Road traveling to the crime scene. Maybe because you can't get to the crime scene from Ridge without taking other turns. Yes? I live out there, but... Oh, woke up 1984. How are you, law enforcement? Yeah, that's me. Law enforcement. Lauren. How you doing, woke up 1984? Welcome on in, Heather Mosher. Hello. Good to see you. Right? You remember? Okay, so yeah, he did say that. Literally said that. That he saw no evidence they relied on anything from Ridge Road. But if I remember correctly, I'm just trying to remember the map, like in my brain. I don't live out there, but I don't think you can even get from 1125 Ridge to the crime scene. That's why there's no continuous footage, because you'd have other streets you need to catch. Ridge Road doesn't lead to King, right? You'd have to go up, I think it's, what is it? Walenta or something? It's interesting. Paco, hello. How are you? Welcome on in. Need some Z's. Hello. So yeah. Mark B, hello. Welcome on in. Law enforcement. Yep. I don't even try to, it is what it is. Anybody who's been here long enough knows that for whatever reason, when I say law enforcement, it sounds like I'm saying Lauren. But when I say civil law, I can say law, no problem. So, enjoy the show. Huh. So interesting. No continuous footage showing the vehicle identified in the Ridge Road footage traveling to the crime scene. Yeah, because you can't get to King Road from Ridge without traveling down other roads. From this collective evidence, investigators believed the vehicle seen on the Ridge Road footage at 4:01 was the same suspect vehicle 1 captured on 1112 at 4:04. Interesting. Based on the lack of continuous footage showing the vehicles captured in the various surveillance videos traveling to the crime scene at 4:04 a.m., defendant argues it would be improper for the state to identify those vehicles as suspect vehicle 1 or otherwise identify suspect vehicle 1 as a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. He argues any such testimony is speculative, therefore not relevant, unfairly prejudicial, and invades the province of the jury. The state responds, the testimony is based on logical, educated inferences drawn by law enforcement from the surveillance videos. It adds that the testimony does not invade the province of the jury and is highly relevant to determine whether the vehicle captured at 4:04 a.m. on the 1112 King Road camera was the defendant's vehicle. Okay, but didn't Agent Imel already say 1112, the vehicle could not be identified with that video, which is why they were relying on 451 Paradise and 1125 Ridge, correct? Let me come back over to chat here. Twiz, darling, Kane, for fuck's sake, Fitziana. Twiz, are you here? There you are. Hi, Twiz. So someone in my chat must know this, right? Hasn't the special agent, the expert, already put in their declaration they could not rely on the 1112 King footage to identify the vehicle, and based on that footage, the blurry footage of the 1112, he was only comfortable with the 2011 to a 2013 Elantra. But if I remember correctly, I know I've been gone for a couple weeks, and it's been a couple weeks since I've looked at anything, but I could have sworn. Oh, Jen. Okay, thanks, honey. Yep. So you know what I'm talking about, right? Hasn't Agent Imel already said they can't use they didn't use 1112? So the state is claiming that this video is highly relevant to determine whether the vehicle captured at 4:04 on the 1112 King Road camera was the defendant's vehicle. Well, your expert already said 1112 King, they couldn't determine the vehicle from that video. Right? Too fast for fleas. Oh my goodness, how are you? Welcome on in. You're the prettiest girl in the world. Did you know that? Thanks for being here. Appreciate you so much for your little freaking super sticker. You're amazing. Yvonne Poole, hello. Twiz, it's so good to see you. You want an appetizer? I want an appetizer too. Oh, is that... Oh, you and Kane are talking to each other, huh? Want to take you somewhere romantic? Oh, boys, get a room. Baby Gemini, hello. Guten Tag to you. Hello. All right, so that's interesting, huh? So the state thinks... Swampside Chick, hello. Design Rhythm, hello. Welcome on in. All right, you get over here. All right, I'm going back into this other window here. So Hippler here is under the impression that the state believes the testimony you're right, Hippler's going to allow the expert to testify to the videos, and that yes, they can say these are all suspect vehicle 1, blah blah blah. It's going to be interesting to hear on cross-examination how Imel is going to talk about this, because it would appear Imel was not even comfortable outside of the 2013 Elantra range, number one, and he was even less comfortable trying to identify the vehicle from anything from 1112. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm sure, some fucking know-it-all out there will let me know if I'm wrong. To the extent defendant is attempting to prohibit the state from arguing or asserting as fact that the vehicles are the same, or that suspect vehicle 1 is a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra, he is correct that it would be speculative and improper without expert testimony to provide a basis to make this contention. However, this prescription does not prevent the state from eliciting such opinions from law enforcement and asserting this as an allegation during the trial based on that testimony. So Hippler here is saying, yeah, the state can elicit that kind of testimony from their expert if they want, and you get to cross-examine that shit, right? An opinion is speculative when it, quote, theorizes about a matter as to which evidence is not sufficient for certain knowledge, end quote, and, quote, suggests only possibilities, end quote. Here, law enforcement's opinion that the vehicle captured on the Ridge Road camera at 401 is suspect vehicle 1 captured at 404 on the 112 King Road footage is not based on unsupported theories or possibilities. Rather, the opinion is based on the investigators' training and experience and educated inferences drawn from their review of surveillance footage from 6 locations within a mile of the crime scene during the hour preceding the crime. So they are relying on 6 locations, footage from 6 locations within a mile of the crime scene, an hour preceding the crime. From this evidence, the investigators were able to map what they believed was the suspect's vehicle's route of travel preceding the crime, as well as identify its make and model. Investigators were able to map what they believed was the suspect's vehicle.
Do you believe?
Sounds like a conspiracy theory to me, but that's just my opinion. Sounds like what they're doing here, Hippler's just helping them lay down their conspiracy theory when it comes to the vehicle. You know what I mean? They have no continuous footage, but let me just, here you go, Bill. Here you go, Ashley. Let me help you along, right? Defendant ignores this collection of evidence and focuses instead on solely 2 points of reference. However, the investigators had multiple data points from which they could reasonably infer that the vehicle seen on Ridge Road at 401 was the same that had been seen driving throughout the area in the preceding hour, including 3 passes by the crime scene. This is pretty wild when you think about it here, right? He's basically like, yeah, it's okay, you guys don't have continuous footage. He's literally assisting the state here with laying down the conspiracy theory of what law enforcement believes. What law enforcement believes based on their training and experience with a little map that they made and stuff. Now he's saying they relied on multiple data points. The investigators had multiple data points from which they could reasonably infer that the vehicle seen on Ridge Road at 401 was the same that they had been seen driving throughout the area preceding the crime, in the hours preceding the crime. Well, up here you said they're relying on footage from 6 locations within a mile of the crime. for the hour preceding the crime. Now it's multiple data points. Further, based on the direction of travel of the Ridge Road vehicle and its distance from and location respective to 1112 King, it is likewise reasonable, notwithstanding the lack of continuous footage, that it continued traveling along Ridge Road until it reached King Road. Ah, Hippler. Somebody should have just had you look on Google Maps. Hippler, you can't get from King Road. You can't get to King Road from Ridge, Hippler. Twiz, darling, I thought somebody... Didn't you show him the map? Did anybody show him Google Earth? Anyone? Did someone not show Hippler here Google Earth? Right. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? Further, based on the direction of travel of the Ridge Road vehicle and its distance from and location respective to 1112 King Road, it is likewise reasonable to infer, notwithstanding the lack of continuous footage, that it continued traveling along Ridge Road until it reached King Road. Sir, it's not reasonable to infer that because Ridge Road doesn't take you to King. No, it's not reasonable to infer that. Ridge Road doesn't lead to King. I don't know why he would think that at all. I really don't. What just happened to my screen here? Hang on, friends. No. What is happening? Lily Moon, hello. Welcome on in. So yeah, that's weird. I don't know why he would think that. I really have no idea why he would think that. Why he would even put that in there. That it continued traveling along Ridge Road until it reached King Road? That's impossible, sir. Ridge Road is not going to take you to King Road. That is so wild. Such opinion testimony would not usurp the jury's role as fact finder. The jury is tasked with determining whether defendant committed the alleged crimes. The state asserts that the perpetrator drove suspect vehicle 1, and based on the totality of evidence, that it was defendant's Hyundai Elantra. The investigators' observations and inferences about the route of travel of the vehicle, its make and model, whether the Ridge Road footage from 401 and the King Road footage from 404 depict the same vehicle, and whether the depictions were all the perpetrator's vehicle are relevant to this determination. The jury is free to weigh this evidence and the investigator's testimony against that offered by the defendant and decide for itself what the surveillance videos depict and whether it supports its ultimate conclusion bearing on defendant's guilt. Finally, defendant's only articulated basis for excluding the testimony IRE 403 is that it would be prejudicial due to its speculative nature. Because the court has found otherwise, there is no basis for its exclusion under IRE 403, as its relevance is substantially outweighed by the factors with which 403 is concerned. So, interesting. This must be what JJ's talking about here when he says, you know, Hippler's got this new motto. Basically, the jury can figure it out for themselves. Go fuck yourselves. Right? The jury is free to weigh this evidence and the investigator's testimony against that offered by the defendant. All right. Interesting. So Hippler here believes that these videos Even though there is a lack of continuous footage of the vehicle, Hippler here believes that the vehicle made it from Ridge Road to King Road, nothing in between. Okay.
Based upon the totality of
Awesome.
evidence, it's the defendant's
Wow.
Hyundai Elantra. How is he reaching
Someone
that
should have
conclusion
at
in
least
this
showed
order?
him Google Maps. Stop sharing that
She
one.
mentions you again.
Okay.
Okay. Get back over here. Sorry, friends, give me 1 second. All right. How's my audio doing? How we doing? Do I sound okay? Or is it really bad, or what's going on? Yeah, JJ did nail it right. He sure did. Sounds like it's raining. Yeah, it is raining.
I wanted to get to that part, but yeah, no. Her take on it was great. What a great read, right? He's willing to go along with a report that says, "Hey, soul child, how are you? Nice to see you. Welcome in, welcome in." Yeah, but you got credit there on the Miss Potts show. So I
That's
thought
awesome.
that
I
was...
see her in the chat too. That's fantastic.
Yeah, well,
I'm glad she's back. I enjoy her sarcastic analysis of these silly court statements. What the fuck does old clown shoes Hippler mean? Body of evidence. It's the defendant's.
Oh, you're breaking up on me, JJ. You getting some weather over there? Oh, we lost him real quick. There you are. Are we good?
Am I here? Is this the Purge?
Now you're muted somehow.
I'm muted somehow.
Did I pull an Echoes of Clarity on you? There, we hear you.
Are you cloning me, dude? Is this what's going on?
This is JJ number 5.2. He can read white noise coming through the TV and ghost sounds. No, you were saying about clown shoes?
The statement that Hippler makes there is total clown shoes. The totality of the evidence shows that it's the defendant's Hyundai Elantra. What the fuck's he talking about? How's he reaching a conclusion in this order? That ain't his job.
I don't think I stopped laughing the whole time she was reading that. And she's like, Every time she stops, like, interesting.
Right.
You know it's coming. And I don't know if she... We'll finish up our analysis here and let her get started with her show tonight. I'm sure there'll be more content out of that. She's amazing.
Oh, if she's doing a show tonight, I look forward to some more of the wonderful analysis of Miss Potts there.
We have a road here I keep taking on my pop-up lives that's called Starkey. And I can't help but think of her every time I drive. I turn on, I'm like, man, Miss Potts, Snarky. They should just change the name of this road to Snarky. It was funnier in my head. Anyway, so you have the expert testimony that's reluctant to say it was anything but an 11 through 13 at best. And here they have no license plate. They have no clear image of who was driving anything. And I don't even think that there's a chance that those cars... So they're just taking every white car, it seems, that drives by and calculating it in as suspect. It was a white sedan. So obviously that's suspect vehicle number one.
For sure.
Even though we had one with a sunroof parked right outside of 1122 as the crime is allegedly happening, right?
It could be a clown on a fucking unicycle riding down the road. They're going to call it a white sedan, Kane. But I maintain my original position that quote-unquote undercover, the undercover Ford Focus or whatever, is just drove around the area that night intentionally so they could later say, well, look, there's suspect vehicle one. Well, look, there's suspect vehicle one. And they're like, sir, that's a bear playing a trombone on a unicycle. No, that's a white Hyundai Elantra. You are mistaken.
I could just see him throwing in the pineapple chunks. Come on, Bear. Keep juggling. Let's go. I guess, okay, Miss Potts isn't doing a show tonight. She took a mental health day. And after this case, who doesn't need one, man? But yeah, no, okay, well, then we continue on. Jenn states that undercover car, and I'm sorry I'm a little loud there, it is never been documented, and it was never used before or after the crime. Which, if that's a fact, it is mind-blowing, because it's always bothered me that they make they do such mansplaining to the Banfield guys. And Jen wanted to play the Banfield. Jen, it's safe waters now. You can come back in. Nobody's here to hurt you, and you don't have to blow up on anybody. Because well, in my opinion, you can, and I wanted to play a Roll Amato video. I kind of want to wrap up here within the next few.
You do what you gotta do here, sir. I'm here to purge.
Yeah, I've got some food to make. My stomach's. I haven't eaten my main meal yet today. It's just,
yeah, we got some videos to watch. We got to wrap up. I'm good either way. You know, whatever you got to do.
Well, no, yeah, I want to talk about this a little bit more. I don't want to shut it down.
I'd like to talk about delicious food and burgers. What do you got? What are you working with tonight? What are you making?
Okay, I'll be honest with you. I did chili the last 2 nights in a row. The Campbell Soup Company makes this thing called Chunky, and they have a.
I like how you explain that. Like I've never heard of Chunky Campbell Soup before, but please continue.
I didn't know if they have that out in southwestern Ohio or not.
I'm a large beefy fella here, Kane. I've eaten a lot of chunky soups in my time, so yes, sir. I've enjoyed my soups. I've not necessarily had the chili, so I'm interested to hear your feedback on that one.
He's got a Hollywood video for us. Let's play this in the background while we discuss this. So thanks, Afi. We love your Hollywood videos. Oh, he's got several of them. Is this just pictures, Afi, or is there a video? I have to download. All right, so Soul Child, welcome in. Thank you. I know I said hi already. I just want to say hi again. I like your name. Yes, thank you, Rochelle. Yeah, we're gonna continue on probably another 15 Purge minutes here if JJ's okay with that. Maybe 20. We'll push it. Okay, that's the conservatory or observatory there, and that's a mission. Okay. All right, so anyway, I'll keep scrolling through them as we talk here, if I can find the arrow. Where the hell is the arrow? So yeah, your humor and your analysis is clearly picking up, and it's gathering steam and momentum, and people are starting to recognize where we're going on this case. And I mean, what we've presented already, we can only add to as it comes along, right? So,
absolutely. You got to adapt your theory based upon new available information, right?
Let me do an analysis. Take a moment away from the Hollywood sign. If you look closely, you can see the knife is tucked under the siding of this house.
Is it in the Brentwood basement? Is that where it's at?
It is. Well, I think Kato Kalin ran off with it.
Oh, he keistered it. He put it in his prison wallet and ran off, huh?
Oh, gross, dude. That's gross. He heard somebody ride by. I didn't realize they had a Islamic temple.
You seen the footage of Kardashian run out the front door with like a brown paper bag, right?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
At the time of the limo waiting, or when was this?
Yeah, like the next day. Yeah, the next day, like after OJ came back to LA. You know what I mean? After the whole scene, while OJ was doing the Broncos stuff, trying to get back to his Brentwood home there. And all, you know, once the arrest was happening there and everything, you know, Kardashian all during the Blitz, he's seen sneaking out the front door with a brown paper bag with some, you know, something in it.
Oh, we got somebody joined us here.
Or maybe it was a duffel bag, but it was some sort of bag. He's slipping out the front door of the madness, you know, holding a bag.
I thought I heard another voice. Did somebody want to join us today?
Was it the Prince of Darkness?
I might have been
Lucifer Morningstar.
It might have been. I caught it. They keep playing that clip every time we say it. It pops up in my feed now, and it's driving me crazy. It's actually not a bad show. Some of the characters I don't care for. One of my favorite shows right now is 1923. Rockford got me into that one, and then there's a couple more out there. I really wish I could play that documentary that Meg P sent to me. Did you catch that part about the machine at the University of Alabama, Birmingham? Fraternity.
No, I missed that part. I must have been doing my own stuff at the time.
Oh yeah, I think you were filming your show with Nick.
You gotta bring me up to speed. Oh, I like Griffith. That's one of my favorite spots right there. Griffith Observatory. There we go.
Is that what it is? Okay, I knew it was the observatory. I didn't realize it was that close to the sun.
Yeah, you get some good views up there. It's also the home of I believe, the only publicly available to see Tesla coil, the wireless electricity technology invented by Nikola Tesla.
Oh, that's an interesting tourist destination if you wanted to go to LA for any reason. So back to Hippler. If anybody has any question now, if there's any questions left as far as who he's guiding down this primrose path, when you look at his acceptance of this car business, and I've looked at hours. The amount of time, bro, that Jenn has spent on the grub truck, I've spent looking at these pictures of these cars and these videos, and it doesn't seem that any of them even match up to each other, let alone to be a consistent path. You know what I'm saying? And so, what do you think that says of what Hippler would say?
I think, quite honestly, I think Hippler's lost on this matter. He's still too busy studying the Meowry report. He's trying to get involved in that, try to understand the whole report there, wrap his whole brain hole around that.
That's another viral thing you started, the Meowry report.
So it's an in-depth analysis of the case. Hippler's trying to get his, like I say, he's trying to wrap his brain hole around it. He's having a difficult time, I'm sure, because he doesn't quite have the capacity. I don't.
It's like looking at one of those 3D pictures from the 80s, and you can see it if you look at it long enough or at the right distance. And he's like waiting for the knife to appear in the middle. It'll be there. It'll be there. Everybody's telling me it'll be there. George W. is my 16th cousin, twice removed on my mom's Manson side. That's great, Lori.
I know, it is. I'm responding to it right now. It's fantastic.
Once you have Manson side, I don't think you can remove it. I'm not sure.
Right.
Too fast. What's up, brother? How you doing? Nice to see you today. Yeah. So to further, what do you think Hippler is saying in this document Mrs. Potts just read?
I think he's basically saying each and every one of you can all go fuck yourselves. The jury can figure this out for themselves.
Why does it make me laugh every motherfucking time? Sorry, Bob.
Kids go to bed. I try to switch it up for you a little bit each time too, just to catch you off guard.
You do rewrite it. All right. What other takes do you have today?
Is the audacity that a judge is going to issue an order on a motion in limine regarding the matters of this video and reach a conclusion in that order. It is the defendant's, the totality of the evidence is depicted. This is the defendant's Hyundai Elantra. This is insanity on levels. That's what I'm saying. Like all of these lawyer YouTube shows, I'm going to give them the Hippler effect. They can all go fuck themselves. I'm not an attorney. I'm also not the vice president. But what I can tell you is my understanding of law is these are such gross violations of the fundamental protocols and practices that each and every attorney who's just ignoring it is like, they're either breathing out their mouth or they're just not paying attention, or they may be that dumb. It's quite honestly, I've worked with a lot of very dumb attorneys.
Yeah, I think that it vets the perhaps military level cover up of this whole thing.
I think so, because I think honestly, I'm not an attorney, but I think some attorneys would look at this and be like, wow, that's so far over the boundaries. Like they almost might be in shock over the matter, and it does speak to like you're putting down a heavy hand with this matter, so no one asks any questions. There is no dissent.
Right, because he's the king of the courtroom, obviously.
King of the castle. And
the thing is he clearly is biased when you have an expert like Cy called a conspiracy clown. The way he made it sound, it was that Cy testimony wasn't worthy of being introduced in his courtroom.
Sure. What? And we saw that going because with the moment he said Cy couldn't be there, we saw that it was heading in that direction, right? He's like, yeah, you can call in, and I told y'all, he's not gonna let him talk, because that's the whole purpose of yeah, we'll let you know if we need you on. You can be on standby, so that's what I'm getting at. So they're doing so much strange shit with all of these things, right? So the idea that you would call somebody a conspiracy theorist and not allow that individual to testify, to either accept their testimony or nullify it, just get it out of the fucking way. This is how court procedures and American jurisprudence work. This is some of my beefs with watching all these silly attorneys be like, no, we're just gonna read court. I'm not talking about YouTubers reading court documents and trying to decipher these things and understand these things. I get that part. I'm saying attorneys who know what these court documents say, but on just a one-time read, because this is their expertise. You know what I mean? And they can see the procedural errors in this whole case, and no one says anything. No one says anything, and no attorneys of any nature. They all just he did it. He did it. And again, this is Hippler saying he did it here, and it's just again, this is so far out of the norm. So far out of the norm. When have you seen a judge call an expert witness a conspiracy theorist? To me, that reeks of a PR campaign. That was a PR talking point that Judge Hippler was told to say, so then the media could run with it. That's how I look at it.
If it was the only thing, that would be one thing. But I think that Anne knows that her words, no matter how strongly, and I've kind of fudged a little bit towards the Twiz side of things now, is that she knows no matter what she shouts or screams from the rooftop, it's going to fall on deaf ears. And I keep making the point that she's made solid arguments in every single one of these motions. And Absolutely. He literally, when he responds to it, he responds to another matter. It's never addressing the exact issue
he pulls a Hippler on it. He tells her to go fuck herself, and just like in that order that Miss Potts was going over, we were watching. He does the same thing. He just goes right past this whole mix of timeline, a mashup, and timeline. The discombobulation of the timeline with this magical car that just flies past the home, and the occupant or occupants just coast into the home. You know what I mean? During this time frame in which these things are already happening, but the car is still floating around outside on camera. So but he just kind of cruises right past that. In the same way you're saying right here, when Ann Taylor makes an argument, he just kind of cruises right past that.
And then so not only that, now you have the mainstream media, which is running with the 415 Xana's last Snapchat. So you have lies coming out, and so this is a reason why it's clear that if they're willing to go to these lengths pre-trial to set things up, that this jury's going to be tainted, and Brian Koberger doesn't stand a fucking chance in an Idaho courtroom. Not one single chance.
I've been convinced of that since moment one, yes, sir.
Right,
more and more convinced of it as time goes by, and we see the ongoing secret proceedings, the complete tomfoolery, the outside the boundaries actions of all of these things, the complete gross violations of American jurisprudence and Brian Koberger's inalienable rights. That he doesn't stand a chance. These trends are not going to suddenly shift. They're if these trends have been going this long and they've continued down a downward path on those trends, they're not going to suddenly turn in favor of Brian Koberger.
No, we don't.
They're not. I don't care what they have to do. They're going to bend everything they can, and to reach their ends in the Idaho court system. So,
well, you have. I was going to say the. Anyway, okay, so they want us to read this. Is the motion to suppress and support for the Google warrants. And are you trying to get me to read something that's not here, Heather? Miss Potts?
I think that was for me. That Miss Potts was sending me a document, I think.
Right. Well, they wanted us to talk about it, I guess. So.
Oh, okay. I haven't read it yet, so I can read it and get back to you on it.
Well, I'll tell you the issues, and I'll read through it if you got a few more minutes here.
You tell me, sir. I got time for you. Let's do it.
All right. I'm gonna fill up the coffee bin here. The
Get some
affidavits
burgers on the grill.
submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant recklessly or intentionally admitted material information. Okay, so yeah, that's the argument. And get down to the response here. She's saying that they omitted the references to the state and the U.S., right? Is that it? Okay, so hold on.
No, this is in reference to a Google account owned by Brian Kobergers. Not to be confused with Delicious Hula Burgers.
I did. Every time I hear the word burger, I'm like ready to
Hula
bolt.
Burger,
I'm
dude.
ready to hit the end broadcast button.
Yeah, and I have sights of hula burgers in my head.
You know my weaknesses, bro. You know my weaknesses. That's what we need to do. Is we need to find Hippler's weakness. Maybe it is hula burgers. Maybe it's maybe it's lambs. Did you ever see the picture, JJ, of I misinterpreted Miss Potts, of the 4 lamb. You know how they did how they do little flower memorials and stuff for accident victims, crime victims. Well, in front of 1122, there was a picture that showed 4 lambs were left in front of 1122 on the memorial. Isn't it? It's kind of striking. I've actually seen the picture. I don't know the legitness of it, but it makes you feel like the people that know about this are still out there that did this strongly. Even way before any of the hearings started, I saw these pictures, and it was I don't know. It's kind of shocking, really.
Yeah, I kind of zoned out. I was reading this document. Is this the Purge? Are we purging?
I was talking about the 4 lamb stuffed animals.
No, I know. I was just being a smartass.
Okay.
No, what is this symbolism for something?
Lambs to the slaughter, sacrificial lambs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who's doing this?
It popped in. I know.
Was this Hippler? Did Hippler do this?
Well, if you also haven't heard, supposedly, allegedly, the frat boys were pissing on the house while the
Get out of town.
security guards were doing the 24/7 monitoring. For whatever reason, they had to do that. But yeah, why would you go out of your way to go to 1122 to piss on the walls of it? If you're in a frat?
I don't know, man. I'm familiar. That's a good question, and I'm familiar with this as I'm scrolling through this document. I have definitely read this before. I haven't really paid much attention to the points Miss Potts was talking about, so I'll have to get back to you, Miss Potts, on that. But I've long wondered, why would they ever want Brian Koberger's the Sales University information? That's never sat right with me in that whole document.
Well, they better come up with a whole 100 people that had bad shit to say about him over there, because they certainly made a case of that. And I want to see affidavits and videos of these people actually saying these things. Because I could say, 100 people recommended me for this job, sir. Hire me today. And if I can, Leash 23 says Whataburger, mushroom burger. Oh, you had Whataburger today, man.
Yeah,
she's trying to shut down the show.
I was to say, I at least know some good spots. I love Whataburger as well when I'm in Texas, but I go with the they do a 24-hour breakfast, and I do go with the jalapeno biscuit breakfast sandwich. Can't go wrong with that.
You can't go wrong with a jalapeno biscuit. Just on its own, you could live
Dude,
off
I don't even
potatoes. Really,
I don't even like Dr. Pepper, Kane. I'm not gonna lie to you, but Whataburger serves a Dr. Pepper milkshake that is it's a tasty treat. It's pretty delicious.
Oh my god! Okay, I can give you 5 more minutes, maybe, if I could struggle to the end of this. All right. Damn, dude. No, I'm trying to put it all together, and on the one hand, you have so much disinformation and propagation of propaganda. Page 2 is where the language gets interesting. Let's talk about this here real quick. Oh, I'm on page 11. Let's see here. Page 3, page 2. Okay, let me start with page 1 here. The data includes emails, personal contacts, financial information, documents, PowerPoint presentations.
There you go. It's a
Photo.
wonderful PowerPoint. Very fabulous.
Very
PowerPoint.
strong. JJ has literally coined 3 eternal phrases. Excuse me. When it comes to, you hear how hungry I just burped. When it comes to this case.
It's all that food talk, man.
Dude, my stomach just emptied itself out like, bring it on. I love the Whataburger milkshakes to begin with. And back in the day, they had an extra large one for $1.75. And I was like, you can't go wrong. You know?
Oh, they're so good, dude.
The motion and documents in support of a Franks versus Delaware hearing are hereby incorporated into this memorandum. The proffer with supportive documentation Franks are filed under seal. For that reason, they are not set forth in full detail here, but instead are incorporated. The affidavit is submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrants. Recklessly or intentionally omitted material information. The affidavit submitted in support of the applications for the issued search warrants included information that must be excised.
Get it out of here.
All information in the affidavit was gathered because of law enforcement's unconstitutional and intentionally omitted use of investigative genetic genealogy. And thus, nothing in the warrant should remain. Information gathered about Mr. Koberger via previous invalid warrants must be excised.
Based on previous invalid warrants must be excised. They're trying to get rid of any evidence of previous invalid warrants. What makes them invalid? When were they previous and who did them?
I can imagine it's probably right there in your Meow report.
It might actually say it might be in that fabulous PowerPoint reference right there in that same document.
That might be the whole thing that brings the PowerPoint together.
We've solved the mystery of the PowerPoint.
Information
so this
gathered.
is at the end of page 2. Where are you reading this from? I appreciate your narration, but I'd like to see these words.
Can you see them on the screen?
I mean, I can, but I hear you first.
Let me make you smaller.
That sounds like cloning me.
I'm going to shrink you down and clone you. I can do 12 at a time. It doesn't.
That happened to Rick Moranis once. I seen it. Don't make me smaller.
Information gathered about Mr. Koberger via previous. So here's the thing about the wording, JJ, that I'm noticing myself.
Oh, you're on page 2. I see it. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
She's saying the affidavits submitted in support of the applications for the issued search warrants included information that capital must be excised. And so I can only imagine with a declaration like that, you have a strong and valid legal point and matter.
Sure. And this was all under seal, right? This is all sealed. This was the hearing back in November, if I remember correctly, where they brought in that medical examiner from Florida. There was a DNA expert on the O.J. Simpson case, and she testified in the same sealed hearing. We still know what she said for the defense.
Oh, God. Can we keep O.J. out of this? Are we going to talk about
No,
the
sir.
Gooch? We haven't even talked about any of the Gooches.
You were talking about OJ there just a moment ago. I had to bring in my OJ piece.
Yeah, I did bring up OJ, and I don't remember who it was that brought up Whataburger, but I'll get you.
It's probably me. I love Whataburger. It's good stuff.
Information gathered
It
about.
might have been Leash. I think Leash was at the Whataburger.
Was it Leash 23? Okay.
Yeah. Blame her, and then also tell her to
Barbara Wolf
FedEx
is the
me
name.
some milkshakes.
Yeah, bring back I'll do a DoorDash order.
Yeah, DoorDash.
It should be to you by 4 a.m.
Yeah, speaking of DoorDash, you got to DoorDash Twiz his crayons back for me.
I should play my reel on the way out again because I don't know if you saw the opening reel today. And
No, I saw. Yeah, I saw it. I was watching the whole opening scenes.
yeah, the guy from West Virginia. One of the guys, I think one of them was the second was also from West Virginia. He asked the officer if he wanted some crayons.
Right. The civil rights lawyer. He does some good work on there. He's out of West Virginia, so he does a lot of West Virginia cases.
He's great. Yeah, we love him.
Yeah.
I've played whole episodes of his before with no problems. The one with the kids with the motorbike, that case was, I think, out of Iowa, and then that officer was moved to California, or he moved from California to Iowa. Anyway, so yeah, you see the Capitol.
That's
on
pretty
Musk.
standard, right? They just moved to a different department, right?
That's what they did with the priests previously, and they did it also with music teachers because that happened. I had a music teacher in high school was doing lines and banging a 15-year-old student in his office.
Yikes!
And they moved him to Michigan. They didn't fire him. It was a huge scandal because you know how band departments are. And
Well, you'd think in a case like O.J. Simpson, the lead detective who literally got caught with vials of everyone's blood, O.J.'s and the victims walking around the crime scene for multiple days, and then some of that blood going missing, amongst many other problems, you'd figure that man would have a difficult time finding a new job in law enforcement. Nope, not old Philip Van Adder. Speaking of West Virginia, he's a West Virginian. And he got a job here in good old Cincinnati, Ohio. Well, I don't live in Cincinnati anymore, but he got a job in Cincinnati, Ohio, just outside of it. So worked there for about 9 more years after he left LAPD.
wow.
He's dead now.
Well, you really
He's dead now. To quote Bill Gates about Jeffrey Epstein, he's dead now. So you'll have that.
You'll have that. I mean, yeah, Bill Gates' wife left him over that whole thing. It's pretty nuts. End of the foundation. All right, let's look down a little further. This seems pretty interesting. The information in the warrants was cut and pasted from an affidavit originally bearing signature of MPD Sergeant Blaker. At other times, Corporal Payne and now Meowry. The Google specific.
I think it's pronounced Beaker.
Beak. I always like the Swedish chef. Oh
yeah.
I think we have a Norway or somebody from Denmark here. I don't think they speak that way. They're like millions of dollars. Anyway, I can't do it. I'm terrible with impersonations on the spot. Okay, the basic Maori facts used to support the searches were those listed in Exhibit B, which are
where you at?
I skipped. I am on the top of page 4 now. I skipped.
I was about to say I don't even know where you're at, dude. I got lost.
I did a hot skip and a jump over the first paragraph.
I flagged something back on number 2. We can come back to, but I'm
go ahead, hit me with that because I'm going to spend a minute on this page 3.
Oh, it just says here where we were just at, like right below there on page 2. The search warrants fail to provide specific particularization of what law enforcement could search. You mean to tell me they didn't even identify what they were going to search in their search?
This is in Pennsylvania.
That's you can't. I mean, that's a violation of rights. You can't just be like, yeah, we're going to need a search warrant for you name it. We're just going to search everything. You need to name what you're looking for, the parameters of that search, and then the judge is going to make sure those parameters are okay. And these things have been carved out by the U.S. Supreme Court. There's really not a lot of leeway in these matters. So the idea that they would even try to pull this maneuver is fucking shenanigans.
Well, let me ask you this, JJ. As far as
I'm not an attorney, if that was your question, sir.
Are you legally? What makes you an expert? No, with the garbage truck, and I know you're a garbage can man, and you dig in the garbage.
I'm also a
GCD.
fan of the film Men at Work, starring Charlie Sheen and Emilio Estevez. Another fine garbage.
Oh, that's a great movie, man. That was their last great hurrah together. Regulators. Yeah, there's a whole thing about how Estevez played Billy the Kid and the whole dynamic between his brother's clearly a far better actor.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
way more riz.
I like them
for
both.
sure.
I kind of like them both equally.
Yeah, Stakeout, another decent movie.
Yeah, great movie. Great movie.
But anyway, what were we talking about?
We were talking about the search warrants, the violation of rights, and then you were going to go on to page 4.
But what did you just read? What was your thing?
They had when you're asking for a search warrant, you have to identify what you're searching for. Let's say you're searching a house. Let's say I'm searching for an elephant in that house. You can't then go get a search warrant for that elephant and then go search every crevice, closet, trunk, in-house, outhouse, hen house, and farmhouse. Within a 10 square mile radius, you're looking for an elephant inside a house.
So when
you
it
can't
comes,
just be like, I need a search warrant for everything.
Right,
You see what I'm
right. Well, that's the thing, is we haven't seen as far as garbage can dude goes. First of all, what is Kane doing in Pennsylvania? Secondly,
What is Payne doing in Pennsylvania?
why
We
are
didn't learn
they
that until January of this year? Actually, you know that, right?
he was there till January.
No, we didn't learn that until his
Oh.
testimony in a hearing in January. We had no one. That was not public information.
These hearings have revealed tons. But my point is they were able to set up surveillance cameras allegedly in the Kobergers' yard in Pennsylvania, right?
Right.
And this
in a private
particular
community.
Google warrant is pertaining to Pennsylvania. Now, how are they able to do that? And I can only imagine that they're looking at them, but they're not able to go through the garbage themselves, which is a breach in protocol.
It gets way worse than that. You're identifying some reasonable salient characteristics of the tomfoolery, shenanigans, and constitutional violations here. I'll take it one further. It's all part of the magic show. So part of that magic show is they want us to believe that in doing this IGG process, they could only get, they only achieved that by getting trash out of Koberger's parents' garbage and identifying it through Koberger's dad because, magically Koberger, turns out during the surveillance, we identified Koberger was throwing his trash away in the neighbor's garbage. Well, then why the fuck would you not search the neighbor's garbage? Why would you search his parents' garbage to reach this obscure conclusion through an IGG investigation that it was his father, that the suspect who's on the knife sheath is the son of the person's garbage you just searched? Meanwhile, you had to achieve that by searching 4 brothers, back to the Gooch. The Gooch calling and investigating 4 brothers that are unidentified, and there's no correlation or connection between these 2 events, even in their own reports.
Well, also
We've all been gooched.
You have
We've
to
all been
ask
gooched.
yourself also, JJ. I don't know if Brian had his own bathroom, but I assume he had his own bedroom. And here's something I've never heard anybody bring up before. I've heard that, but once you've entered the domicile and you have this search warrant, doesn't he have a pillow that he breathes into every night?
Yeah.
Can't you easily just, instead of using the garbage can DNA from his father, grab his pillowcase, take it to the lab?
No, that's a great point, but turns out he was using a plastic bag over that pillow, just like he was using gloves and separating his garbage at the kitchen table at 1 a.m. when the feds raided the place. Fucking no-knock raid style. How scary would that be?
I mean, it's so unbelievable.
That door was still damaged 3 days later when the media showed up. That front door was still blown out. Trust me, I've blown out a few front doors in my time. That door was fucking blown out. So there was a no-knock raid, full-out blown out. And if you want to talk about rights violations, how the fuck did they get a search warrant to search the neighbor's trash to get trash from him in the first place? You know what I mean? Again, how does that make any sense if the IGG was based on the trash from his father's trash can? How does it make any sense that he's wearing gloves at the kitchen table at 1 a.m. with this whole separating his trash for the neighbor's trash? Again, it's all part of the magic show. It's all shenanigans. And, I wish we could test that pillow, but too bad he had a plastic cover on it.
It's disappointing that they think we're this stupid. It really is. And that was something that was like, when it happened, everybody was just like, what the fuck? And now we found out that they lied also, that those stops weren't to help the FBI catch up or just to put him on the spot or whatever it was. And I think anybody would have reacted the way that he did on that second pullover. Because, like, what the fuck?
Sure.
Somebody just pulled me over the same damn thing and I wasn't even doing it, probably. You know, I mean, if you...
those guys are dicks to that stretch of Indianapolis. It's a very, very restrictive area. I've been pulled over there lots of times.
If you have an out-of-state plate, you're getting pulled over. If you're going 1 mile over, I got pulled over in North Carolina or South Carolina, heading to Gastonia, and I was 5 miles from my destination. I was going 4 miles over on the interstate with the flow of traffic, and they didn't search our car, I guess, whatever, and which was the one time I got a pass, but they gave us the ticket.
Did you volunteer for the body cavity searches?
I tried. I threw myself out there. It's like in my real
like the lady in your intro video screaming about blowjobs.
I'll do it. Anything. Just don't give it to me. All right. And
well, just consider this also, like, Koberger's. I mean, despite all the times they could have got his DNA and everything else like that, again, despite all the magic shows, we're to believe, once again, they had no right to go in a private community to search anyone's trash. People want to be like, oh, once you throw the trash out of the curbside, you can go through it. That is true if it's a public roadway. But if it's not a public roadway, if it's a gated private community, you cannot do that.
Look, you're talking about the curtilage laws as far as a gated community goes.
Right.
Well, I can only conjecture that the state has gate keys for any to go. If you have an ambulance, they don't have to call somebody to open the gate.
Oh, I have no doubt that you can flash a badge and get into place. But I'm saying, as far as the right to do so, you still have a right to privacy in private property, right? So it's not a public roadway. Most folks have this understanding of trash can being taken to the end of your driveway, and the end of your driveway sits on a public roadway, so that therefore it's now public. But if it sits to the end of your driveway in a private gated community, then that's not public.
Here's one thing, and we could probably wrap it up on this point here, JJ. It is as far as him waiving extradition to Idaho and his representation in Pennsylvania. Do you remember that conversation we were having there?
Sure, with his attorney Labar. Like K-Bar.
Yeah, another weird coincidence. Oh man, let me add that to the paper towel list here.
We got Laybar, we got K-Bar, we got BKs out the Yin Yang, we got Jims, Jacks, Johns, Jimmys.
Don't forget Kane's. I wonder if there's another JJ. I guess one of the Jacks is probably a JJ. What are you drinking
Judge?
there? That looks delicious. Oh, John
Judge?
Yeah, well, Judge on Judge, sure. Yeah. Thank you.
He's got a triple jab on. He's trying to out Jamie.
He cloned you one more time. Cop couldn't get he had a radio for help. In the gated communities, though, they do have like a universal gate thing that works in all the neighborhoods. Yeah. But that doesn't change the fact that you made a good point that it is
you can flash any badge, get any hospital, in-house, outhouse, farmhouse, chicken house, whatever. I have no doubt they can get in that facility. I'm just saying the legalities of doing so, and then seizing property from this private property and taking trash, etc., doing surveillance, all without search warrants. And the search warrants they do have are just like, here, just stamp this. We're just going to do shit, So what this speaks of to me is, again, what I've been saying a lot of. The state mimicked federal warrants and federal processes and try to make it look right. So the feds have this blanket ability of surveillance, right, where the state's just like, well, look, they've done so much shit here. We're just going to need a broad search warrant for you guys to stamp that for. So, it doesn't matter that it's at a later date. They're just trying to make it look right.
How does this operate as far as...
Is it battery powered? Is it, what are we talking about? Solar energy? What are we...
Well, no.
How does green on me? Speaking of going green, this delicious Mountain Dew, Diet Mountain Dew.
Oh, it's Diet Mountain Dew. Is it Mountain Dew Zero or is it?
It's Diet Mountain Dew, brought to you by Diet Mountain Dew, and a third of a.
Wow, your dog really takes a good portion of your payday. Do you notice that there's little things floating in your Mountain Dew? Little citrus chunks in there. You got to put a black light behind it, so if you
if I'm going to put a black light to my drink, sir, I'm just going to stop drinking that beverage. So I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. I do recognize it as poison. However, I do enjoy that poison.
It is the preferred drink of hillbillies, though, according to their initial advertising. All right, let's wrap it up there. We'll pick it up Friday. We'll do a Friday night. If you cool with that? Oh no, you have
Fridays.
You know what I'll do?
As long as we're done before 9 p.m., sir, I'm good to go.
I will do a pre-GCD purge on this Friday. I'll put it in writing, and that way I can go do my work and tune into you as I drive around on the streets of Largo here.
Let's do that, sir. What time are we talking about purging on Friday?
3 o'clock, buddy.
3 o'clock it is. Book it.
I like 3 o'clock. All right.
I appreciate the invite as always, sir. I appreciate the purge.
All right.
Appreciate the food talk as well. I was commenting in the chat. This is actually a food show with the occasional Idaho 4 case talk.
We are going to do a only foods and tits show coming up here in the near future. That's one of the plans. And then I do owe Rochelle, you'll like this, a Titanic Olympic controversy talk. I would love to do, make it kind of documentary style, where we talk about the Titanic information. I don't know if you guys have covered that on GCD already. I can only imagine that you've talked about it. But I thought
the Titanic?
I think that would be an interesting discussion.
All right, please, elucidate on the matter. I'm familiar with it, but I've never really talked about it.
Would you like a little preface on the matter? Because I'll give it to you. Please. Okay, so from what I understand, when the Titanic pulled... Okay, let me actually preface the preface. Let's do an origin story on this. The Olympic...
Let's do it. Prequel.
The Titanic, and I think...
Oh, yeah, okay. The White Star, right?
White Star Cruise Lines. And...
Yes, sir.
You have the Olympic, the Titanic, and I think the Gigantic or something like that. And so the Olympic actually had a sea accident. I don't know if it was a iceberg. I believe it was an iceberg or another ship hit it previous to the launch of the Titanic. And so what is said to have happened was they switched the logoing and the China and all the things within the Olympic and put Titanic stuff in the Olympic. And so what happened was there was no insurance. And so to beat this, they brought in the Olympic and posed it as the Titanic, and the Olympic was still on fire. The engine room was literally on fire when it pulled into the New York harbor as the Titanic. And so one thing you'll note is the difference in the smokestacks. The Olympic had 3, the Titanic had 4. The one that pulls in, I believe, to New York harbor has 3, or they retrofitted one on to make it look like it. So there was all kinds of tomfoolery, and I'll bring up the facts when we talk about it. But anyway, so another notable fact about the pulling into the New York harbor was that the Titanic, and I'm doing air quotes you can't see, pulled into the harbor starboard. So the passengers loaded what would be backwards. So you have port side on a ship, right? And then you have starboard side. So they pulled to hide the fact that the boat was already on fire before they left the harbor to go on their ill-fated voyage. And so, there's a lot of stuff. But all they basically...
It's an insurance scam.
Insurance scam.
It's an insurance scam. It's the Federal Reserve scam because the Federal Reserve opponents died on this ship, right?
Yeah, a lot. And Roosevelt, Rockefeller,
they got Leonardo DiCaprio too, I think.
And they did recover that diamond, though. Thank God they recovered. They threw it back in the sea.
Now, I think that's a fascinating history you're talking about. It seems that's what I think how history goes is these scams and shenanigans and tomfooleries, not the good kind of shenanigans. They get wrapped up in these magical tales of mystery about the Titanic. So, here's an interesting thing I'd like to share with you before we depart.
Sure.
14 years prior, circa 14 years prior to the Titanic sinking, there was a book called The Wreck of the Titan, which described a giant unsinkable vessel.
Great story.
You familiar with this?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, though. The audience may not be.
Yeah, so it was a book, fictional book, fictional book published, about a decade and a half before the Titanic sank, called The Wreck of the Titan, and it was an unsinkable giant vessel, just like the Titanic was. It crashed into an iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic, just like the Titanic would.
Well, you're missing a lot of the details of that story. We'll put them in when we do the Titanic doc, because that's a very important part of it. The guy's name, I forgot the guy's name in the book, was the same as, and he survives 3 different boat wrecks.
Oh.
And
you got more information than me, sir? Just the ship captain?
And this same named person, in reality, also survived 2 or 3 of the wrecks, including one is the Titanic. It's amazing. It's an amazing story. I forgot his name. It's Hilford Hughley, or it's some sea guy name.
Was he the ship captain?
No, he was just a regular laborer on the ship, or whatever, a swabby. So yeah, we'll do that one. I'm gonna play us out on my my reel today, in case.
Play us out. What does that mean? Play us out. What does that mean?
I'm gonna grab the world's tiniest violin, and I'm gonna make a hula burger, because this is all I have left for you, bro.
Isn't that what Bill O'Reilly freaks out about when he's reading that on the teleprompter? He starts screaming, "Play us out! What is it? What does that mean?"
I thought that was
like, fuck it, we'll do it live. Fuck it.
Fuck it, I'll play us out here. Anyways, yeah. That whole song is great, because if you're a vocalist and you play guitar, the only notes when he's singing are anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like it's the easiest guitar
rock
part.
It out.
I'm gonna get a copyright on that one for sure.
Busted. You're gonna get busted.
No, I'll play this out because everybody's in the chat here, and Miss Potts didn't go live, so I'll give you guys a chance. That's about 14 minutes. If you want to hang around, JJ, and you have anything that pops in your brain hole, feel free to join it. But thank you everybody for joining us.
I will be in the chat, sir. Looking for the next Purge.
Excellent, man. It's going to be awesome. I will look forward to it. I'm sure we'll have new information to share with you this time, and I appreciate everybody huddling in with us. And I thank you, JJ and Jen and Echoes of Clarity, for being here with us today, and we'll do it next time. All right. I guess now all the pressure's on me because JJ cut out. Let's see if I can pull this off. It's got to be somewhere. My name is Kane. That's going to be used as a clip somewhere. Okay, let me see. Media player. I got to do all the things. Hold on. Just take a second and bear with me. Here we go. Good job, Kane. Well done. I've started a May Show folder now, so it's in the middle, and I have to search for it like crazy every time because I can't alphabetize in my head. It's impossible. Let's. Oh, loady. All right, let's switch her on over. Let's see if it'll work. Rover. Red Rover. Let JJ come over. A soldier's way saves the day. Let's see here. There we are. And I bid you adieu, good night, and thank you for coming. All right, there it is.
You know, honey, it's really nice coming home to a slender wife again.
Thank you, Weight Loss Clinic.
I'll raise some eyebrows.
911, what's your emergency? Yeah, my wife got attacked by a warthog real bad, and I need someone to come up with an ambulance and pick her up. Okay, sir. Can you give me your address? Yeah, we're at 1825 Eucalyptus Drive. Okay, could you spell that for me, sir? I'm going to drag her on over to Oak Street, and you can pick her up there.
Please, I will suck your dick. Please, just let me out. Please. Babe, I will suck your dick. Like, leave me alone. Let me go.
All start.
Even louder.
And then you're gonna shush me, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna shush you, yeah.
And count. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
So that's it. Shh. The grump needs. Shit. Sorry. Instead of bad word, $5. $5.
You're gonna be a rich muppet at the end of this day.
Thanks for stopping all for those people. You know I'm recording.
That's what my dream's gone! Fuck! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! Get it out, brother. Man, that's what my fucking dream's gone! Oh my arm when I put it in that shit! That motherfucker was fucking bleeding! Why you cannot run safe, man? Why?
Come on, don't stop. You can see me through the mirror?
Yes, bro.
How the fuck can you see me? No, for real. Come on, answer the question.
I can see you.
How the fuck can you see? No, can you see my face?
No, not in the mirror, no.
You can't see me.
This shit, I seen this shit.
Move over. Look on the mirror. No, with the camera.
I can see you.
You can see my face? You can see my face? How the fuck can you see my face, Ken? Fuck out of here. This towel is covering the fucking mirror, dummy. How the fuck can you see my face, bro? Hello? Yo. How the fuck can you see me, bro?
It's just the angle.
I'm not trying to hit that.
Do not touch it again. Okay.
Right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Okay. We're just riding our bike. We just wanted to tell you something. Yeah. We want somebody to play with us. Do you have any girls? Or like 5 years old? Or like a big kid like me? I'm 5 years old. And me too. And here's Ashley over here with me, and I'm Zoe. And Arya's at home. Yeah, Arya's at home watching TV. She's not doing something. Why? She's not looking. Because she doesn't want to. She's sick.
This footage shows my client Brian being arrested at a West Virginia traffic stop for not rolling down his window the entire way.
Hello, go ahead and roll your window down for me.
It's all right.
Go ahead and roll your window down for me.
What do you need it down for?
Because I said roll the window down or you go to jail.
Why are you being like that?
Roll the window down now. Sorry, man. I was arresting a guy for being a goddamn sucker.
After I posted this footage to YouTube almost 2 years ago, the criminal charges were dropped, the officer was fired, and a federal civil rights lawsuit was filed.
Hey! Not my wallet. Christ. What just happened? Dad! Dad! What? Oh, God! Oh, God! Watch out!
Kyrie Irving is trending. All he did was repost an Alex Jones video on his Instagram story. This is the video he shared. You have to watch it.
The facts and common sense are in. Yes, there have been corrupt empires. Yes, they manipulate. Yes, there are secret societies. Yes, there have been oligarchies throughout history. And yes, today in 2002, there is a tyrannical organization calling itself the New World Order, pushing for worldwide government.
What is incorrect in that video? That was in 2002. The caption on this is Alex Jones tried to warn us. Yes, he did. We might not call this the New World Order anymore, but you really have to have your head in the sand if you have not educated yourself about the World Economic Forum, about the Great Reset. This is not a conspiracy theory.
Did a husband cross the line when he left his wife at the airport? The husband explained they had about 15 minutes until boarding started, and his wife insisted on going to Starbucks, which was on a different terminal. He told her she didn't have time, but she didn't listen. He waited as long as possible, but when the gate agent was about to close the door, he decided to get on the plane, and the wife did not make the connection.
Your girlfriend is just like every other bitch.
And how are you so different?
I play video games, dumbass.
On today's episode of Brutally Honest, we meet Emily, a self-proclaimed gamer girl.
Yeah, I play a lot of video games, but I don't make it my whole personality. Stop her, Brian!
No.
Don't you want a girl you can play Overwatch with?
No.
Emily thinks this type of behavior is attractive. It's not.
Guys understand that too much video game talk will scare the hoes away. But what Emily doesn't understand is it'll also scare the bros away.
As a last-ditch effort to help her, Emily's family sent her to controversial therapist Dr. Victor Blaine.
I'm not like other girls, Dr. Blaine. I play video games. That's not common.
And what are some of these uncommon games you play?
How about Fortnite? Ever heard of it?
Fortnite? That's like the most popular game ever.
Yeah, but I bet everyone in the audience can tell who on this stage knows more about Fortnite.
You know what? You are so right. Hey,
I'm trying, Katie. You don't have a tugger. It's hard. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm messing up your race. It's okay, Katie. It's okay, Katie. Can you move? Oh, can you move, Katie? You're okay. You're okay. Okay, get your bike. Get your bike, Katie. Just hold your bike for a sec. Okay. You're okay. You're okay. Thank you. No worries.
Never my wildest dreams.
Sky Blue writes, will you be looking into the Idaho 4 case? Yes. I know this is off topic, but I can't believe what I'm seeing. Your perspective would be valuable. Yep, I have done probably thus far 6 hours of research. It is very scary. Potential military operation, I don't know. I know that I have never believed the official story that was given to us. None of it made any sense. And I am wondering if more people were involved. I didn't immediately go deep down the rabbit hole of that story, despite expressing my views publicly that I thought something was very wrong and something was very sinister, because there were students involved, and I just felt like it was more appropriate to allow those families to mourn. But now that some time has passed, and of course still understanding that you are still going to be mourning over that, we do need to get to the truth of that, because it happened on a college campus, and the media was not honest about other elements of this case. And I think that, I think there's something very dark happened there, and that the government is trying to cover a lot of it up, which is evident by how much they're locking down in the court cases alone.
Oh, guys.
Hey. I'm not fucking. I'm not fucking.
Are they okay?
What's happening today?
I'm already giving you some. A lot, all day. That's all you've been doing is begging for treats. Because they're in there. Someone left the cupboard open. You can see them all. What?
You know, Thursday morning armed robbery, something that happens lots of times in Chicago. Like, this is so smooth. Here we go, into the car while people are sitting in it. Very fast, literally 40 seconds, and they're out. Like, it's so casual. Now they're just getting back in their car and driving away. Because it's Chicago. And then for something that's a tad more exciting. This poor man. Oh my god, she's in the front seat.
Kane B got the purge, no doubt he's the king. Breaking down the case like a U2 machine.
That is a naked crackhead rolling around in the street and then climbing the door. Oh my god! I didn't even see that part. Holy crap!
Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up.
When a man attending a wedding in Kenya decided to hitch a ride on a departing helicopter, video posted to social media shows the thrill-seeking father of two begging to be let on board the chopper, being ushered away by a security guard, only to return and grab hold as it took off. Now, remarkably, he survived, the pilot noticing just in time and landing safely in a nearby field.
He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget, I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound. This case got us all spinning round. Can't be with the truth, it's hard to ignore, like waiting for the next chapter. Oh, shit. It's hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
You know, honey, it's really nice coming home to a slender wife again.
Thank you, Weight Loss Clinic.